Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
April 1st marked the day when the admission results of Tokyo Metropolitan Advanced Education High School were released. As part of the school's unique system, all newly admitted students were gathered at a designated bus stop, waiting for the special shuttle that would escort them to the campus gates. Among the scattered crowd of anxious first years, whispers quietly circulated, not about the school's mysterious rules, but about a particular boy standing silently with a phone in his hand. He was unmistakable in the school's tailored uniform, the crisp fabric outlining his lean, balanced frame. His sharp features, raven-black tousled hair, a well-defined jawline, and a straight nose, gave him a charm that caught the attention of many. Although his youthful face still carried a hint of adolescent softness, his eyes were an unusual contrast, calm, composed, and far older than his years suggested. This boy was Sikong Wuye. A mind reader and a prodigy with an extraordinary capacity for learning, Wuye's experiences had aged his soul far beyond his 17 years. As he stared at his phone, a quiet murmur escaped his lips. Still no signal since we landed. Tokyo Metropolitan Advanced High School was situated on an enormous artificial island, isolated from the mainland and connected only by two narrow bridges. The island was so vast, it could easily be mistaken for an entire city. The moment the students disembarked from the ferry, all their phones lost service, a silent but immediate disconnection from the outside world. Strangely, none of the freshmen panicked. Everyone had been forewarned about the school's unusual nature. This institution, one of Japan's most elite, boasted not only cutting-edge facilities and unrestricted self-expression, but also a near-mythical promise, a 100% university acceptance and job placement rate for every graduate. But there was a catch. Once admitted, students were to remain on the island campus for 3 full years, with no outside contact unless expelled or granted special permission. In other words, they were to be completely cut off from the world. For most, it was a daunting prospect. But for one girl in the crowd, it felt like a dream come true. Sakura Airi. While Sikong Wuye basked effortlessly in attention, Sakura Airi, his childhood friend, remained in the background by choice. Wearing the same school uniform, she had gone out of her way to appear plain. No makeup, no hair styling. Her signature fiery red locks were hidden behind long bangs, and a pair of flat, non-prescription glasses cover her eyes. She didn't want to be noticed. Not because she lacked beauty, on the contrary, without the disguise, Sakura Airi was stunning, but because she feared attention. Afraid of eye contact, crowds, and conversation, she avoided interaction at all costs. While her peers longed to shine, Sakura Airi did her best to stay invisible. Which explained why, even though she and Wuye were close as siblings growing up, she now stood several feet away from him, separated by silence and space. Sikong Wuye, with his calm brilliance and effortless charm, drew people in like the sun. And being near the sun meant getting noticed. That was Sakura Airi's greatest fear. So, she maintained a careful distance. Yet, as she peeked at him through the curtain of her hair, her heart raced. She saw his slight frown, the way he stared at his phone with mild frustration. She smiled inwardly. He must be upset because we can't chat anymore. Before arriving, Sakura Airi had been messaging him constantly through line. She liked to imagine that he missed those conversations, that he missed her. If only I were brave enough to talk to him now, she thought wistfully. But in public? No way. She had tried countless times to overcome her timid nature. But even with all the resolve in the world, the moment she was surrounded by others, her courage vanished like mist. Meanwhile, Wuye finally gave up on his phone. Without manga updates to distract him and no connection to the world beyond, he slid the device into his pocket and turned his head slightly. His gaze settled on Sakura Airi. From a distance, she looked like a plain, overly conservative girl with no sense of style. But Wuye knew better. Beneath that carefully constructed disguise was a girl whose smile could outshine stars and whose presence had long occupied his quietest thoughts. Her beauty was something she showed only to him, and that made it all the more precious. Sakura Airi, sensing his gaze, panicked. She jolted as if electrocuted and shuffled a few steps to the side, putting more space between them. To anyone else, it might have looked like she was afraid of him. But Wuye knew that wasn't true. She was simply shy. Her silent retreat sent him a message only he could understand. Don't tease me in public. Like a startled rabbit, she kept her eyes down, fidgeting with her sleeves. Wuye couldn't help but chuckle softly. Her reactions, her fear, her awkwardness, they were all endearing. He didn't approach her. He knew better. For now, he let her have her space. After all, the school year was just beginning, and they had 3 years on this island together. Roughly 3 minutes passed before the rumble of an approaching engine echoed near the bus shelter. The long-awaited transport vehicle pulled up, its sleek frame and tinted windows giving it an air of importance. One by one, the new students began boarding the special school shuttle, their nerves masked by the hush of anticipation. Sikong Wuye was among them, slipping in quietly with the crowd. As he stepped into the vehicle, he noticed something odd. 2 or 3 adults, dressed in casual clothes rather than school uniforms, entered the bus as well. Are they teachers? Or perhaps family members of school staff? Wuye wondered silently, casting a brief glance before heading toward the back. He slid into an empty seat near the rear, not giving the thought too much weight. Just as he settled in, a blur of red hair caught the corner of his eye. Sakura Airi. She moved quickly, a little too quickly, and sat down beside him, her bag clutched tightly against her chest. Ha! Wuye blinked in surprise at her sudden boldness. Though her face was mostly hidden behind her vivid red bangs, Wuye could still tell. Her hands were clenched, her shoulders tense, and her posture rigid with anxiety. Look at you growing up, Wuye teased softly. You actually dared to sit next to me. Please, Sakura Airi whispered without looking at him. Please don't talk to me right now. I can't breathe. A small smile tugged at the corner of Wuye's lips. Still the same Sakura Airi. He knew better than anyone how much courage it must have taken her to sit beside him in front of a crowd. For a girl who went to great lengths to avoid attention, this was a monumental step. Up front, the driver raised his voice over the murmuring students. Bus is full. The rest of you, wait for the next one. Frustrated groans filled the air outside. No way. Seriously. But the driver paid no mind. With the press of a button, the doors shut, and the bus pulled away, leaving the others behind. As the vehicle rolled forward, Sakura Airi's breathing slowly steadied. Just as she started to relax, Wuye casually reached over and took her hand. Her body went rigid again. Her pale cheeks blushed a brilliant red, and her lips parted slightly in surprise. Though hidden beneath her long bangs, the flush spreading across her face was unmistakable. But she didn't pull away. Instead, she gently adjusted her grip, letting their fingers rest together more comfortably. Then, with practiced subtlety, she placed her bag on her lap to shield their joined hands from view. This wasn't the first time. Whether during quiet moments at the movies or strolling through amusement parks, Wuye had a habit of playing with her hands. Sakura Airi had long since grown used to his casual bullying, and maybe even looked forward to it. Still, this moment felt different. Unlike their past outings, the bus was packed. A few students were even standing, gripping the overhead bars. Surrounded by people, every touch felt 100 times more intimate. The warmth of Wuye's hand spread across her skin. Her breath caught in her throat, and her heart beat rapidly in her chest. A part of her wanted to pull away, but a stronger part wanted him to hold her tighter. 10 minutes passed. The initial flurry of nerves faded into a softer kind of warmth. Airi slowly licked her lips and stole a glance at the boy beside her. Wuye had his chin resting on one hand, staring out the window as if lost in thought. But Airi could feel it. His thumb was still lightly tracing the back of her hand. He's not as focused on the scenery as he looks, she thought with a flutter in her chest. Silly Wuye. You really like my hands that much? I'll have to start taking extra care of them from now on. She turned her gaze away from his profile and made a silent vow. Of course, Wuye wasn't actually obsessed with her hands. It was just, in a bus full of people, there weren't many other places he could touch her without causing a scene. At that moment, a soft glow flickered in Wuye's eyes, like sunlight catching in a still lake. His mind-reading ability had just been triggered, passively. Unlike when he used the power consciously, passive mind-reading placed no strain on his body or mind. It simply surfaced stray thoughts of people around him, filtering through the noise of the crowd. When used actively, mind-reading drained his energy quickly and required recovery, often with a sugar boost to refuel. But passively, it was like catching drifting leaves in a stream, effortless, smooth, and occasionally revealing. Today, his ability caught something unusual. I wonder who'll give me their seat this time. Wasn't it 5,000 points as a reward last year? Wuye's gaze sharpened. He turned his head slightly and found the source, a frail-looking old woman, standing a few rows ahead, gripping the back of a seat to steady herself. From the outside, she looked every bit the fragile elder. But Wuye's sharp eyes caught the truth. The old woman's arms, pressed against the seat for support, revealed a surprising amount of muscle tone. She's stronger than she looks, probably more so than some of the students sitting here. Indeed, several nearby freshmen had noticed her presence. But not one had offered their seat. They just pretended not to see her. It was human nature, Wuye thought. People were a tangle of contradictions. Everyone wanted to appear kind, but very few were willing to act when it meant giving up their own comfort. Still, what did she mean by 5,000 points? Wuye narrowed his eyes slightly. This island wasn't open to the public. Everyone here was either a student or connected to the school's operations. Which meant the old woman must be part of the institution in some way. Is this a test? A merit evaluation? The question lingered in his mind like a puzzle waiting to be solved. And Wuye wasn't one to ignore puzzles, especially ones tied to this mysterious school.
After Wuye thought for a while, he approached Sakura Airi, who kept her head down. Sakura Airi didn't keep her head down because she found out that the old lady didn't want to give up her seat. She just kept her head down because she felt shy because her palm was being played by Wuye. After getting close to Sakura Airi's ear, Wuye said softly, "Airi, please leave first, let me go out." Because Wuye was sitting inside, if he wanted to leave, he had to pass by Sakura Airi. Wuye's words blew Sakura Airi's fiery red hair along with the confident breath, and her ears turned red instantly. The shy Sakura Airi whispered in confusion, "Wuye, what are you doing out there? Haven't you reached the school gate yet? I'm going to give way to that old grandma." Wuye stopped playing with Sakura Airi's soft palm, and pointed to the standing grandma. Sakura Airi followed Wuye's fingers and saw the old lady. She said in a low voice, "Wuye, please continue to sit, I will make way." Although Sakura Airi is extremely shy, she is well-behaved and kind, and she is the kind of person who will take the initiative to give way. But because of jealousy and shyness, Sakura Airi couldn't say a word about letting go. However, in order to let Wuye continue to sit in the seat, Sakura Airi got up on her own initiative. Sakura Airi walked towards the old woman timidly with her bag in her hand. Wuye looked at Sakura Airi's flustered steps, and a gratified smile appeared on his handsome face. His childhood sweetheart, who is as shy as a deer in the forest, is growing up little by little. Sakura Airi suppressed her panic and uneasiness. She came to the old woman's side, and whispered a few words to her, and then Sakura Airi led the old woman to Wuye's side. "Oh, little girl, you are really a kind person. Don't worry, kindness will be rewarded," the old woman said to Sakura Airi with a smile. "No, I don't need anything in return," Sakura Airi replied awkwardly. After Sakura Airi took away the old lady, everyone sitting nearby breathed a sigh of relief. The person who needed to give way left, and they would not feel so much pressure sitting. At this time Wuye also left his sitting position. He pointed to the innermost seat. "Sit here." Okay. The old lady with a kind expression sat in the place where Wuye was sitting. Sakura Airi raised her head slightly and glanced at Wuye, and Wuye pointed to the place where she was sitting and thought of her. Sakura understood what Wuye meant. He asked her to sit down. "But, Aili, you'd better be obedient, or I'll bully you right now." Sakura Airi seemed to understand the meaning in Wuye's eyes. She lowered her head with flushed cheeks, and then sat back obediently in her seat. Sakura Airi doesn't hate being bullied by Wuye. On the contrary, she very much desires to be bullied by him. Mainly because the venue is not suitable. There are too many people here. The episode of giving way in this special car just passed away without causing too much commotion, and no one in the car took giving way seriously. Standing Wuye was leaning on the back of the seat where Sakura Airi was sitting, and he looked at the grandma who was sitting down with his beautiful eyes. "Well, who should give the points for giving up? The girl gave way to me, but the seat I was sitting in was not the one she vacated. Let's give it to the girl. She took the initiative to give way to me, and the boy can only be regarded as giving way to her, so it does not meet the conditions for obtaining points." Wuye closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, there were no more beautiful colors flowing in the black and white pupils. This means that Wuye has turned off his mind-reading ability. Wuye didn't have any opinion on how Sakura Airi got the points. What he cared about was the meaning of the points mentioned several times by the grandmother who was suspected to be a school staff member. The points should be related to this school. Do you want to use mind-reading backtracking on her? Wuye silently stared at the kind-hearted grandma. The ability to read minds not only allows Wuye to understand other people's minds, but can even trace other people's minds back, so as to know more information. If you use mind-reading backtracking on the old lady, you might be able to figure out what points are. However, mind-reading and backtracking will consume a lot of energy. Wuye usually doesn't use it very much, but now he decides to use it, because Wuye thinks the word points is very important, and it is closely related to the Tokyo Metropolitan Higher Education High School. You must know that the Tokyo Metropolitan Higher Education High School has been established for 15 years, and the students who graduated from here never mentioned any information related to this school. Therefore, the school information obtained from the internet is extremely rare. Now is Wuye's chance to get information. After making a decision, Wuye took out his mobile phone from his pocket, typed a message, and then secretly touched Sakura Airi with the mobile phone. Confused, Sakura Airi first raised her head and glanced at her childhood sweetheart, and then looked at the mobile phone touching her arm. Sakura Airi saw the text message Wuye left on the phone. "Airi, after a few minutes, you whispered the 5 words 'what is a point' to the old lady next to you, and then no matter what she asked you, you just confused her. This paragraph made Sakura Airi confused, but she didn't ask Wuye why, but nodded her head obediently to show that she knew. Looking at Sakura Airi's nodding head, Wuye casually put the phone back into his pocket. Simply using mind-reading backtracking took too much energy. Wuye didn't want to make himself dizzy, so he asked Sakura Airi to mention the points to the old lady. When the grandmother's mind and attention are attracted by the points, Wuye's mind-reading backtracking can read the information related to the points from her mind more conveniently and quickly. Simply speaking, the points mentioned by Airi Sakura will be the bait, for Wuye, the fisherman, quickly caught the fish called points from the old grandma's mind. Sakura Airi has been thinking about the time silently in her heart. As long as it is Wuye's request, she will go all out to complete it. When Sakura Arimo counted to 180 seconds, she approached the old grandma, and Wuye's black and white eyes suddenly revealed a beautiful light. Mind-reading ability, activate? Sakura Airi approached the grandmother and said softly, "What are points?" What? You. The old lady's leisurely and kind expression changed instantly, and she looked at the unremarkable high school freshman sitting beside her in disbelief. The silver-haired grandma looked at Sakura Airi with extremely astonished eyes. This little girl actually knows the unique points of Tokyo Metropolitan Higher Education High School? Where on earth did she know the points? Of course I know it from your old man's mind. Facing the surprised look in the eyes of this strange old woman, Sakura Airi couldn't help showing a timid expression. She subconsciously leaned towards Wuye who was standing beside her. The old lady's eyes were slightly sharp, as if she was a big shot who had been in a high position for a long time, which made the shy Sakura Airi feel scared in an instant. As if realizing that Sakura Airi had been frightened, the old woman withdrew her sharp eyes, and said in a low voice, "So little girl, where do you know about points?" Sakura Airi shook her head quickly, her fiery red hair fluttering with bangs. "Don't look at me, I don't know. It was my future husband who I thought told me." At this time, Wuye pressed Sakura Airi's fragrant shoulder with one hand to give her support and comfort, while the other hand rubbed her forehead. Because Wuye's mind-reading ability read a lot of information related to points from the old lady's mind. As Wuye guessed before, the points mentioned by the grandmother several times are indeed related to the school they will attend next. There is a special system in the Tokyo Metropolitan Higher Education High School, which is the unique system of S-points. S-points can be divided into class points and personal points. Class points, each class will have 1,000 class points when it first enrolls. Every student will get class points multiplied by 100 personal points at the beginning of each month. In other words, 1,000 class points will give each student 100,000 personal points. The personal points of the students are equivalent to electronic money, and each point can be converted into 1 yuan and used in all facilities in the school grounds, and can also be purchased in convenience stores, supermarkets, shopping malls, and other places. It's so cool to provide 100,000 yuan a month. It's really cool, but the class points of 1,000 points are not fixed. There are points deductions, such as students making mistakes, losing in competition with other classes, etc., will deduct class points. If the class points are deducted to 0, then the students in that class will not get individual points. Because if the class point is 0, multiply 0 by 100, it is still 0. My personal points are linked to the class collective. If there are many pig teammates in the class, wouldn't the points be very dangerous? Wuye thought to himself. Through the information in the old lady's mind, Wuye can learn that points are omnipotent in Tokyo's advanced education institutions. You can buy anything as long as you use what exists in the school. Even if you only need to collect 20 million points, you can even change the class. But why do you need 20 million points to change classes? Wuye used his mind-reading and retrospective ability to dig deeper, and he was surprised to find that the 100% admission rate and employment rate that this school regards as a selling point has something to hide. Among the advanced high schools in Tokyo, only students who graduated from Class A will get a 100% admission rate and employment rate. And other BCD classes will not enjoy the 100% enrollment rate and employment rate that the school claims after graduation. If this is the case, I have to work hard to earn points for 3 years of high school, and I must get at least 20 million points. Wuye thought silently. In fact, there are other ways, and that is to lead your own class and rush to Class A before graduation, so that you don't need to spend 20 million points to transfer to Class A. However, Wuye is not the type to pin his hopes on others, so Wuye felt that instead of pinning his future and hopes on his classmates, he might as well find a way to get 20 million points. While Wuye was sorting out the information, the old lady said kindly to the frightened Sakura Airi, "You don't tell me where you got the points, I can understand. But can you tell me, what's your name? What class are you a freshman in?" "S.A. Sakura Airi, first year Class D." Sakura Airi replied timidly. "Class D." The old lady showed a dull expression. She turned out to be the worst freshman in Class D? She thought Sakura Airi was a student of Class A. Even if it's not Class A, Class B is fine, how could it be the worst Class D? In Tokyo Metropolitan Advanced Nurturing High School, classes are clearly divided. Excellent elite students will be assigned to Class A, lesser students will be assigned to Class B, and Class C will be worse than Class B. As for the students in Class D, they are probably problem students full of problems and troubles. The old grandma looked at the timid Sakura Airi strangely. She couldn't figure out how this freshman in Class D knew the existence of points so quickly. In order to assess the quality and ability of the incoming freshman during the first month of school, no matter whether it is a senior student, a teacher, or a school staff member, it is strictly forbidden to disclose any information related to the points. Although Wuye has figured out what points are, what are the functions of points, and the rules for raising and lowering class points, but he is not enough. Wuye wanted to get more points-related information from the old grandma's mind. Just when Wuye was going to continue to get information from the old grandma, she stood up from her seat. "Driver, stop on the side of the road. I want to get off. I'm a through train, don't get off." "Ah, it's you, I'll stop right away." The impatient chauffeur glanced at the rearview mirror. After seeing the figure of the old lady, he quickly changed his words and stopped the car on the side of the road. Wuye glanced at the old lady, the sharp eyes she had stared at Sakura Airi just now, and the driver's reaction. She must not be a big shot, right? After the car came to a complete stop, Sakura Airi stood up in a panic, giving the old woman some space to leave, and she took a deep look at Sakura Airi, remembered her appearance in her heart, and then slowly got out of the car up. After the old woman got out of the car, Sakura Airi happily sat in the innermost seat. She winked at Wuye, and pointed to the vacant seat where she was originally sitting. Wuye smiled at Sakura Airi, sat down unceremoniously, then closed his eyes, and began to conceive how to quickly obtain universal personal points. Sakura Airi glanced at Wuye secretly, and stretched out her palm towards him so that Wuye could play with it. However, Sakura Airi waited for a long time, and Wuye, who had her eyes closed, did not play with her palm. This situation made Sakura Airi a little discouraged and depressed. Watching the car leaving slowly, the grandmother took out her mobile phone and contacted a special car. "Where do you need to go?" the driver of the special car asked the old lady respectfully. "I'm going to the chairman's office now." "I see. Chairman's office." Chairman Sakayanagi was flipping through the information files of this year's freshman in his office when there was a knock on the door of the office, and the voice of the old lady came from outside the door. "It's me, mother. Please come in." It turns out that this old lady is the mother of the school chairman. No wonder she has the sharp eyes that have been in a high position for a long time. Chairman Sakayanagi looked at the old lady who opened the office door in surprise. "Mother, why are you here?" This old lady had a whim not long ago, and then she was about to leave the work of giving way to the assessment. "The abdication assessment is over," the old woman said. "I met a strange freshman in the car, so I came to ask you for her information. She is a first-year Class D freshman named Sakura Airi. Sakura Airi from Class D of the first year." Chairman Sakayanagi picked up the neatly piled documents, flipped through them, and pulled out a thin document from it. "Here, look." The old lady took the document handed over by Chairman Sakayanagi, and she read it seriously. "Name, Sakura Airi. Occupation, student. Student ID, S01T004738. Class, Class D. Academic ability, C+. Intelligence, C. Judgment, D. Physical ability, D. Teamwork ability, D." Interviewers comment, "This student is extremely mediocre in terms of both academics and sports, but his personality is extremely shy, and he cannot communicate well with strangers, which is a huge flaw." Sakura Airi's mediocre five-dimensional data and the interviewer's professional language made the old lady look puzzled, and she said puzzledly, "This child's data and comments are so ordinary. Why is she so quick? Did you realize that points exist?" "Oh." Chairman Sakayanagi cheered up immediately. "I realized the points just after setting foot on this island." "Mother, what happened to you? Tell me." Since the school explicitly prohibits everyone from concealing the S system within 1 month of enrollment, the freshman will not know the existence of the S system during the first month of enrollment. However, there are also some extremely outstanding students who have very keen observation skills. Through their own observations, they discovered the abnormalities of the school. But as soon as he set foot on this island, he discovered the points. "Isn't this student too good?" The old lady told all the things that happened to her in the car, and Director Sakayanagi began to ponder, and he asked, "Is there a boy beside Sakura Airi?" "Hey, how did you know that boy is quite handsome, and I don't know which class he is in. It would be the best if he is a freshman in Class A like Yuki," the old lady said with a smile. Arisa Sakayanagi is the granddaughter of the grandmother and the daughter of the chairman Sakayanagi. At the same time, she is also a freshman in Class A this year. Chairman Sakayanagi didn't answer the old lady's words. He pulled out another document from the student materials in Class D. "Mother, please check to see if that boy is him." The old lady took the file. She looked at the personal photo on the file and nodded. "That's right, it's him. So his name is Sikong Wuye." "Hey, what's the situation with his personal data?" "Name, Sikong Wuye. Occupation, student. Student ID, S01T004737. Class, Class D. Academic ability, A+. Intelligence, A+. Judgment, A. Physical ability, A+. Teamwork ability, E. Interviewers comments, Sikong Wuye's study and sports are undoubtedly at the top level that ordinary people cannot reach. But Sikong Wuye does not have a third friend besides Sakura Airi, and he completes both group assignments and sports activities alone. Therefore, judging that there may be flaws in Sikong Wuye's communication and coordination with people, the old lady stared blankly at Sikong Wuye's information, and she asked Director Sakayanagi in puzzlement, "This child's personal data is so exaggerated, why is he assigned to Class D?" Sikong Wuye's personal data, except for teamwork, is all A or above, and he is an excellent student. Such a student will definitely be assigned to Class A, but Sikong Wuye was actually assigned to Class D. The old lady was puzzled. About Sikong Wuye's class assignment, you can find out by looking at the records at the back of the document. Chairman Sakayanagi said helplessly, and the old lady quickly flipped the information to the back. Sikong Wuye is suspected of advocating violence. When I was in junior high school, I used violent means to beat the social personnel who broke into the school, causing one of the social personnel to be seriously injured and 3 others to be slightly injured. Afterwards, Sikong Wuye encountered bad society by chance, and then used various means to cause fractures and serious injuries and was sent to the hospital. Because what Sikong Wuye did was all self-defense, so he has not been sent to the juvenile detention center. The old lady was numb. She never expected that the handsome and gentle boy she saw in the car would be such a terrifying violent criminal. Chairman Sakayanagi saw the old lady's numb expression, and said, "Now you know why Sikong Wuye was assigned to Class D." No, what I can't understand now is why the school admits such a student. Chairman Sakayanagi explained, although Sikong Wuye's personal experience may seem horrific, it happened for a reason. The main reason is that Sikong Wuye's childhood sweetheart, Sakura Airi, was targeted by unscrupulous groups near the town half a year ago, so she had to go to the countryside to hide. Because of this incident, Sakura Airi's shy personality became more and more serious, and she even resisted contacting and talking with strangers. Chairman Sakayanagi revealed the hidden truth. So that's why. So Sikong Wuye is taking revenge on bad groups for his childhood sweetheart. But his methods and intentions are so ruthless. The old lady clicked her tongue. Obviously he took the initiative to provoke bad groups, but every time he was justified in self-defense and was acquitted. It can be seen that Sikong Wuye is not a simple-minded violent person. After all, Sikong Wuye is dealing with unhealthy people who cannot be solved by reasoning, so violence is more effective. Chairman Sakayanagi said helplessly. Actually, Sikong Wuye is also a very principled person. As long as you don't annoy him and his childhood sweetheart Sakura Airi, then he will have no problems. The old grandma was silent, thinking that there was such a terrible existence as Sikong Wuye among her granddaughter's classmates. She felt uneasy. Actually, besides Sikong Wuye, the freshman this time, there are several bad boys, most of them are in Class C and Class D. Chairman Sakayanagi coughed lightly. The old lady is even more embarrassing. One delinquent boy is fine, but there are other bad boys among the new students this time. This is a Tokyo Metropolitan Higher Education High School, not a juvenile prison for minors to undergo labor reform. Chairman Sakayanagi looked at the old lady's numb expression, so he changed the subject. Mom, I think the one who discovered the points so quickly was not Sakura Airi, but Sikong Wuye, who is excellent in all aspects. This kind of thing doesn't matter anymore. I just hope that Sikong Wuye won't have anything to do with Yuki. No, probably not, right? Chairman Sakayanagi and the grandmother gradually fell silent, because they knew very well that Arisa Sakayanagi liked to challenge the strong and enjoyed the joy of defeating the strong. So once Sikong Wuye emerges, Arisa Sakayanagi will definitely focus on Sikong Wuye. In short, I think Sikong Wuye is a good boy with principles. He won't mess around. At this time, he was judged by the director Sakayanagi as a good boy with principles, and he was thinking about how to do things. No, Wuye was thinking about how to make points. One after another, the special cars arrived at the gate of the Tokyo Metropolitan Higher Education High School. Wuye and the first-year freshmen got off one after another and looked at the gate of the school. The gate of the school is made of natural rocks, with countless delicate reliefs carved on it, showing majesty and solemnity. Sakura Airi, who was following Wuye, looked at the gate of the school not far away. Her heart was full of apprehension and anticipation. This school would be the school where she and Wuye spent 3 years together. Let's go, Airi. Wuye said casually. Sakura Airi responded to Wuye with an almost inaudible voice. Since the high school freshmen in uniforms were all walking towards the school gate, Sakura Airi didn't keep a distance from Wuye, and she followed Wuye step by step like a little daughter-in-law. At the entrance of the school gate, 4 faculty members were sending out admission guides to Wuye and his freshmen. According to the admission guide, at 9 o'clock, the first-year high school students had to go to the gymnasium to gather for the opening ceremony. In addition, the admission guide also records the situation of the entire island and the location of the buildings. After stepping into the school, Wuye flipped through the admission guide in his hand. There was a small map on it, which recorded the locations of dormitories, teaching buildings, gymnasiums, and many entertainment venues, such as karaoke, movie theaters, coffee shops, shopping malls, etc. This is not so much a school as it is a small business district. Wuye sighed softly. Yeah. Sakura Airi, who was following Wuye, nodded her head in agreement with him. Airi, look up and see if there are too many cameras nearby, Wuye said looking around. Due to his strong observation skills, Wuye discovered that there are surprisingly many surveillance cameras in this school. The camera is like the white eye in Naruto, monitoring every plant and tree in the school in almost all directions without blind spots. Wuye's words diverted Sakura Airi's attention away from the entrance guide, and she also saw the cameras set up all around. It's true that there are a lot of cameras, it's kind of annoying. Sakura Airi murmured. Normal people don't like being exposed to surveillance cameras, let alone Sakura Airi who is shy. Moreover, Sakura Airi has another identity, that is, a blog idol and a graphic model codenamed Shizuku. She always carries a camera with her and takes selfies in places where there are no other people. If there were so many cameras in this school, Sakura Airi would no longer have the desire to take selfies. With so many cameras, you have to pay attention to what you want to do in the future, Wuye said to himself. Sakura Airi shuddered violently. She quickly grabbed Wuye's school uniform and said earnestly, "Wuye, don't mess around." "How can I mess around? I'm not a bad boy with a bad temper." Wuye looked at Sakura Airi. A bold smile appeared on his handsome face. The smile Wuye showed touched Sakura Airi's heart, and she continued to exhort with slightly flushed cheeks, "Anyway, you just can't mess around like in the middle school. I will worry about you." Okay, I see." Wuye's perfunctory tone made Sakura Airi slightly purse her crystal lips. Her childhood sweetheart, her future husband, is a troublesome person who will do whatever he wants. 9 o'clock is the time for the school's opening ceremony. Wuye and Sakura Airi have arrived at the school's gymnasium. They line up according to the order of their classes and stand in the predetermined positions in the gymnasium. The boys lined up in one line, and the girls lined up in one line. Sakura Airi felt that her position was very good. She only needed to move her eyes a little, and she could clearly see Wuye's tall and straight back. Wuye stood, because the school managers who spoke above were talking meaningless nonsense, so he didn't focus on it, but observed the freshman standing in front of him. Due to his mind-reading ability and super observation ability, Wuye gradually developed the habit of observing others. What attracted Wuye's attention the most was a young girl standing not far in front. The girl has waist-length black hair. The hair on the right side is braided and ended with a white butterfly. The standing figure looks solemn and dignified. Just looking at the girl's back, Wuye guessed that she was a difficult and indifferent character. Horikita Suzune seemed to sense that someone was looking at her from behind, so she turned her head and looked at Wuye behind with a blank expression. Because of Horikita Suzune's head turning, Wuye could see her face clearly. Horikita Suzune has a delicate face comparable to that of Sakura Airi. Under the slender eyelashes are a pair of orange eyes, like the eyes of a fox, full of charm. Horikita Suzune clearly has the alluring look of a fox's eyes, but her eyes are clear and piercing. Wuye can't help but wonder if she might be a proud snow fox. Wuye smiled at Horikita Suzune, who turned her head, but she didn't respond to him. She just turned her head expressionlessly. This is the end of the opening ceremony. Freshmen, please leave the gymnasium in an orderly manner and return to your class. Your class teacher will issue you the most important student ID card. After a lot of unnutritious nonsense, the opening ceremony ended like this, and the first-year freshmen left the gymnasium one after another, and set off for the teaching building where the first-year students were located. Sakura Airi still followed Wuye step by step, and the two of them walked into the classroom with the 1D sign with their unfamiliar classmates. Since the students' name tags are placed on the desks, Wuye and the others can determine their seats according to these name tags. Wuye's seat is at the back and near the window. Generally speaking, this seat is the protagonist's seat. After all, the back row by the window, Wang's hometown. Due to the instruction of the opening ceremony, the freshmen returned to the class honestly and waited for the head teacher to arrive. They either sat in their seats and looked at the school materials alone, or chatted with other people. Wuye didn't have the intention to make friends with other people, so he sat in his seat. Sakura Airi also found her name tag, and confirmed her seat. Sakura Airi's seat is also in the back row, but she and Wuye are not at the same table. There is a seat between them. Although I'm in the same class as Wuye, I can't be at the same table. Sakura Airi sat down in her seat discouraged, and she glanced at the name tag at the same table as Wuye. The name written on the nameplate is Horikita Suzune. It looks like a girl's name. Sakura Airi looked away from the name tag, and she looked at Wuye. After finding that he was looking at her side with his chin resting, Sakura Airi showed a happy and shy smile. Soon, Sakura Airi restrained her smile because her realization with Wuye was blocked. Horikita Suzune sat in her seat. She exuded a cold aura of "don't talk to me" all over her body. Sakura Airi looked away in embarrassment. The idea of changing places with this classmate. Sakura Airi dare not say it. "Hey, look at that boy in the corner. He's so handsome." "Indeed, why don't we strike up a conversation? You go first." "You first." The conversation of the small group of girls nearby made Sakura Airi even more uneasy, because she found that they were all furtively eyeing Wuye. Sakura Airi not only knows that her childhood sweetheart is very handsome, but she also knows that he is extremely good in both studies and sports. Just like the bright moon in the Milky Way at night, it is dazzling and full of presence. In middle school, if Wuye hadn't caused those violent incidents because of her, he would have been the most popular boy. Now, here is the Tokyo Metropolitan Higher Education High School. Except for Sakura Airi, no one knows Wuye's past, so he will definitely become the bright moon in everyone's eyes again. Wuye, whom Sakura Airi regarded as the bright moon, was looking at his deskmate Horikita Suzune. Although Wuye knew that he was in the same class as her, he didn't expect to be at the same table. Fate is really a delicate thing. Horikita Suzune put down her bag and looked at Wuye. She said coldly, "Why are you looking at me?" "Because of curiosity. After all, we have been in the same class for 3 years. Wuye replied straightforwardly. Humph. Wuye's answer was reasonable, and Horikita Suzune stopped taking care of him with a soft snort. She took out a book from her bag, and the cover of the book read Crime and Punishment. The content of that book is roughly through the description of different sinners. It shows that everyone lives in a sinful world, so people's hearts are burdened with great pain, and people have conflicts between morality and conscience, between doing good and doing good. Conflict between evildoers. Wuye's gaze was a little weird. He didn't expect girls of this age to read this kind of books. Shouldn't girls of this age read books that describe love and beauty? At this time, the school bell rang announcing the start of class, and almost at the same time as the bell rang, a woman wearing an OL teacher's costume stepped into the classroom. This woman should be the head teacher of Wuye's class D. The head teacher was about 27 years old, with long black hair and a neat and simple ponytail. Because of his delicate and mature face, he looked dignified and awe-inspiring. She wore a Ms. OL suit that was very close-fitting, so it outlined her mature and plump body curves. The slender legs under the skirt of the suit were dressed in seductive black silk. The dignified expression and the mature and plump body curves cannot help but make people think about it. Many boys in Class D couldn't help but show a dazed expression to the head teacher. Sakura Airi looked away from the homeroom teacher who stepped into the class, and she looked at Wuye. At this moment, Wuye was looking at the head teacher with his chin resting on his hands, but his expression and eyes remained the same, and he was not fascinated by the mature head teacher at all. Seeing this, Sakura Airi immediately felt happy in her heart. Sae Chabashita stepped onto the class podium. She put down the information files she was holding on the podium, and looked down at the group of freshmen sitting below her like a queen. A gleam of beauty flashed across Wuye's eyes. Among the freshmen in this class, is there anyone who can realize my ambition? Is there any treasure that can lead Class D to Class A? Wuye looked suspiciously at Sae Chabashita, who was looking down on the podium. His mind-reading ability was passively triggered, and it was the mature head teacher who was looking down at the freshman. Freshman, I am the head teacher of Class D, Chabashita Sae. Chabashita Sae's voice is pleasant and mature, and it sounds pretty good. Usually responsible for teaching the history of Neon. And this school does not change classes every school year. Therefore, in the 3 years before graduation, I will study with you as a class tutor. Please give me your advice. Sakura Airi's eyes lit up slightly. Chabashita-sensei said that she would not be divided into classes for 3 years, which means she will be in the same class as Wuye for 3 years. Now all the students in the front row come up and pass the information on. Under Sae Chabashita's order, the students sitting in the front row came up one after another and took away the materials she handed over, and then the students who returned to their seats passed the materials to the students behind. This is information related to the special rules of this school, although it has already been sent to you during the previous admission introduction. After being admitted to this school, new students like Wuye will receive materials, which record various situations of the school. For example, during the school period, unless there are special circumstances, all information such as external contact is prohibited. However, the document brought by Sae Chabashita included a mobile phone and a student ID card. The mobile phone on campus is free and can be used on campus, and your student ID card will be bound as long as you put your student number in it. It is very important. Sae Chabashita said. Here I have to mention the special feature of the school, that is the S system. The student ID card will automatically transfer 100,000 points on the first of every month. After hearing the word point, Wuye's eyes narrowed, and Sakura Airi looked at Wuye in surprise. Because when she was in the special car before, Wuye somehow asked her to ask the old lady what points are. Each point is equivalent to 1 yuan. Now everyone should have been fairly distributed 100,000 points, which can be spent in karaoke, movie theaters, coffee shops, clothing stores, shops, and other places in the school. After Chabashita Sae's words fell, the students who had bound their student ID cards made surprise sounds, because they had all seen the 100,000 points displayed on their student ID cards. That is to say they had just received 100,000 yuan in pocket money from the school when they entered school. Ordinary students can't get in touch with too much money, so the classroom immediately became noisy, with really, great, it's great to be admitted by the school, etc. Words of joy and excitement. Sae Chabashita did not calm down the freshman. Standing behind the podium, she scanned the expressions of the students sternly. Are they almost all ecstatic expressions? Don't they have any doubts about why the school treats them so generously? Huh? Sae Chabashita looked at the 2 boys sitting by the window in the corner. The expressions of these 2 boys were very calm, and they were not dazzled by the 100,000 points at all. Wuye smiled at the mature head teacher who looked over, while she raised her delicate black eyebrows in a little surprise, and then looked at the boy sitting in front of Wuye. The boy was looking down at the student ID card in his hand. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka looked at the 100,000 points displayed on the student ID card, and his expression was neither happy nor sad. Compared with the points that can be used for consumption, he is now more confused about how high school students get along with each other. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka is an experimental product from the White Room, where human rights and emotions are deprived, so he lacks the 3 normal views and does not know how to get along with ordinary people. Sae Chabashita turned her eyes away from Wuye, Ayanakaji Kiyotaka, and the others. She clapped her hands. Okay, everyone be quiet, I still have something to say. The ecstatic noise in the classroom gradually quieted down. Chabashita Sae opened her seductive lips, and she continued. Are you all surprised that the school is handing out so many points? This school measures students based on strength, and those of you who are able to enroll also have corresponding values and possibilities. In this regard, the points represent the school's evaluation of you. So don't be too polite, just use the points. After all, the school will take back these points after you graduate. Wuye looked at the mature homeroom teacher standing behind the podium. She was trying to persuade. No, was she trying to lure everyone to feel free to spend the points on their student ID cards? If someone thinks there is no need to use the points, they can also transfer them to others, but don't act intimidating others, because the school is quite strict about bullying. Finally, Chabashita Sae took a deep breath. Her mature breasts bound by the lady's suit were rising and falling slightly. I can buy anything as long as it exists on the school grounds. Wuye showed a thoughtful expression. When Chazu Sae said this, he was implicitly emphasizing the importance of points to them. So here comes the question, if Wuye is going to buy Chabashita-sensei to be his maid, how many points will he need? Finally, does anyone want to ask questions? Chazura Sae said. Wuye wanted to ask Chazu Sae a lot of things, but there were too many people here and it was too noisy, which would affect him, so Wuye planned to talk to the class teacher in private. Chabashita Sae looked expressionlessly at the students who were excitedly discussing how to spend their points. They were all immersed in the joy of 100,000 yuan. Since no one wants to ask any questions, I wish you all a wonderful campus life. Also, today is the first day of school, you can move around freely, and the class will officially start tomorrow. Chabashita Sae looked at Sakura Airi in the back seat, and she said, Sakura Airi, come to the teacher's office, I have something to see you. Sakura Airi, who has always been a little transparent, shivered suddenly. Why did the head teacher ask her to go out on purpose? Chabashita Sae had no intention of explaining. After she said this to Sakura Airi, she walked away from the noisy class with her slender legs wrapped in black silk. Sakura Airi looked at Wuye pitifully. She was timid and wanted Wuye to go with her. Wuye and Sakura Airi almost had a tacit understanding. When she looked over pitifully, Wuye had already understood Sakura Airi's anxiety and expectation. Keeping a smile on his face, Wuye stood up with his school phone and student ID, and left the class, while Sakura Airi followed Wuye happily. Wuye is not just to cheer for Sakura Airi, but also he has some information that needs to be obtained through Chabashita Sae. For example, what are the rules and conditions for obtaining points from other people? So Wuye and Sakura Airi went to the teacher's office to look for Chabaru Sae, which was a coincidence. Wuye and Sakura Airi left the Class D classroom one after the other. Since everyone was almost immersed in the huge sum of 100,000 yuan, not many people noticed their departure. However, Horikita Suzune and Ayanokaji Kiyotaka took a look at the two who left. In the noisy atmosphere of Class D, Hirata Yasuk, who was sitting in the front seat, sat up, and he looked like a model student and said to everyone, Everyone, can you listen to me for a while? From today onwards, we will be living together in the same class. So, I think from now on, we will introduce ourselves spontaneously, and it would be nice if everyone could become friends sooner. Hirata Yasuk's words made Kiyotaka Ayanakaji deep in thought. How do ordinary high school students introduce themselves? He who came from the white room didn't understand at all. Both Wuye and Sakura Airi left Class D because of Chabashita Sae's words, and missed the opportunity to introduce themselves with their classmates. However, neither Wuye nor Sakura Airi would care. Because Wuye has a free and casual style, he doesn't intend to make friends with others deliberately. Not to mention Sakura Airi, she is afraid of being timid. You want her to stand up and introduce herself to everyone. Isn't this persecuting her? Therefore, even if Sakura Airi knew that she and Wuye missed the self-introduction in class, she would not regret it, and would only breathe a sigh of relief. Wuye, who has left the class, is familiarizing himself with the mobile phone he got for free from school. This phone is about the same as the phones on the market. The mobile phone has the call function, email function, recording function, camera function, etc. All the mobile phones in the school have everything, and even installed various software prepared by the school. Wuye also found the comics he has been chasing through these software. Sakura Airi said excitedly to Wuye, who was familiar with the mobile phone in the school, Wuye, my student card has 100,000 points. I will treat you to dinner later. Okay, but Aili, will you sit with me? Wuye looked at this extremely shy childhood sweetheart with a smile. I will work hard. Sakura Airi clenched her white and tender palms, cheering herself up. Her pretty face was full of seriousness. For 3 years in high school, Sakura Airi will always be in the same class as Wuye, so she wants to change her shy character. If it's impossible to stand beside Wuye openly, how can Sakura Airi become his girlfriend? Wuye and Sakura Airi left the first grade teaching building and walked towards the teacher building on the side. When walking towards the teacher's building, Wuye found that many students were resting and walking around. It seems that on the day when the first-year freshman enters the school, the senior students do not need to attend classes. Wuye and Sakura Airi entered the teacher's office where Sae Chabashita was. Since school started today, there were no other teachers in the teacher's office except Sae Chabashita. Teacher, I'm here. Okay. Chazu Sae, who was sitting on the seat, raised her jade feet wrapped in black silk. She glanced at the timid Sakura Airi, and then at Wuye. Wuye was looking at the bulletin screen in the teacher's office at this time, which showed the points of each class in the ABCD classes of the 2nd and 3rd grades of senior high school. The first time he entered the office, he looked at the class points, which is just right. Chazu Sae, who watched Wuye, thought silently in his heart. There are only class points for the second and third year of high school, but the class points of 1000 points for the first year of high school are not displayed because the first month has not passed yet. Wuye guessed. He took out his mobile phone in the school and took a photo on the announcement screen. The sound of snapping pictures made Chazu Sae show a look of astonishment, and she said with a little strange look in her eyes, "Teacher's office, it is forbidden to take pictures." "Ah, is that so, Mr. Chabashita? Don't worry, I will delete the photo later." Wuye replied with a smile. Chazu Sae looked at Wuye deeply, and she didn't ask Wuye to delete the photo just now. Moreover, Chazu Sae felt that the boy seemed to have seen something from the class points on the announcement screen. Even if he didn't see the information, he could have sensed something was wrong, otherwise he wouldn't have taken a photo of the announcement screen showing the class points. Sae Chabashita, who was curious and hopeful towards Wuye, said, "Young man, what is your name? As the head teacher, you don't even know the names of the students." "Yes, because the chairman hasn't sent the students materials yet." Sae Chabashita replied. "Then you know her name is Sakura Airi." Wuye pointed to Sakura Airi who was standing timidly beside her. Her situation was an accident. Because Sakura Airi passed the test for abdication, the chairman of the board has already sent the information file of Sakura Airi to the mobile phone of the head teacher, Chabashita Sae. So the first year class D student, Chabashita Sae, the only one who knows who is Sakura Airi. "So, what's your name?" "Sikong Wuye." Chabashita Sae nodded her head lightly, remembering the name of the student who seemed to have a keen observation ability. She turned her head to look at Sakura Airi. "Sakura-san, give me your student ID card, and the school will transfer 5000 points to you." Sakura Airi showed a blank expression. "Why would the school transfer 5000 points to me?" "It's because of the seat in the car," Wuye said, and Sakura Airi immediately remembered the old woman in the car. Sae Chabashita glanced at Wuye in surprise. Her awe-inspiring and delicate face showed a slight smile. Without any prompting, she even noticed why she got 5000 points. "That's amazing, Sikong Wuye." "That's right." Sae Chabashita showed a smile because of the joy in her heart, and she said, "Every time a new student enters the school will arrange personnel to conduct the assessment. The purpose is to test whether the incoming freshman will give way to the elderly. If the incoming freshman chooses to give up his seat, he will be rewarded with 5000 points. If the school's public officials give way to others, then the new students will lose the opportunity to get points." After understanding, Sakura Airi quickly pointed to Wuye. "Teacher, you should give the 5000 points to Wuye. He was the one who offered to step aside." "I don't care about that. Anyway, I'm only responsible for transferring the 5000 points to you. As for how you handle the 5000 points, it's up to you." "Yeah," Sakura Airi said happily to Wuye. "Wuye, I'll transfer the 5000 points to you later." Now Wuye has a feeling of being forced to eat soft food. "Farewell, you can keep it in Ali, and just treat me to a meal in the future." "That's okay." Sakura Airi readily accepted. Wuye casually clicked on a certain function of the mobile phone in the school, and Sakura Airi, who had been watching him, found that it was a recording function. "Strange, Wuye, why did he turn on the recording?" While Sakura Airi was puzzled, Wuye said to Chabashita Sae, "Teacher, I want to confirm with you that on the first day of next month, will we still receive 100,000 personal points?" Wuye's question made Chazu Sae's eyes narrow slightly, and she said nonchalantly, "Student Sikong, haven't I already explained your question clearly in class?" "No, teacher, what you said is not clear at all." Wuye shook his head. "As far as I know, the personal points of each month are linked to the class points of the class. If the class points are reset to 0, then you won't get any points for the next month." "You?" Chabashita Sae looked at Wuye with a calm expression in shock. She said in disbelief, "You know so much about the S system." Under Chabashita Sae's shocked eyes, Wuye showed a handsome smile. "That is to say, teacher, you admit that you have concealed something, don't you?" Chazu Sae didn't answer, because she couldn't answer because of the school's regulations. The school personnel must do their best to conceal the S system during the first month of freshmen's enrollment. So even if Wuye guessed right, Chazu Sae couldn't answer. Sakura Airi, who was not very smart, looked blankly at the silent Chabashita Sae and the smiling Wuye. She didn't quite understand what the two were talking about. However, Sakura Airi probably knows that the 100,000 personal points are not fixed and will change. At this moment, the silent Chabashita Sae was full of surprises. There seemed to be a treasure in the D class she led this time. Before half a day of enrollment, I have already noticed the school's S system. Chazu Sae didn't know where this handsome young man knew about the S system, but it didn't matter. The important thing is that Sae Chabashita saw the hope of realizing his ambition from Wuye. Chazu Sae was once one of the students in Class D of this school. Chabashita Sae, who was still a student at the time, had no way to catch up with Class A because of a wrong decision. Chazu Sae is still not relieved. Therefore, leading Class D to be promoted to Class A has become Chabashita Sae's ambition and obsession. However, it is a pity that there were no outstanding students in the two classes of D class that Chabashita Sae once led, so her ambition has not been realized. It's different now. Sae Chabashita saw the treasure of Sikong Wuye, and he even noticed the existence of the S system in less than half a day after entering school. Sae's staring eyes made Wuye sweat coldly on his forehead. This teacher, does he intend to be an old cow to eat tender grass, to look at him like this? Teacher, since you don't intend to answer 100,000 points, let me change the question. Ask. Chabashita Sae, who became more cheerful, responded to Wuye readily. I wonder if it is true that the school advertises a 100% enrollment rate and employment rate. Of course it's true, but... Chabashita Sae became vague, and Wuye smiled, but the only ones who can enjoy this privilege are those who graduated from Class A, right? Chabashita Sae looked at Wuye blankly. The student in front of her was really a freshman in high school, not a graduate who had graduated from a high school in Tokyo? Why does this freshman know more than the senior year students? The reason why Wuye knew so much information related to this school was thanks to his mind-reading ability. Otherwise Wuye wouldn't have gotten so much information from that old grandma's mind. Sae Chabashita took a deep breath, and she replied while looking at Wuye with a strange splendor, I can't answer your guess. Then, if I'm sure I want to know, how many points do I need to pay? Hey, ha 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 ha. Chabashita Sae couldn't help but let out a pleasant and carefree laugh. The head teacher who suddenly laughed made Sakura Airi startled. Their head teacher seemed a little abnormal. Sae's eyes were full of smiles, and she restrained her laughter and said to Wuye, Sikong Wuye, you mean, you want to buy from me? Does the BCD class in this school really exist? 100% enrollment rate and employment rate is like this? Yes. Wuye nodded. When you were in class, teacher, you told us that as long as it is in this school, you can buy it with points. So the answer I want to hear should also be in the ranks of buying points. Although Wuye already knew many things about the school from the old grandma's mind, he still needed Sae to admit it personally, otherwise it would be difficult to implement the convenient method of earning points that Wuye had already thought up. Then let me think about it. How many points do you have to pay? Chabashita Sae, who was in a happy mood, crossed her arms and folded her arms together, forming an unfathomable trench in her over-mature chest. Wuye glanced at it, and then politely withdrew his gaze. Just like Airi, it's unfathomable. Sae seemed to have given a specific amount of points to Wuye after serious consideration. Well, Sikong, the answer you want to buy probably needs 150,000 points. How about it? Are you still planning to trade with me? Sae Chabashita showed Wuye a slightly provocative smile. This boy, is he willing to spend so many points to buy this answer? Chabashita Sae didn't think so. You must know that Wuye, a freshman, only has 100,000 points, which is 50,000 less than 150,000 points. In addition, Wuye already knew that only students who graduated from Class A would enjoy the privileges of this school. So Sae concluded that Wuye would not spend points on this. However, Wuye's answer surprised Sae. Okay, 150,000 points, right. Wuye looked sideways at Sakura Airi who was standing beside him. Airi, lend me 50,000 points. Okay Wuye. Sakura Airi happily nodded her head and asked Chabashita Sae, Teacher, if I want to transfer points, how should I do it? Sae Chabashita looked at Sakura Airi in surprise. The girl's face showed a joyful expression. She did not show depression or reluctance because half of her points were borrowed by Wuye. Sakura-san, you have to know that points are equivalent to money in the school, so why don't you just lend him 50,000 points? Don't you worry that you won't be able to get them back. Chabashita Sae said. It doesn't matter, even if Wuye doesn't return it to me, it doesn't matter. Sakura Airi said happily. Not to mention 50,000 points, even if Wuye needs all the points of Sakura Airi, she will give him without hesitation. Because in Sakura Airi's heart, Wuye is everything to her. After confirming that Sakura Airi voluntarily transferred 50,000 points to Wuye, Chabashita Sae taught her how to transfer her own points, and she also transferred the 5,000 points that gave way to Sakura Airi. Wuye got the 50,000 points transferred from Sakura Airi, and then he transferred all the 150,000 points to Chibaru Sae's teacher certificate. When Wuye transferred the points, Sae Chabashita stared at him the whole time, wanting to see a trace of regret and reluctance on Wuye's face, but unfortunately, Wuye's expression was still so calm and natural, and there was no reason for it. 150,000 points change. Sae clearly received Wuye's 150,000 points. She said straightforwardly, Sikong, your guess just now is correct. Only students who graduated from Class A can enjoy the privileges belonging to this school. Because this is an academy with the highest strength. How come? Then what will we do after graduation from Class D? Sakura Airi whispered. Teacher Chazu, there is a way to promote Class D to Class A. Wuye said. That's right. Sae Chabashita showed a provocative smile on her pretty face, because Wuye's words touched her heart. Sae Chabashita stretched out his light white jade finger and pointed to the bulletin screen. Sikong, you saw the bulletin screen the first time you entered the office, right? The class points are recorded on it. Every class in the first year of high school will have 1,000 class points at the beginning of enrollment. There are 4 classes A, B, C, D, whichever class has the highest points, then that class is Class A. Sae Chabashita showed an awe-inspiring expression towards Wuye and Sakura Airi. If you want to enjoy the privileges of this school after graduation, then try your best to make the class points of Class D higher than the other 3 classes. This kind of thing doesn't matter. Wuye replied casually to Sae Chabashita, and then he ended the recording function of the school phone. Because Wuye needs to get what he needs from Sae, he no longer needs to continue recording. Sae Chabashita looked at Wuye's expression without much emotion, and her heart began to thump. He seemed not very interested in being promoted to Class A, because compared with Sakura Airi's nervousness, Wuye's reaction was too flat. Is it because Sikong Wuye already knew the inside story? While Chabashita Sae was thinking secretly, Wuye said, "Teacher Chabashita, if I plan to get points from other people, what are the rules and conditions?" Sae Chabashita drew her lips lightly, and she said slowly, "This question requires 10,000 points, but Sikong, you have no points now. What a big deal, Airi will pay for it." Okay. Chabashita Sae received 10,000 points from Sakura Airi, and she said to Wuye, "As long as you reach a consensus with others, you can reasonably obtain points from the other party through the agreed conditions. But some people who can't afford to lose will choose to cheat. So, it's best to find a teacher or school personnel to witness and sign the relevant contract regulations. In this way, if the loser wants to play tricks, it will not work at all. That's how it is." Wuye nodded, and there are other ways to sign contracts and find teachers to witness. Sae Chabashita, who was in a great mood, showed a smile to Wuye, and she said with a smile, "Sikong, how does it feel to owe someone 60,000 points without any points?" "It doesn't feel good, but I'll fill up the points in my student card soon," Wuye replied. Seeing Wuye's confident expression, Sae couldn't help being curious. "Oh, what are you planning to earn points from? Are you planning to make a bet with someone, but you don't have any points now? Is it possible that you plan to use Sakura's points to make a bet with someone?" Wuye asked Sae about the rules and conditions for earning points from others, so she felt that Wuye planned to make a bet with other people to earn points. "I have this idea, but now I have a better way to earn points." Wuye smiled at Sae Chabashita. "Mr. Chabashita, if you want to know, pay me 10,000 points." Sakura Airi and Chabashita Sae twitched the corners of their mouths together. This person actually planned to get some points from the teacher. Sae gave Wuye a blank look. "I don't need to pay points, because I have nothing to do today. As long as I follow you, I can figure out what you're thinking." "Okay." Wuye shrugged indifferently. He did not refuse Sae's following. After all, the head teacher is a mature beauty, and she is also a teacher, so she can help to witness Wuye's bet with other people. Wuye looked sideways at Sakura Airi. "Airi, it's time for you to go back to class. The beginning of school is the easiest time to meet friends, so you should take advantage of the beginning of school to make more friends. During the term, students will get to know each other, and then after forming small groups, everyone will stick together and exclude outsiders. So if you want to mingle with everyone, you have to do it early." But the shy Sakura Airi has no idea of becoming friends with others at all. All she cares about is Wuye. "If I go back to class, what about you, Wuye?" "I don't plan to go back to work. After all, I have borrowed so many points from you, and I have to find a way to earn them back." Wuye showed a refreshing smile. Although Wuye's smile is so handsome and charming, it makes Sakura Airi's heart tremble. Because this is the smile that Wuye intends to make trouble. Every time Sakura Airi saw her childhood sweetheart showing such a smile, she knew he was planning to make trouble. "I don't need you to pay back the points. Let's go back to class," Sakura Airi said pitifully, tugging at Wuye's school uniform sleeve. "Even if you don't want me to repay the points, Airi, I still have to earn points, otherwise there is no way I can live in this school." Wuye, who smiled lightly, pinched Sakura Airi's fair and smooth cheeks. Sakura Airi's cheeks flushed instantly due to Wuye's intimate gesture. She took 2 steps back in a panic, distanced herself from Wuye. "There are other people here, how can you bully her like this?" Chabashita Sae looked at Wuye and Sakura Airi with disgust on her face. The intimate interaction between the two made her, who has always been single, very uncomfortable, as if she had been stuffed with sweet dog food. At the same time, Chabashita Sae is quite envious of Sakura Airi. She has Sikong Wuye who treats her intimately, and she has grown up so much that she has never had intimate contact with the opposite S**X. Chabashita Sae was similar to Wuye's classmate Horikita Suzune when she was a student, with a cold personality, and she didn't take things like love to heart. So until Chabashita Sae graduated, she never fell in love. After becoming a teacher in this school, Sae Chabashita put all his thoughts on getting the students promoted to Class A, and he didn't have any thoughts on falling in love. So, Chabashita Sae is still an innocent spinster until now. Wuye and the shy Sakura Airi left the classroom office. Chabashita Sae really stood up from his seat, and then followed the two who left. Sae Chabashita has decided that Wuye is her treasure, the one who will realize her ambition and long-cherished wish, so she really plans to follow Wuye to see how he earns points next. At the same time, Sae can also take the opportunity to observe Wuye and get more information from him. Sakura Airi turned her head. She saw Chabashita Sae following behind her with black silk jade legs. Sakura Airi, who was shy, whispered to Wuye. "Wuye, I want to go back to the dormitory arranged by the school first, so I won't go with you." "Okay, if you have anything to do, please contact me through your student ID card," Wuye said with a smile. "Okay." When the points were transferred, Wuye and Sakura Airi had already registered each other's student ID cards, and they could use the student ID cards to make calls and message chats. Afterwards, Sakura Airi reluctantly left Wuye and headed for the dormitory building for freshman students specified in the admission guide. After seeing Sakura Airi leave, Chibaru Sae quickened her pace and she came to Wuye's side. Student Sikong, why did your little girlfriend leave? She went to check the dormitory where she lives, Wuye said casually. Seeing that Wuye didn't refute that Sakura Airi is his girlfriend, Chibaru Sae couldn't help raising her delicate eyebrows. Student Sikong, although the school does not prevent students from falling in love, it prohibits romances that do not match the status of high school students, Chibaru Sae reminded. Wuye looked at the mature head teacher sitting beside him strangely. It's not forbidden to fall in love, but it's forbidden to have s*x with a man and a woman? Is that what you mean? That's right, because the school once had a scandal about girls being pregnant. Wuye fell into silence. So Chabashita Sae, the homeroom teacher, is reminding him not to let Sakura Airi get pregnant? Supermarkets or convenience stores sell everything, Chabashita Sae said nonchalantly. Really? This teacher was just reminding him not to kill people? Otherwise, how could she remind Wuye that the convenience store sells balloon sets? Wuye glanced at Chabashita Sae, who had outlined his lips, with a smile that was not a smile. He really wanted to say something to this mature and seductive head teacher. Teacher, have you bought it? But Wuye felt that he would be hated by Chibaru Sae, so he forgot it. After all, being watched by the class teacher is not a good thing. Let's get back the place from Sae Chabashita in the future? Chibaru Sae followed Wuye with her legs wide open, looked around her and said, are you planning to go to the teaching building of the first year of high school? Yes. Wuye nodded, and he looked at Chabashita Sae, who has a mature figure. Teacher, if you find out that I have taken advantage of you, will you be angry? Chibaru Sae immediately frowned, and she looked at Wuye awe-inspiringly. And Wuye had an innocent expression on his face, as if he didn't say that sentence just now. Let me just ask, how do you plan to use me? Is it related to the points you earn? Chibaru Sae asked calmly. That's right. Wuye replied straightforwardly. Sae Chabashita doesn't hate being used, because the students who graduated from this school are all jumping left and right between being used and being used. However, if Wuye uses her, Chibaru Sae will not be angry, but she will be happy, because this is not a kind of ability. Then let me see how you use me. Then teacher, just wait and see. Wuye and Chibaru Sae's eyes met. There is awe and anticipation hidden in the teacher's eyes. The eyes of the students are full of smiles and confidence. The passing students all noticed the situation of Wuye and Sae Chabashita. If Chabashita Sae was not wearing a mature lady's suit, they probably would have regarded them as a couple. After all, the way Wuye and Chibaru Sae looked at each other was too misleading. Sae Chabashita noticed the peeping of the people around her, so she naturally stopped staring at Wuye. As a teacher, she would not become flustered because of this sight. Seeing that Chibaru Sae took the initiative to look away, Wuye continued to walk towards the Senior 1 teaching building with a smile on his face. Although Chabashita Sae didn't know how Wuye planned to earn points, she probably concluded that he planned to start with freshmen in high school. This goal, Sae Chabashita thinks it is correct. Because the freshman who just entered the school did not realize the importance of points at all. He only needed to challenge the young and energetic freshman a little, and he would immediately accept other people's bets. Let me see how you earn points from others next, don't let me down. Chibaru Sae, who followed Wuye, thought silently. The first grade teaching building has Class D on the first floor, Class C on the second floor, Class B on the third floor, and Class A on the fourth floor. Wuye thinks the location of this class is very good, at least there is no need to climb stairs before class. Wuye stepped up the stairs leading to the second floor, and when he reached Class C, he looked into the window of Class C, and he saw a middle-aged man speaking on the podium. Teacher Chibaru, is that the head teacher of Class C? Wuye said. Yes, his name is Suzuma Sakagami, and he is the head teacher of Class C. Sae Chabashita replied. Looking at his situation, it seems that he hasn't finished explaining the situation to the students. This head teacher seems to be not as straightforward as you, the teacher, Wuye said to Chibaru Sae. Chibaru Sae did not respond to Wuye's words, her delicate face still maintained a calm expression. Wuye looked away from the head teacher and students of Class C, and then walked towards the stairs leading to Class B. Sikong, are you leaving now? Well, the students and teachers in Class C are still busy, I won't disturb them without winking, and there is an annoying atmosphere among the students in Class C, Wuye said. Abominable breath. Sae Chabashita looked at Wuye's back strangely. Well, the bad smell that disgusts me. Wuye clicked his tongue and said. He just glanced at the students of Class C through the window, and found several suspected bad guys. Especially the student with purple-red shawl hair, who has the most bad breath. Can you still feel bad breath from others? Humph, after all, I often deal with delinquent boys, and I know their smell best. Wuye said with a cold snort. Sae Chabashita looked strangely at Wuye, who was promoted and handsome. Her student looked handsome and decent. It was impossible to imagine that this person had dealt with bad boys. There are nasty bad guys in Class C. These guys like to oppose others the most, so Class C is not the most suitable class for me to earn points. Go to Class B to see the situation. Wuye's words made Chabashita Sae's face change slightly, because she and Class B's homeroom teacher Hoshinomi Yasuhui have been classmates, friends, and girlfriends since they were students. But, Hoshinomi Yasuhui, a best friend, knew about Chabashira Sae's long-standing ambitions, and she blocked her several times for no reason. So, if possible, Chazu Sae really didn't want Hoshinomi Yasuhui to know that Wuye is an excellent student, so as to save her from disturbing them again. But Chazu Sae had no reason for Wuye not to go to Class B, so she could only keep silent, and followed Wuye to see what he would do next. Wuye and Sae Chabashira came to the window of Class B. The students in Class B were all chatting in the classroom. Wuye saw their cheerful smiles and expressions, and at a glance, he knew that the students in Class B were all warm and cheerful little angels. Looking at the smiles of the students in Class B, Wuye felt a little bit reluctant to harm them, but he comforted himself in his heart. It doesn't matter, I want these little angels to experience the feeling of being bullied by bad people, and let them know in advance that there are not only good people in this society, but also sinister bad people like me. When Wuye comforted herself, Sae Chabashira felt relieved because she found out that the head teacher of Class B, Zhui Hoshinomiya, was not in this classroom. However, Sae Chabashira relaxed too early. Little Sae, why are you here? A sweet and unexpected female voice came from behind Wuye and Chazu Sae. Chazu Sae twitched the corners of his mouth, and Wuye turned around curiously, looking at the owner of the voice just now. It was a woman. Although she is about the same age as Sae Chabashira, but because she is wearing a light pink t-shirt and exquisitely dressed, she looks like a young girl in her 20s, looking very youthful and beautiful. Under the light pink t-shirt is a knee-length skirt, and the two snow white and crystal clear jade legs are not wearing stockings, and they are naked in the air. Chia Hoshinomiya walked quickly with a sweet smile on her face, and with fluttering chestnut hair, she hugged Chabashira Sae's arm with a sound of S***X. Little Sae, why are you ignoring me? After realizing that Chabashira Sae was silent, Hoshinomiya Chia, who was holding her arm, looked at Wuye, and those bright eyes showed curiosity and inquiry. Are you two dating? Who would date in the teaching building? Wuye complained. Feeling tired, Chazu Sae explained. He is my student, Sikong Wuye. Sikong, this is the head teacher of Class B, and also serves as the healthcare teacher in the healthcare room. As soon as Wuye heard the word infirmary, he subconsciously recalled many interesting things that only happened in the infirmary. Hello, Master Star Palace. Hello, Sikong classmate. Hoshinomiya Chia, who greeted Wuye, poked Chabashira Sae's arm with her pale finger like a prank. Oh, it turns out that Sikong is your student. Sida, isn't that a teacher-student relationship? Sida, you are so bold. Chabashira Sae grabbed Hoshinomiya Chia's finger, and twisted it hard. Ah, my finger is about to break. Hoshinomiya Chia let out a cry, and quickly pulled her finger from Chabashira Sae's palm. Wuye saw Hoshinomi Yasuhui's skillful and quick reaction speed. It is estimated that these two teachers often fight like this. Chazu Sae noticed Wuye's subtle expression, and she said coldly, has the target been decided? Well, it's Class B, and there are quite a lot of people in this class. I should get a good point. Wuye replied with a smile. Huh? What are you talking about? What are you planning to do? Hoshinomi Yasuhui, who is the class teacher of Class B, held her fingers and looked at Wuye in surprise. After hearing Wuye's words, Hoshinomi Yasuhui had an ominous premonition for some reason. Is Chabashira Sae bringing her students to her class to make trouble? Teacher Hoshinomiya, I don't plan to do anything, I just want to make a friendly deal with the students of Class B. Wuye smiled at Hoshinomi Yasuhui. His handsome smile made Hoshinomi Yasuhui slightly dazed. So handsome. No? Afterwards, Wuye turned around and politely knocked on the open door of Class B's classroom. Everyone in Class B, please excuse me. Wuye's voice spread into Class B, and the students in the class stopped talking one after another, and all cast curious and puzzled eyes on Wuye. How handsome. I don't know who made the exclamation. The freshman in Class B subconsciously nodded, because the male student who knocked on the door was indeed very handsome. Wuye's facial features are correct and handsome, and his polite smile reveals softness and kindness. Not to mention women, even men can't help but have a good impression of him. Under the watchful eyes of the students in Class B, Wuye stepped into the classroom calmly and came to the podium. Everyone in Class B, let me introduce myself first. I am Sikong Wuye from Class D of the first year. Student Sikong, hello. The students in Class B enthusiastically responded to Wuye's self-introduction, and some even volunteered their names. It really is a little angel. Wuye looked at the students in Class B with a smile. He felt that after the deal was concluded, these little angels would not smile so enthusiastically towards him. Hoshinomi Yasuhui, who was clutching her fingers, looked at Wuye on the other side of the podium in surprise, and she looked at Chabashira Sae with her arms crossed. Xiao Chezo, what are your students planning to do? I don't know. Chabashira Sae replied flatly. However, just now Sikong spent 150,000 points with me, so I think he is going to get some points back from the students in your class. Ah. Hoshinomi Yasuhui showed a dull expression. That student spent 150,000 points on Chabashira Sae? Now he's going to squeeze it back from her student? What is this all about? Wuye glanced at the students in Class B, and he found that there were 37 students in this class, only 3 of them were not in the class. Everyone in Class B, here is a recording of my conversation with my head teacher, Mrs. Chabashira. Wuye raised his mobile phone in the school, and the students in Class B looked at Wuye curiously. At this time, Sae Chabashita's eyes flashed a gleam. She already knew how Wuye planned to earn points from the students in Class B. This bad boy actually recorded the recording just now, and now he should be planning to sell to them the information that only graduates from Class A have a 100% employment rate and a higher education rate. Not only that, but Sae Chabashita understood what Wuye meant by utilizing before. It means using her recordings to earn points. Although Chazu Sae realized Wuye's use, she was not angry, but rather happy. Because the better Wuye is, the more he can lead Class D to Class A. This recording is the information that I spent 150,000 points and asked from Mr. Chabashita. This information is very difficult for us to accept, Wuye said slowly. The huge amount of points of 150,000 and Wuye's slow speech brought enormous psychological pressure to the students of Class B. Wuye nodded in satisfaction when he found that the students in Class B were nervously waiting for his next words. The 100% employment rate and enrollment rate advertised by this school is a scam. As soon as Wuye finished speaking, it was like water droplets dripping into a hot oil pan. The students in Class B exploded instantly, and they questioned in disbelief. Impossible. The school's publicity says that as long as you enroll in the Tokyo Metropolitan High School, you will have a 100% admission rate and employment rate. That's right. If the school really has false propaganda, can this school still exist for so long? Zhihui Hashinomiya standing at the door of the classroom twitched her face. She looked at Sae Chabashita with a calm face and said in a low voice, "Little Chabashita, you actually told him this?" "No way, Sikong spent 150,000 points, so I can only answer truthfully." Sae Chabashita replied casually. Knock knock. Wuye knocked on the blackboard at the back, and he said, "I know it's hard for everyone to believe, but the truth is, aren't our teachers standing at the door? Just ask them." "Yes indeed. Master Star Palace." The voices of the students made Chie Hashinomiya feel helpless, and Sae Chabashita directly pushed Chie Hashinomiya into the classroom, and then closed the classroom door. Chabashita Sae is letting Hashinomiya Chie face the uneasiness and questions of the students alone. Zhihui Hashinomiya gritted her teeth and looked at the closed classroom door behind her. Damn it, Chabashita Sae let her face everyone alone? At this time, the students of Class B who were full of uneasiness and apprehension surrounded Chie Hashinomiya. Teacher Star Palace, is what Sikong said just now true? No, it can't be true. The chaotic and disturbing words made Hashinomiya Zhihui's head swell. She said with a wry smile, "Don't worry, everyone, Sikong has a recording. Everyone should listen to that recording first." Snort? You, Chabashita Sae, are the only ones who can throw the blame away, right? I'll throw the blame back to you right now. Hashinomiya Zhihui's words diverted the students' attention to Wuye. Facing the eyes of the students in Class B, Wuye said calmly, "You all want to listen to this recording, but I spent 150,000 points to get this recording, so I hope everyone in Class B can transfer 10,000 points to me." Exchanging 10,000 points for intelligence information of 150,000 points is very profitable, and there are more than 30 of you, so if one person pays 300 or 400 points, it will be enough to make up 10,000 points. Wuye's words made the students in Class B nod repeatedly. They thought it made sense. I only spent 300 to 400 points to buy information worth 150,000 points from Wuye, which is indeed very profitable. Chazu Sae outside the classroom door frowned slightly. She muttered to herself, although reselling information is indeed a good way to earn points from others, but Sikong only asks the students in Class B for 10,000 points, that's all. In the end, he still lost 140,000 points. His heart is still too soft, and the points he asked for are really too few. Relentless? Next, Wuye will let Chazu Sae know whether he is a soft-hearted person or not. The students in Class B were persuaded by Wuye, and they readily collected 10,000 points and passed them on to him. Wuye looked at the 10,000 points displayed on his student ID card. He nodded, and then played the recording under the anxious eyes of the students in Class B. "Teacher, I want to confirm with you, will we still receive 100,000 personal points on the 1st of next month?" Student Sikong, haven't I already explained your question clearly in class? Hashinomiya Chie nodded her head. It was indeed Chabashita Sae's voice. "No, teacher, what you said is not clear at all. As far as I know, the personal points of each month are linked to the class points of the class. If the class points are reset to 0, then you will not get any points for the next month." Hashinomiya Zhihui looked at Wuye in astonishment. He even knew this, and the students in Class B were all blank. They didn't know what class points were. Wuye's student ID continued to play the recorded voice. You know the S system so well? Teacher, what is the S system?" A student in Class B couldn't help asking Hashinomiya Zhihui. "Don't ask, just listen to it first," Zhihui Hashinomiya said while shaking her head. Now Zhihui Hashinomiya feels that Class B has made a lot of money, because it only cost 10,000 points to know the existence of the S system. "Teacher, since you don't intend to answer 100,000 points, let me change the question." Hashinomiya Zhihui's cheeks twitched. Why did he change the question, instead of continuing to ask the S system? Just ask. "I want to know if the school's promotion of 100% admission rate and employment rate is true." The students in Class B cheered up instantly, and the next thing they cared about the most? Of course it is true, but The next recording is the transaction between Wuye and Sae Chabashita, and the students of Class B also know that the 100% enrollment rate and employment rate that Tokyo Metropolitan Higher Education High School sells as a selling point is not real, nor is it true. It is false. Because only students who graduated from Class A can enjoy this privilege, while students in Class B, C, D are not eligible to enjoy the privilege. This is too cruel. One of the students muttered to himself with a pale face, and the expressions and looks of the other students were not very good looking. Most of the students come here because of the 100% employment rate and admission rate advertised by this school. Otherwise, how could they enter this 3-year school where they cannot communicate with family, relatives, or friends? In fact, you don't need to be discouraged. The arrangement of ABCD classes is determined according to the class points. As long as you let your class points lead, then you will be the ones who can enjoy the privileges. Wuye took back the mobile phone in the school. Open your mouth and say, "It seems, that's it." Yes, exactly. The students in Class B cheered up immediately. Sikong Wuye said enthusiastically, "I know how to maintain class points. I can tell you for free. That is to obey the law, concentrate in class, and strive to be a good student." "I see, thank you so much, Mr. Sikong." The T-pillar outside the classroom door, Suzu, held her forehead. She could no longer understand whether Wuye was generous or stupid, and she even directly told the students in Class B the expensive information she got from nowhere. How to maintain class points. The points required for this question are much more than 150,000 points. Finally, Wuye looked at the students in Class B who kept thanking him with a smile. "Do you have any idea of selling this news to other classes?" "No." "Well, we don't plan to tell the information you said, Mr. Sikong, to people in other classes, because we are in a competitive relationship." "That's right, we won't tell our competitors such important information just because of 10,000 points." I didn't mean Mr. Sikong." The classmate realized that Wuye had sold them the news with 10,000 points, so he quickly changed his words. "I don't care." Wuye smiled, showing his fangs. "Then everyone in Class B, let's talk about the second transaction. If you don't want me to tell Class A and Class C the news, please use 740,000 points to seal my mouth." "What?" The students in Class B, including Hashinomi Yachiya, all looked at the smiling Wuye in astonishment. Chabashita Sae, who was outside the classroom door, was slightly taken aback, and then her lips curled up. "I see, I find it strange that Mr. Sikong would actually sell information worth 150,000 points for 10,000 points. It turns out that the hush money is his real purpose." Sae Chabashita admitted that he underestimated Wuye. She thought that selling information was Wuye's way of earning points from Class B students, but she didn't expect the real purpose to be behind. Chabashita Sae's conjecture was not wrong. The hush money is how Wuye actually earns points. After all, if Wuye asked the students of Class B to spend a lot of points to make purchases, they probably wouldn't be happy. Therefore, Wuye first sold the information at a low price, and then charged a high price for concealment. If the plan fails, Wuye has no choice but to sell information to Class A and Class C. Fortunately, everyone in Class B is a self-motivated little angel, with the impulse and desire to be promoted to Class A and enjoy the privileges of the school. Facing the blank and resentful eyes of the students in Class B, Wuye said with a smile, "I have done the calculation for you very thoughtfully. There are 37 of you here, and 20,000 points per person is enough to make up 740,000. The points are counted." Wuye said with a smile. I do not want to. That's it." "Oh, don't you want to be in Class A? Don't you want to enjoy 100% employment rate and enrollment rate? If people in Class A also know about the class points and the privileges of the school that only Class A can enjoy, then you will become members of Class A. The chances would drop dramatically." Wuye's words made the students of Class B fall into silence. That's right, they couldn't let the students of Class A know the information Wuye said. At this time, Wuye also showed the students in Class B that he took pictures of the announcement screen from the teacher's office. "Look, this is the difference in class points between the sophomore and senior year of high school. If you open up the class points with other classes now, then as long as you stay ahead, you can graduate from Class A smoothly." The students in Class B looked at the photo on Wuye's student ID card, and the difference in class points between those classes of Senior 2 and Senior 3 touched their hearts. The students who were about to move, but couldn't make up their minds, looked at the teacher Hashinomi Yachiya. They are only 16 or 17-year-old children? In the face of the conspiracy and persuasion of the bad guys, the decision-making power can only be handed over to the adults. Hashinomi Yachiya, who was sweating coldly, said helplessly, "Don't look at the teacher like this. The teacher can't participate in the contest between the students." I agree to deliver 20,000 points. How about you?" "Me too." Wuye's smile grew wider, and the transaction seemed to be successfully completed. 150,000 points, exchanged for 740,000 points, earned 590,000 points. Wuye is making a lot of money. Everyone wait a moment. A student named Kanzaki Ryaji sat up, and he looked at Wuye on the podium seriously. "If we hand over 740,000 points to you, and you don't abide by the agreement, tell other people the news. People in the class, haven't we been tricked by you? You can rest assured about this. I can sign a contract with you. If I violate the contract, you can punish me according to the contract." Wuye replied with a smile, and he looked at Hui Hashinomiya. That's right, Master Hashinomiya. Well, there is nothing wrong with that. Hashinomiya Chie nodded. Under the witness of Hui Hashinomiya, the head teacher of Class B, Wuye signed a relevant contract with everyone in Class B, and deleted the recording on the student ID card. In this way, Wuye received 740,000 cover-up fees, plus the 10,000 points from selling information before. Now Wuye has 75 points. Hashinomiya's Hui silently looked at the contract signed between her students and Wuye. She was numb. As a first-year Class B students, they are actually being manipulated by a first-year Class D student. Why is such an insidious and despicable guy assigned to Class D? Hui Hashinomiya couldn't figure it out. Because everyone gave Wuye 20,000 points, the little angels in Class B, they are all looking at Wuye with the eyes of bad guys and villains. Wuye has always bullied bad people, so bullying this group of good kids this time made him feel guilty for a long time. However, the 750,000 points shown on the student ID card made Wuye feel guilty in his heart, and disappeared in an instant. Everyone, happy cooperation. Wuye looked at the students in Class B with a grin. Go away, we don't welcome you here. Don't say that, we might have a chance to cooperate in the future. Roll? We have absolutely no chance of cooperating with you. Although the students in Class B are all little angels, the rabbits will bite people when they are in a hurry, so Wuye quickly left the Class B classroom full of resentment towards him. Standing in the corridor outside, Chazu Sae raised her eyebrows at Wuye. The harvest is good, Sikong. Well, it's because the opponents are not too strong, they are still good boys who don't know how to resist, and they are eager to be promoted to Class A and enjoy the privileges of the school, so I led them away by the nose. Wuye shrugged replied. Sae Chabashita observed Wuye's expression. This bad boy obviously cheated hundreds of thousands from the students of Class B. His expression was still calm and casual, without complacency at all. This situation of Wuye made Chazu Sae's evaluation of him rise a bit. Sikong, I want to ask you, why do you trade with students from Class B instead of Class C and Class A? Chazu Sae said. Although Chazu Sae had guessed, she still wanted to hear Wuye's explanation for herself. Didn't I just say that there are bad gangsters in Class C that I hate? This kind of people are often disliked, so they will definitely hinder my trading plan. As far as Class B is concerned, they can see that they are good kids who have never been beaten by the society. The transaction will go smoothly, and since Class B is the closest to Class A, they will definitely use points to keep me a secret. Wuye said. Therefore, after the students in Class B knew that the class points of the first and fourth classes were all 1,000 through Wuye's recording, they were more willing to use points to seal their mouths. Class A who didn't know about it was deducted class points, and because Class B knew about it, it has kept 1,000 points, so Class B will be promoted to Class A. This is an opportunity to become Class A in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, you have already signed a contract with Class B, and you cannot tell Class D about the class points and the privilege of graduating from Class A, Sae Chabashita said with some regret. Although Wuye earned 740,000 points through the contract, he couldn't tell the other classes. This is not a good thing for Class D. Wuye smiled. Teacher Chazu, don't worry, I have other ways to keep everyone in Class D to keep the 1,000 class points, but I have to leave this to you. Sae Chabashita looked at the handsome young man in front of her with her arms crossed, raised her eyebrows and said, Are you planning to use me again? This is not taking advantage, I am asking for your help, teacher. Wuye said with a smile. Snort? This bad boy is teacher you when he has something to do, teacher you when he has nothing to do, and he doesn't respect the teacher at all. What do you want me to do? Chazura Sae asked crisply. Before tomorrow's class, help me call all the students back to the classroom half an hour in advance. I'll talk to them a few words, that's all. Teacher, would you like to help? Wuye said with a smile. Yes. Chazu Sae nodded slightly. Sae Chabashita's teacher ID has the contact information of all the students in Class D. You only need to send a message to the students as the class teacher, and everyone who is a student should come to the classroom in advance. For the class points, in order to promote Class D to Class A, Wuye is still very busy and willing to help. But, Chazu Sae asked Wuye with some doubts, why tomorrow? Instead of asking me to contact everyone now, it's only 9:37 in the morning, so I have a lot of free time. Because I'm not free today, I have to hurry up to earn points. Wuye replied confidently. Chazu Sae was numb. Sikong, you still plan to earn points. The information you spent 150,000 points on is no longer usable. I know, but it doesn't prevent me from earning points. I'm going to find the seniors who are sophomores and seniors. They don't seem to need to go to class today. Wuye said with a smile. That's right, because of the enrollment of freshmen in high school today, sophomores and seniors don't need to go to class, so they are free and have a lot of time to make a bet with Wuye. So Wuye is not free today. Chabashita Sae remained silent. This bad boy cheated the students of Class B for the first year, and now he plans to cheat the seniors of the second and third years of high school. How courageous he is. Because the second and third year students in this school know that the students in Class D are the worst bottom existence. In addition, they are all from the first grade, and they all know that freshmen will get 100,000 points when they enroll. Therefore, in the eyes of senior students, Sikong Wuye from Class D is a big fat sheep worth 100,000 points. If Sikong Wuye, a student in Class D, made a bet to them, they would definitely accept it readily. However, Sikong Wuye is not a fat sheep at all. He is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Bad wolf? A few minutes ago, Wuye, the vicious wolf, forcibly bit off a piece of fat worth 740,000 points from Class B of the first year. Now, Sae Chabashita can probably predict that Sikong Wuye, a bad boy, will go to seniors to earn points, which will definitely cause a lot of commotion in this school. However, Chazo Sae didn't intend to persuade Wuye to restrain himself. Instead, she hoped that Wuye would shock everyone. Because Chazo Sae has already regarded Wuye as a treasure, and regards him as an important person who leads Class D to Class A, then, Wuye must be excellent. All the students who are outstanding to Class D obey him and listen to him. In this way, Wuye can more easily control the students in Class D and lead them to Class A. Out of the corner of Wuye's eye, she saw Zhui Hoshinomiya coming out of the Class B classroom. Her pretty face was bulging, as if she was very angry. This is not important. The most important thing is that Hoshinomiya's Hui is walking towards Wuye and Chazo Sae. Mr. Chabashita, Mr. Hoshinomiya seems to be planning to chat with you, so I'm leaving first. After leaving these words, Wuye quickly left the corridor of Class B's classroom. Chibaru Sae wanted to leave too, but her arm was firmly grasped by Hoshinomiya's Hui's hands. Little Sae, what are you doing? Chabashita Sae replied very coldly. The students in my class were blackmailed by bad guys for more than 700,000 points. There was a girl named Babo who cried and said that she looked so handsome to Mr. Sikong. Why she was so bad? Zhui Hoshinomiya said in an extremely sad voice. You and I both graduated from this school. Don't you know that transactions and cooperation, coaxing and fraud, are the common sense of this school? Chabashita Sae responded in a very low tone. Humph. Although Hoshinomiya snorted dissatisfiedly, she didn't refute Chabashita Sae's words. Because this is Tokyo Metropolitan Advanced Education High School. Xiaoziu Oji, you brought that bad boy here at the beginning of school. Could it be that you plan to try to beat him? Chabashita Sae glanced at Hoshinomiya who was full of scrutiny. This guy also thinks Sikong Wuye is a bad boy. Hoshinomiya Tomo's down over top is actually related to the history of Nihon, a subject taught by Sae Chabashita. In the history of Nihon, Zaiakshang refers to the meanings of subordinates replacing superiors, dividing families to usurp masters, retainers destroying masters, peasants expelling samurai, and so on. So, what Tomo Hoshinomiya means is, Chabashita Sae, do you intend to let Class D be resigned and become Class A? Zhui Hoshinomiya and Sae Chabashita are best friends who love each other and kill each other. She is very clear about Sae Chabashita's ambition and obsession. Ugh. Sae Chabashita sighed in his heart. After this encounter, Sikong Wuye was definitely being targeted by Zhui Hoshinomiya. After Wuye left Chazo Sae as the homeroom teacher, he was walking downstairs. After he couldn't continue to sell the information obtained by spending 150,000 points, it was time for Wuye to find another place to earn points. While walking down the stairs, Wuye met 3 people, a girl and 2 teenagers. The 2 teenagers are the faces of passers-by, so they are not worth mentioning. The one worth mentioning is the girl. That girl has extremely beautiful golden pink waist-length hair, and there is a faint gradient at the end of the golden pink hair, which adds a bit of illusory beauty to her. The girl's crystal clear eyes are light blue, like clear lake water, pure and pleasant. The figure in the school uniform is slim and slender. Although he is not very old, he already has a bit of feminine mature charm, but it sets off the whole person pure and refined, free from the dust of the world. The soft, fair, and delicate face exudes a lustrous luster like jade, and the smiling face makes the girl look very cheerful. If Wuye hadn't had a beautiful childhood sweetheart like Sakura Airi, he would have been fascinated by her beauty when he suddenly saw this beautiful girl with golden pink hair. Ichinose Hoonami's Kinkinyu held 2 plastic bags filled with bottled drinks in her hands. As she was stepping on the stairs, she stared blankly at the boy above the stairs. The boy was tall and straight, with a plump and handsome face. He seemed to have encountered a good thing. He was in a good mood and evoked a faint smile. His black and white eyes were clear and bright, which made people feel good. Since the boy above the stairs is facing the sun casts a beautiful halo on him. Ichinose Hoonami couldn't help but be fascinated by the illusory beauty brought by the handsome boy of Toyagami. Clatter! The boy in her eyes fell down the stairs, and seemed to be planning to walk past her. Ichinose Hoonami subconsciously said, "Student, would you like a bottle of drink?" Wuye looked at the girl with golden pink hair in surprise. Although it was presumptuous to start a conversation, because of Ichinose Hoonami's blunt and cheerful personality, she felt embarrassed and restrained, and instead showed Wuye a sweet smile in a graceful manner. Hamaguchi-san and Ninomiya-san are buying drinks for everyone in the class. We bought several bottles, so do you want a drink? Ichinose Hoonami asked with a smile. Wuye looked at Ichinose Hoonami who showed a smile, and then looked at the 2 boys behind her. The 2 boys didn't show any dissatisfaction with Ichinose Hoonami giving the drink to Wuye, a stranger. It seems that they already regard this girl as their backbone. And Ichinose Hoonami's expression is sincere and eager, like a little angel. Okay, little angel? Wuye asked hesitantly. 3, which class are you from? Us? My name is Ichinose Hoonami, and I am a first-year Class B student. Ichinose Hoonami replied with a bright smile, and the other two teenagers also introduced themselves. They are indeed students of Class B. Class B is really all little angels. I'm Sikong Wuye from Class D of the first year. I accept your offer to buy me a drink, but I deserve your drink. Farewell. Ichinose Hoonami looked blankly at the handsome young man who quickly walked down the stairs beside him. Ashamed? What does that mean? I don't know. The two boys looked at each other, not quite understanding what Wuye meant. Ichinose Hoonami and the three returned to the classroom of Class B with a sense of bewilderment. They were shocked to find that everyone who was full of energy was now downcast. It's as if someone blackmailed 740,000 points. Ichinose Hoonami put down all the plastic bags she was carrying, and she looked at everyone in the classroom worriedly. What's the matter, everyone? Why are you downcast? Little Hoonami. Hoshinomi Yachiya rushed over, hugging Ichinose Hoonami's delicate body tightly, and said pitifully, in our entire first-year class, there is a big bad guy with a black heart. Teacher, what are you talking about? The dejected Class B students nodded fiercely, agreeing with Hoshinomi Yasuhi's evaluation of Sikong Wuye from Class D of the first year. Xiao Hoonami, let me tell you, when the three of you went to buy drinks, a bad boy came over. Hoshinomi Yasuhi began to tell Ichinose Hoonami and the other two boys what happened after they left. Although Tomo Hoshinomiya was long-winded, Ichinose Hoonami had a strong comprehension ability, and she already understood what happened in class just now. A student named Sikong Wuye from Class D extorted 740,000 points from them through intelligence information bot with 150,000 points. Now Ichinose Hoonami also understands why Wuye said that he deserved it. It turns out that he did such an unreasonable thing to their Class B. That bad boy looks so good-looking, why is he so bad? Hoshinomi Yasuhi complained. Ichinose Hoonami subconsciously nodded her head, she also thought so. Okay everyone, the matter is over, everyone cheer up and have a drink. Okay. Under Ichinose Hoonami's warm welcome, the depressed mood of the students in Class B faded a lot, and they stopped complaining to that villain, Sikong Wuye, but began to discuss how to maintain the class points. Holding a bottle of drink, Hoshinomi Yatomo looked at the dazzling Ichinose Hoonami and everyone's unity. She smiled secretly and said in a low voice, although that bad boy Sikong Wuye stole 740,000 points, he also united the whole class, so the original 1,000 class points should all be preserved. Although Hoshinomi Yachiya doesn't have the ambition and obsession of Chibashira SAE, but if possible, she also wants to make Class B into Class A, because the head teacher of Class A is better than the head teacher of Class BCD, whether it is point salary or benefits. After finishing the drinks, Ichinose Hoonami sat back in her seat. She was talking to herself a little discouraged. If I hadn't gone to buy drinks for everyone just now, Mr. Sikong would never have been able to ask for cover money from everyone. If Ichinose Hoonami had been in the classroom just now, after Wuye mentioned the hush money, she would immediately object and refuse. And Ichinose Hoonami will also directly tell the information about the class points, so that all the students in Class A, Class C, and Class D will know the news. In this way, the four classes in the first year of high school will be on the same starting line and compete fairly. This is Ichinose Hoonami. She is a very helpful and kind person. Fortunately, when Wuye was looking for Class B, Ichinose Hoonami was not in the classroom, otherwise he would really be peed off by the little angel Ichinose Hoonami. There is simply no way to take the hush money away from the students in Class B. But now, because everyone transferred 20,000 points to Sikong Wuye in order not to let other classes know the information about the class points, so Ichinose Hoonami didn't intend to tell the news about the class points. Otherwise, everyone in Class B will cry. They will literally cry. Wuye came to the second floor from the stairs on the third floor where Class B was located, and then he heard a dull sound of bang. If Wuye heard correctly, it should be the sound of fists pounding. After all, he often teaches bad gangsters, so he is quite familiar with this kind of sound. Wuye stopped his downward steps and looked in the direction of the boxing sound, the Class C classroom over there. After concentrating for a while, Wuye heard some cries of pain and angry shouts from the classroom of Class C. It sounded like they were fighting. The teacher from Class C left, so the punks from Class C started beating people. Wuye raised his eyebrows and muttered to himself. Wuye thought for a while, he changed his mind, and now he is not in a hurry to find the seniors, to trouble the bad gangsters in Class C. Because of previous experience, Wuye is full of disgust and dislike for people like bad gangsters. When encountering bad gangsters looking for trouble, Wuye can't just sit idly by. In addition, the bad gangster is a student of Class C, and he has 100,000 points on him. Wuye came to the classroom corridor of Class C. Although the door of the classroom was closed and the curtains of the windows were drawn, it was impossible to see the specific situation inside the classroom. However, because the curtains of the classroom windows of Class C were not fully drawn, Wuye could still see the situation inside. What's the situation? The teacher is still in the classroom. Wuye couldn't help showing a look of astonishment. There was indeed a fight in the classroom of Class C, but the head teacher of Class C, Sakayanagi, stood on the podium with great interest, looking at the students who were fighting below with great interest. Time back to a few minutes ago. The head teacher of Class C, Susuma Sakagami, has already passed on all the admission information that needs to be conveyed to the students of Class C. Afterwards, Susuma Sakagami waited in the classroom. He wanted to see if the students in the class were keenly aware of the difference in 100,000 points. However, Sakagami was very disappointed. The students in Class C were discussing how to spend the 100,000 points, and then one of the female students introduced herself. As a delinquent boy, Long Yuanxiang sneered at the self-introduction among such good students. Unruly, he not only interrupted the self-introduction of the students in Class C, but also ordered them to be headed by him in the future. When Ryu Unsho was talking nonsense, the eyes of Class C class teacher Susuma Sakagami lit up. Although Long Yuanxiang didn't see anything abnormal from the 100,000 points, his current actions are undoubtedly integrating Class C and making the students in Class C follow his orders. For such a situation, it is very popular to count horses on the mountain, because the class needs a leader to lead, otherwise it will be a mess. Even if the leader is a bad BD, because a class like a mess of sand cannot survive in a high-level nurturing high school in Tokyo. Under the connivance of Suma Sakagami, Ryu Unsho began to provoke the students of Class C, using strength and violence to defeat the dissatisfied students, in an attempt to become the dictatorial leader of Class C. Most of the students in Class C dared not speak out. They didn't intend to fight with Long Yuanxiang, but some of them were hot-tempered and a few boys who were originally bad guys couldn't stand it anymore. They fought with Long Yuanxiang. Facing the fights of the students, Susuma Sakagami, the class teacher, watched from the sidelines. He didn't stop or persuade, and let Long Yuanxiang and the others fight. Class points will be deducted for student fights. Yes, will do. But tomorrow is the official start of the first year of senior high school, so class points will be deducted before the official start of class tomorrow. Therefore, no matter how rough the freshmen are in the classroom today, class points will not be deducted. That's why Susuma Sakagami, the head teacher of Class C, let Ryu Unsho and the others fight in the classroom. The situation of the battle gradually became clear. Although Long Yuanxiang had a bruised nose and a swollen face, he beat up all the other boys who came up to fight. Although many people in the class hate Long Yuanxiang, under the threat of violence, silence is the best choice for them who are not good at fighting. Facing the awe and disgust of the students in Class C, Long Yuanxiang didn't care at all. He tidied up his messy purple-red shawl hair, and then looked fiercely at one of the students in Class C. It was a black-skinned mixed race nearly 2 meters tall, with a large body and muscles, and he was obviously not easy to provoke. Long Yuanxiang stared at this mixed race named Albert Yamada. He knew that if he wanted to rule the entire Class C, he had to beat this scary-looking big man to the ground. Ryu Unsho, who stared fiercely at Albert Yamada, said loudly, who is still not convinced. My Class D is not convinced. A light voice came into the classroom of Class C, and then the closed classroom door was opened, and the smiling Wuye stepped into the chaotic classroom under the astonished eyes of all the students of Class C. So handsome. Well, Wuye's handsomeness is not only recognized by Class D and Class B, but now Class C also recognizes his handsomeness. Long Yuanxiang glared fiercely at Wuye, the uninvited guest. Where is that sissy? Get the hell out of here. This is about our Class C. Wuye ignored Long Yuanxiang. He looked coldly at Sakagami, the head teacher of Class C standing on the podium, and asked, Teacher, as a teacher, you are actually standing by and watching the violent behavior of students. Now I have to wonder if you are really suitable to be a teacher who teaches and educates people. Faced with Wuye's questioning, Sakagami Suma's face was not very good. He really condoned Long Yuanxiang's fight. If this kid blamed the matter on the director's side, he would be punished. Student, you have misunderstood. The students in our class are just discussing each other in a friendly way, not fighting. Susuma Sakagami argued. The students in Class C twitched their mouths neatly. They were obviously fighting, and it wasn't any discussion. But their class teacher is so partial to Long Yuanxiang and them, so no matter how dissatisfied they are, no matter how much they have opinions, they dare not speak out. After all, this is the head teacher in charge of their 3 years of study. Susuma Sakagami's sophistry made Wuye narrow his eyes slightly. In addition to hating bad gangsters, he also hated those who condone and protect bad gangsters. With Sakagami's favoritism, Long Yuanxiang became more confident. He said to Wuye resolutely, That's right, our class is holding a duel. Do you have any objections? Wuye glanced at Long Yuanxiang, and his eyes moved to the other students in Class C. They all had expressions of displeasure that dared not speak out. But to Wuye's surprise, he saw a very special female classmate. She has back-length light blue hair, and she has a good figure with hazy eyes half-closed. She looks like a fluffy cotton candy. Under the expressions of the students who dare not speak out, the female student's erratic expression is particularly conspicuous. Wuye glanced at the name tag placed on the female classmate's desk, with the 4 characters Shianahiri written on it. Wuye looked away from the girl named Shianahiri, and looked at Long Yuanxiang with a sneer. If you are competing, let me join in. Get out. Long Yuanxiang said angrily. The smile on Wuye's face became wider, and he said provocatively with a half-smile, Aren't you afraid to accept my challenge, bad BD? He, I'm going to break your bones. The words bad gangster instantly angered Long Yuanxiang. With slightly red eyes, he walked towards Wuye aggressively, but Wuye walked directly to the podium where several horses were standing on Sakagami. What do you want to do? Suma Sakagami looked warily at Sikong Wuye who came to him, and Long Yuanxiang couldn't help but stop when he saw Wuye go to the podium. As for me, I'm the kind of person who can't afford to be early. He's already planning to compete with me, so let's gamble. Standing on the podium, Wuye looked down at the unruly Long Yuanxiang. What are you betting on? Let's bet on our current points. The loser must give the other party the amount of points they have. Wuye said. Okay. Long Yuanxiang agreed to Wuye's bet without hesitation. With this sissy little body in front of him, Long Yuanxiang can smash it with one hand, so there is no need to worry about losing. Wuye looked sideways at Suma Sakagami, and he said coldly, then teacher, you will be in charge of signing the contract. Susuma Sakagami immediately became vigilant, because the students in Class D actually mentioned the contract. What, is there a problem? Wuye looked at Suma Sakagami and said. Of course there is no problem. Susuma Sakagami replied. Susuma Sakagami didn't think Ryuunsho would lose to this thin and weak intruder, so he was happy to help sign the contract. Although Long Yuanxiang didn't know what the contract was, he probably knew it was something like a contract. The content of the contract signed between Sikong Wuye of Class D and Long Yuanxiang of Class C. First, the two sides engaged in armed exchanges. Second, during the sparring, those who faint, unable to move, or surrender are the losers, and the victors are not allowed to continue chasing. 3. The losing party needs to give the winning party the personal points that the opponent currently owns. The content of the 3 contracts is simple and clear, even junior high school students can understand it, so Long Yuanxiang signed his name readily, and Wuye, who had a half-smile expression, also signed his name. Susuma Sakagami signed the names of both parties, and he said, the contract will be verified through the mobile phone in the school, and the loser will be directly deducted points by the school. Learn. Clear. Wuye looked at the rebellious Long Yuanxiang, and he said, are we here to compete? It's right here, it's too troublesome to change places. Long Yuanxiang replied impatiently. He planned to beat Wuye severely, and use him to gain power for other students, so Long Yuanxiang planned to fight here. Wuye rolled his eyes, and he said to Susuma Sakagami, Long Yuanxiang advocates to compete in the classroom, so if you accidentally break something in the class, who will pay for it? I'll make the compensation, that's fine. Susuma Sakagami replied in a bad tone. Wuye smiled. The way he looks at Suma Sakagami now is looking at the fat sheep that jumped into the pothole on its own initiative. Since this is the case, then add this content to the contract, so that no one will be responsible in the future. Susuma Sakagami looked at Wuye with some suspicion. He also graduated from this school, so he is quite sensitive to things like conspiracy. Now Susuma Sakagami feels that this Class D student named Sikong Wuye is plotting against him. However, Ryuunsho was impatiently urging him, so Susuma Sakagami had no choice but to add a 4th clause to the contract between the two parties. 4. If the items are damaged during the discussion, the head teacher of Class C, Susuma Sakagami, will compensate. After the 4th content was added to the contract, the students of Class C had already left the classroom and moved the desks and stools to the back, leaving a large space for Wuye and Long Yuanxiang. Long Yuanxiang stared at Wuye defiantly. Even if you beg for mercy now, I will not let you go. I've heard this sentence hundreds of times, and you bad bastards can only say such ridiculous and cruel words. Wuye responded with a sneer. Wuye hooked his fingers towards Long Yuanxiang. Come on, let me see how much you weigh. A hole. Long Yuanxiang rushed over angrily, and he let out the window nervously watching the students exclaimed. Long Yuanxiang clenched his right hand into a fist, and swung it directly towards Wuye's face. He wanted to beat this little boy's face to pieces. Wuye, who narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Long Yuanxiang's fist indifferently. It's too slow, there are flaws all over his body. After all, he is still a simple gangster who has not entered the society. Before Long Yuanxiang's fist was about to hit Wuye's face, he sharply turned slightly to avoid Long Yuanxiang's fist. And Wuye stretched out both hands at the same time. One hand grabbed Long Yuanxiang's belt, the other hand grabbed his right hand that was hitting him, and his legs and waist worked together. The larger Long Yuanxiang was thrown out by Wuye in an instant, and he slammed on the window of Class C classroom with his feet off the ground. Bang! The window of the class was smashed with great force, and the shattered glass shards fell to the ground scatteredly along with Long Yuanxiang's screams and body. Whether it was Suma Sakagami or the students of Class C, they all stared at this scene dumbfounded. The slender Sikong Wuye even threw the larger Ryuunsho into the air. Does he have such great strength? Cough cough cough. The pain from his body made Long Yuanxiang cough, and now he is lying on the ground with broken glass shards on his body, looking extremely embarrassed. Wuye looked at Long Yuanxiang who was coughing, and he showed a half-smile expression. You only have this strength. I thought your strength was as powerful as your mouth. A hole. Long Yuanxiang stood up abruptly, the glass shards on his body fell down. He stared at Wuye with his red eyes with a ferocious face. Although Long Yuanxiang was in such a mess, he was actually fine. Long Yuanxiang, who was full of anger, stepped on the shattered glass fragments and rushed towards Wuye again. This time he flew up and kicked Wuye's body. Wuye maintained a half-smile expression. He took 2 steps to the right side sensitively, while avoiding Long Yuanxiang's attack. He also grabbed the belt around his waist. Wuye, with his strong arm, not only stopped Long Yuanxiang's charge, but even violently smashed Long Yuanxiang to the desk placed at the back of the classroom. Squeak and boom. The desks creaked when they were hit by Long Yuanxiang's body, and the legs of many desks were distorted. This time Long Yuanxiang was very uncomfortable, because the desk was very hard, and now he felt a sharp pain in his waist when he hit the desk. Wuye looked at Long Yuanxiang, who was almost buried by the desk, and he said provocatively, "Can you still stand up, little purple-haired BD?" The situation in the classroom of Class C is that Wuye is unilaterally ravaging Long Yuanxiang. The students in Class C are watching in a daze outside. Wuye pressed and beat like this. It is simply powerless to fight back. A delinquent boy named Ishizaki Dadi in Class C stared blankly at Wuye standing proudly in the classroom, and suddenly shivered. A young man with black hair and black eyes, age around 16 or 17. A seemingly weak and slender body. "I also like to smash bad things, he must be that devil." Wuye looked sideways at the boy who was screaming in astonishment outside the window. As soon as Ishizaki Daiichi noticed that Wuye was looking over, he squatted down immediately with a pale face, avoiding Wuye's gaze. Ishizaki Daiichi is a delinquent boy, and the city he lives in has suddenly flooded with a large number of delinquent groups not long ago. By being a younger brother, Ishizaki Daiichi can be considered to have learned from those bad guys why they moved their positions. Because there is a demon in the city next door, he specially picks out bad ones to find faults. His appearance is characterized by his hair and pupils being as dark as a demon, and he especially likes to pick them up and smash them. In the end, he will politely ask you if you want to keep your left hand or your right hand. If you choose the left hand, he will step on your left hand and leave you with the right hand. So the unscrupulous gangsters in the next city all ran to the city where Ishizaki Daiichi was located. Now Ishizaki Daiji watched Wuye keep grabbing Long Yuanxiang's belt, throwing him around, involuntarily linking this Class D student with the rumored demon. Wuye looked away from the window, and he looked coldly at Long Yuanxiang, who staggered to his feet. "Can you still stand up? Can you continue?" I don't know where Long Yuanxiang's head hit, and a trace of blood flowed from his purple hair. Even though the injury was serious, Long Yuanxiang still looked rebellious. "Sikong Wuye, it's not over yet. If you don't choose to surrender, then let's continue. Sikong Wuye, don't be complacent. Even if I can't beat you, don't think that you will have a good life." Long Yuanxiang said grimly while supporting his painful waist. "I will stare at you forever, smash your desk, destroy your shoe cabinet, pour paint on your dormitory door, and let you live in fear." Wuye listened to Long Yuanxiang's cruel words. His expression gradually became cold. Looking at Wuye's changed expression, Long Yuanxiang opened his mouth as his heart became more relaxed, intending to continue intimidating him. However, Wuye rushed over, kicked Long Yuanxiang hard on the chest, and kicked him into the messy desk. "Threatening me, then tell me now, is it your left hand or your right hand that you want to keep?" The cold words seemed to have a strong smell of blood, which made the students in Class C outside the window shudder at the same time. Listening to the familiar sentence pattern, Ishizaki directly fell to the ground in the corridor. "Real. It's really that demon." Because of Long Yuanxiang's cruel words, Wuye was a little angry. So Wuye's kick just now was a little bit hard, so Long Yuanxiang, who was hit by that kick, could hardly breathe. "Hoo-hoo." Long Yuanxiang panted violently like pulling a bellows. He resisted the severe pain in his chest, and stood up staggeringly while holding on to the desk. "The will is good." Wuye seemed to praise. He walked over slowly, and kicked Long Yuanxiang directly on the head fiercely, kicking him down. Wuye's cruel behavior made the students in Class C feel terrified. This Sikong Wuye from Class D is so scary. He is so handsome. Susumu Sakagami felt that if it continued, the matter would definitely become a big mess, so he quickly said, "That's enough, Ryuun-san has already lost. Sikong-san, you should stop." "Really?" Wuye bent down and stretched out his hand. He grabbed Long Yuanxiang's collar and lifted him up. However, at this time, Long Yuanxiang, whose face was full of ferocity and pain, took the opportunity to punch Wuye in the face. With a snap, Wuye blocked Long Yuanxiang's fist with his open palm, and with slightly cold eyes, he held Long Yuanxiang's collar and threw him in the direction of Susumu Sakagami. "What?" Wuye clapped his hands. He looked coldly at Ryuun Sho, who rolled twice on the ground. "Mr. Sakagami, Ryuun is still attacking me, so obviously your student doesn't think he has lost. So our discussion is still going on." Susumu Sakagami had a bitter expression on his face, and he also saw Long Yuanxiang's resistance, so according to the contract, the sparring between Long Yuanxiang and Wuye has not yet ended. Wuye walked slowly towards Long Yuanxiang, who was standing up tremblingly. He stepped on his back and pushed Long Yuanxiang down. The strength from the back almost made Long Yuanxiang think that his chest bones would be crushed by Sikong Wuye. BD. Wuye ignored Long Yuanxiang's humiliating and intermittent words, stepped on his back and said coldly, "Choose, do you want to keep your left hand or your right hand?" Who the hell is he, so ruthless? Not a student at all. Long Yuanxiang, who didn't want to choose, just wanted to prop up his body, but Wuye stepped on his back and gradually exerted force, and he couldn't get up at all with his bruised body. Wuye grinned. "For those who usually keep their mouth shut, I will crush the bones of both hands. I surrender." As Long Yuanxiang's humiliating words fell, the radio in the first-grade teaching building unexpectedly rang, and a stern old voice came out. Suzuma Sakagami, the homeroom teacher of Class C, Sho Ryuan, a student of Class C, and Sikong Wuye, a student of Class D, immediately stop all your current actions, and then come to the chairman's office. Suma Sakagami was startled. He recognized the voice of the broadcast. It was the voice of Chairman Sakayanagi. How did the chairman find out what happened in Class C? Suzuma Sakagami turned his head and found that among the people watching the classroom of Class C, there were several school staff, and they were holding the school mobile phones in their hands. Obviously, they were the ones who conveyed what happened in Class C to Chairman Sakayanagi, who let so many students surround Class C. They came over out of curiosity, and then they saw Wuye beating Long Yuanxiang violently, so they immediately reported it. Okay. Chibaru Sae, who had just returned to the teacher's office, raised her head, and she also heard the content of the broadcast. What did Sikong do? Why was he called by the chairman? Chazura Sae didn't step into the teacher's office. She turned around and left, and walked towards the chairman's office. No matter what Sikong did, Sae Chabashita, who is the class teacher, had to go and check the situation. At this time, Sakura Airi was in the dormitory arranged by the school, so she didn't hear the broadcast. If she heard such a broadcast, Sakura Airi would definitely contact Wuye in a panic and ask him what happened. After the broadcast sounded, Wuye stopped stepping on Long Yuanxiang's back, and looked at Sakagami, who was standing at the door of the classroom, counting horses. Wuye showed a refreshing smile and said to Sakagami, Mr. Sakagami, did you hear that just now? What? Suzuma Sakagami asked subconsciously after his thoughts were taken away by the broadcast. Long Yuanxiang surrendered. Suzuma Sakagami thought Wuye was talking about the voice of the radio, but he didn't expect that he was referring to the incident of Long Yuanxiang's surrender. Feeling tired and having a headache, Suzuma Sakagami nodded. Yes, Ryuan-san has already surrendered, but the director is calling us. Let's go to the chairman's office first. It is good. The students in Class C looked at Wuye, who was calm, and couldn't imagine that he was such a cruel person. Leaving left and right hands. Did he really intend to break Long Yuanxiang's arm just now? Probably not, it was just to scare Long Yuanxiang. The other students thought so. But Daiichi Ishizaki doesn't think Sikong Wuye is scaring Ryuan Sho. After Wuye left the Class C classroom, the students staying outside subconsciously stepped back, distanced themselves from him, and looked at him with fear and awe. Wuye glanced at the students who subconsciously left his side. His emotions did not fluctuate at all, because Wuye has long been used to being treated with fear by others. But Wuye was a little surprised. That girl named Shianahiri still looked at him softly like cotton candy. It seemed that he was not frightened by Wuye's brutality at all. What a strange girl indeed. With this in mind, Wuye left slowly under the awe-inspiring eyes of the students in Class C, and walked towards the chairman's office. After Wuye left, Suma Sakagami, the head teacher of Class C, helped the bruised Long Yuanxiang, and also rushed to the chairman's office. Wuye unexpectedly saw the tall and mature figure of Chazu Sae at the entrance of the building of the chairman's office. Huh? Teacher Chazura, why are you here? Chazu Sae looked at Wuye angrily. You bad boy has been summoned by the director. Can I not come to watch as the class teacher? Ahaha, Teacher Chazu, you are such a good teacher. Wuye showed a refreshing smile. Wuye's unburdened smile made Chazu Sae poke her lips, and she resisted the urge to punch this bad boy. So, Sikong, what did you do to be paged by the chairman? Actually, it's nothing. It's just a discussion with the person behind. Wuye pointed to Suzuma Sakagami and Long Yuanxiang, who came slowly behind. Chibaru Sae looked behind Wuye, and she saw Ryuan Sho with bruises on his body. The school uniform that Ryuan Sho was wearing was very tattered, and there was still dry blood on his head. Chibaru Sae gasped subconsciously at the tragic situation of this person, and she looked at Wuye with a refreshing and harmless smile in disbelief. You made him like this. Okay. Chazu Zhuozhiu put her hand on her forehead, and she said vigorously, Sikong, tell me everything about the cause and the result. Yes, yes, yes. Although Chazu Sae's tone was very unkind, Wuye could tell that she cared about him, so Wuye told Chazu Sae everything about it. After listening to Wuye's narration, Sae Chabashita's heart became much more stable. Because this is not violence and bullying, but a discussion in the contract. So no matter how big the incident is, it can be resolved with the word contract. Sae Chabashita looked at Suzuma Sakagami and Sho Ryuan, who were approaching, and said in a low voice, Sikong, you remember, no matter what the chairman says, you insist that this is a contract, otherwise you will be punished, and the worst case is that you will be expelled from school. Well, I understand. Wuye nodded. That's what Wuye planned, and it's true. Sae Chabashita glanced at Wuye's calm and composed expression. This bad boy is really courageous. Even the dropout that students are most afraid of hearing did not make him show a trace of uneasiness. Then Chabashita-sensei, I'll go in first. I don't want to go in with them. Wuye pointed to Suzuma Sakagami and Sho Ryuan, who came from behind. Okay. Afterwards, Wuye left Chazu Sae's side and walked towards the building where the chairman's office was located. When Wuye and the others went to the chairman's office, the first-grade teaching building was a bit chaotic. Because the first-year freshmen who are still in the teaching building have heard the broadcast initiated by the chairman, they began to inquire about the news curiously. The teaching building of the first year of high school is not big, so the curious students could easily find out what happened just now from the students of Class C. After knowing that Wuye was carrying Long Yuan Xiang and falling around, the little angels in Class B turned pale and felt terrified. They were very glad that they handed over 20,000 cover points. Otherwise, would that terrible bad guy bully them like this? Woolen cloth? Regarding this, the little angels in Class B can rest assured, because Wuye doesn't like to bully good children. Even if he bullies a good boy, it won't be too much. When the little angels in Class B thought Wuye was scary, Ichinose Hoonami felt that Wuye was not that scary. Because Ichinose Hoonami knew from the report of the students of Class C that it was the head teacher of Class C who watched the fight between Ryu and Sho and the students of Class C. That's why Sikong Wuye from Class D stepped into Class C and fought with that vicious student Long Yuan Xiang. So Ichinose Hoonami felt that that naughty classmate, did he have a sense of justice to help when he saw injustice? Horikita Suzune, who stayed in the classroom of Class D, frowned her delicate eyebrows. She glanced at Wuye's empty desk, and then continued to focus on crime and punishment in her hand. Today, only Horikita Suzune is alone in the entire Class D classroom, and the other students left in a hurry after Sakura Airi left. The students in Class D have 100,000 points in their hands, so most of them go to supermarkets and shops for shopping, and the rest of them either go to the coffee shop or go to the dormitory. After the chairman's broadcast sounded, many first-year students came to Class D curiously, intending to find out from among the students in Class D who Sikong Wuye is who can throw hundreds of caddies around. Horikita Suzune hated being bothered by these curious people, so she said I don't know coldly, packed her things and left the classroom. Anyway, if you continue to stay in this classroom, you will definitely be annoyed by others. Through the elevator, Wuye reached the top floor of the building. He glanced at the guide sign that said Director's Office, and then knocked on the door slowly. Who? An old male voice came from inside. Sikong Wuye from Class D. Please come in. Wuye pushed open the door of the chairman's office and walked in. He saw the silver-haired middle-aged man sitting on the seat, and a flash of surprise flashed in his black and white eyes. Why you? Chairman Sakayanagi smiled at Wuye, who showed a surprised expression. Student Sikong, seniors need to be honored, so you have to address me as you. Come on, what kind of elder is a person who regrets playing chess once he doesn't win? Wuye said with a smile. Wuye didn't expect that the middle-aged uncle who used to play chess with him would be the director of this school. The fate is really wonderful. Cough. Chairman Banyanagi coughed. This kid is still sharp-tongued, and doesn't know how to respect the elderly at all. At this moment, Susumu Sakagami and Sho Ryuzuno also came to the door of the chairman's office. Chairman Sakayanagi did not continue to chat with Wuye when he saw this, and he stood up maintaining a majestic expression. Since Sakagami-sensei and Ryuun-san are here, sit down with Sikong-san, and let's discuss the bad incident that happened to you in Class C classroom. Chairman Sakayanagi's stern tone made Susumu Sakagami's heart tremble. Wuye sat on the sofa in the chairman's office, and Susumu Sakagami sat on the sofa opposite Wuye with Ryuun Xiang supported. Chairman Banyanagi looked at Long Yuan Xiang, who was covered in bruises and horrified, and he couldn't help sighing secretly that Sikong really hated bad gangsters, and made Long Yuan Xiang so embarrassed. Sakayanagi, as the chairman of the Tokyo Metropolitan Advanced Education High School, he has read the personal data and personal experience of every freshman, so he knows that Ryuun Sho is a bad BD. So Chairman Sakayanagi also knew the reason for Wuye's heavy hand. Because Wuye hates bad bastards very much. After Long Yuan Xiang sat down on the sofa, he still stared at Wuye, who was sitting opposite, and Wuye narrowed his eyes slightly, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. Wuye's sharp eyes were like blades, which made Long Yuan Xiang's eyes hurt. He subconsciously moved his head away and stopped staring at Wuye. Chairman Sakayanagi sat on the main seat, and he said slowly, I have watched the incident through the surveillance camera in the classroom of Class C, so I have a rough idea of what happened. Mr. Sakagami, what do you have? Do you need to add more details? Susumu Sakagami was suffering in his heart. The surveillance camera in the classroom not only has the function of video recording, but also has the function of recording sound, so everything that happened in the classroom of Class C today, Chairman Sakayanagi knows everything clearly. Then what else can he say? He can only insist on the same as Sakura Airi, insisting that the fight this time is for mutual learning, otherwise he will definitely be punished. Chairman, we are actually discussing each other, and there is a contract to prove it. Susumu Sakagami quickly explained. About the contract you signed, I have also learned about it through the school system. Chairman Sakayanagi nodded slightly, and he said sternly to Sakagami, since it's a competition, why don't you go to the gymnasium, but directly in the classroom? Mr. Sakagami, don't you know what kind of impact it will cause? I'm very sorry. Susumu Sakagami quickly lowered his head, expressing that he was ashamed and sorry. Seeing the appearance of counting horses on Sakagami, Wuye couldn't help laughing out loud. What? Susumu Sakagami, who lowered his head, gritted his teeth in humiliation, all because of the student Sikong Wuye? He will be forced to apologize? Student Sikong. Chairman Sakayanagi looked at Wuye sharply. What are you laughing at? I just thought of something funny, and I couldn't help laughing for a moment. Wuye replied. Wuye is not at all afraid of Chairman Sakayanagi. He is just a middle-aged man who can regret playing chess, so there is nothing to be afraid of. Director, in fact, you can't blame Sakagami-sensei. Wuye's words surprised Susumu Sakagami. He didn't expect Wuye to speak for him. Wuye pointed to Long Yuan Xiang, who had been silent all the time. It was Long Yuan who said that it would be troublesome to change the venue for the sparring, so we just sparred in the classroom. Moreover, Mr. Sakagami was very considerate to compensate us for everything damaged in the classroom, so that we can safely discuss in the classroom. Susumu Sakagami recalled the fourth content of the contract, and he became numb. He had to pay for the replacement and repair of the damaged window glass, desks, stools, and chairs in the classroom. In fact, Chairman Sakayanagi became numb after watching the surveillance videos of Class C. School just started today. The window glass of the Class C classroom was broken, and many desks and stools were broken. Sikong Wuye, Sakagami Suma, and Long Yuan Xiang made a mess. Now Susumu Sakagami feels that Sikong Wuye deliberately damaged so many things, and then asked him to pay compensation? It turns out that Susumu Sakagami guessed it right. Wuye just hated him letting Ryuan Sho do whatever he wanted, so he tricked him. Otherwise, why would Wuye throw Long Yuan Xiang to the window? Since both parties believe that this incident was caused by the contract, let's end here. Chairman Sakayanagi looked at the embarrassed Ryuan Sho, and he said, Mr. Sakagami, keep Ryuan-san and take care of the wound on his body. Yes. Wait a minute. Wuye raised his palm, and he said to Long Yuan Xiang, who was sitting opposite him, with a smile. Long Yuan Xiang, did you surrender before? Yes, Ryuan has already surrendered. Susumu Sakagami answered Wuye's question instead of the clenching Ryuan Sho. Then according to the contract, you should pay me 750,000 points. What? X2. Long Yuan Xiang and Susumu Sakagami were startled together. Why 750,000 points? Isn't it the agreed 100,000 points? Long Yuan Xiang retorted in puzzlement and angrily. Hey, who told you about 100,000 points? Wuye showed a refreshing smile, took out his school phone, and pointed to the third item in the contract. According to the third article, the losing party needs to give the winning party the individual points currently owned by the other party. Wuye accentuated the three words now own, and then he took out his student ID card and asked Sakagami Suma and Long Yuan Xiang to see the points he currently owns. And the personal points I have now are 750,000, 750,000. Susumu Sakagami looked at the points displayed on Wuye's student ID in disbelief. Not 75,000 but 750,000 points. According to the third article of the contract, if Wuye lost to Long Yuan Xiang, he would only lose 100,000 points. Because Long Yuan Xiang only has 100,000 points. If Wuye wins Long Yuan Xiang, then he will get the amount of points he has, which is 750,000. Susumu Sakagami's heart was filled with fear and disbelief that this Class D student actually left such an inconspicuous and terrifying trap in the contract. Even he who graduated from this school didn't see anything unusual. After all, who doesn't know that freshmen in high school only have 100,000 points? Who would have thought that Wuye's personal points would be 750,000? Aren't you a freshman who just entered school? You have to know that school is only starting now. Why do you have 750,000 personal points? The astonished words from the chairman's office made Sae Chabashita, who was waiting outside, smile slightly. That's right, after enrolling, freshmen have a personal point of 100,000. But the bad boy Sikong is different. He spent 150,000 points on her, then went to Class B and sold the students of Class B 10,000 for intelligence fees, and then he opened his mouth and stole away from the students of Class B 740,000 points. So Wuye's current personal points are 750,000, and through the bet between Wuye and Long Yuan Xiang, who is the loser, will pay Wuye 750,000 points according to the third content. So, Wuye's current personal points are 1.5 million. Where do you get these points? Susumu Sakagami asked Wuye in disbelief. You don't care about me. Wuye replied with a smile. Because of Wuye's refusal, Susumu Sakagami immediately asked Chairman Sakayanagi, Director, I now suspect that the source of Sikong Wuye's personal points is unknown. Please investigate. Wuye raised his eyebrows. This teacher who has no morality dared to pick his thorns. If he had known earlier, he should have smashed the windows of the entire Class C and asked him to pay more for repairs. Chairman Sakayanagi looked at Wuye in surprise. He was familiar with Wuye and knew that he was capable of getting so many personal points in a short period of time, but he was also curious about how Wuye got so many personal points. At this time, Sae Chabashita, who was standing outside the chairman's office, came in, and she said calmly, Director, Mr. Sakagami, about the 750,000 points of Sikong, Mr. Hoshinomi and I can testify. Sae Chabashita glanced at Wuye, and said seriously, he did obtain it through legitimate channels and reasonable means. Wuye looked at Sae Chabashita who stepped into the office. Did he, the mature and beautiful class teacher, paused subtly just now? Are you suspecting that the 750,000 points he got from the students in Class B are illegal? It's too much. Since Ryuan Sho wanted to give Wuye 750,000 points, there was an objection to this amount, so Chairman Sakayanagi also called Hoshinomi over. Afterwards, Sae Chabashita, Tomo Hoshinomiya, and Chairman Sakayanagi went to the side room of the office and explained how Wuye got 750,000 points. 750,000 points. You got it from the students in Class D by threatening. Long Yuanxiang said gloomily, looking at Wuye, who was in the presence of the old god. Heh. Wuye sneered, because I'm you only threaten others with vile methods like violence. Facing Wuye's sneer and ridicule, Long Yuanxiang didn't take it seriously, because bad gangsters rely on violence to deter others. The more violent and fierce, the more people will respect him. Through the narration of Sae Chabashita and Tomo Hoshinomiya, Chairman Sakayanagi knew the origin of Wuye's 750,000 points, and he couldn't help sighing in his heart that it was you, Sikong. Really bad. Chairman Sakayanagi and the other three came out from the side of the office. He said to Sakagami, Mr. Sakagami, after my personal verification, the 750,000 points of Sikong are indeed obtained through legitimate channels. What about reasonable means? Why not mention it? So, Long Yuan should indeed hand over 750,000 points to Sikong. Long Yuanxiang's expression was extremely ugly. I don't have that many points. Wuye said with a smile, then you owe it, and pay back 100,000 points every month, and it will be paid off in 8 months. Chairman Banyanagi and the others fell silent, because they all knew that the school would not give students 100,000 points every month, and the individual points that students get every month are linked to class points. Therefore, it is impossible for Long Yuanxiang to earn 100,000 points every month. Wuye also knew about this situation, but this has no conflict with Wuye's idea of draining Long Yuanxiang's points. Wuye wished that Long Yuanxiang would get few personal points, because in this way, he could keep this bad gangster with 0 points for a long time. Wuye looked at Chairman Sakayanagi, Director, I'm worried that Long Yuanxiang will renege on his debts, so can his monthly personal points be directly transferred to my student ID by the school? Student Ryuan, what's your opinion? Chairman Sakayanagi asked Ryuan Sho with an ugly face. I have no objection. Long Yuanxiang replied aggrievedly. Oh, that's good. Smiling Wuye handed his student ID to Long Yuanxiang, then Long Yuan, transfer the money, and transfer all the points on your student ID to me now. Long Yuanxiang glared at Wuye with resentment, and under the pitiful eyes of a chairman and 3 teachers, he transferred all the 100,000 points on his student ID card to Wuye. Now Wuye's personal points are 850,000, while Long Yuanxiang's personal characteristics are 0. Since the matter is over, I will take Ryuan-san for treatment now, Susuma Sakagami said hastily. Well, let's go down. Susuma Sakagami supported Long Yuanxiang to leave the chairman's office, and Wuye, Sae Chabashita, and Tomo Hoshinomiya bid farewell to Chairman Sakayanagi one after another, intending to leave. Student Sikong, please stay here, I have something to explain to you. Wuye was left behind, and Sae Chabashita and Tomo Hoshinomiya left the chairman's office. What are you doing? What kind of tone are you talking about? I'm helping you keep an eye on Ryuan's personal points. Ordinary people don't have this privilege. Chairman Sakayanagi said to Wuye angrily. Then I would like to thank you for your help first. As soon as Long Yuanxiang's student card counts, please ask the school to transfer the points to me immediately. Wuye said with a smile. Why don't you give him some points to live on? Director Sakayanagi said helplessly. Heh, why should I save points for the life of such bad bastards? Wuye said with disgust. You, come and play chess with me. Chairman Sakayanagi took out a chess set from the drawer. I'm not free, maybe in a few days, I plan to earn points from other people. Wuye refused. Just a quick game of 15 minutes, it won't waste your time. Chairman Sakayanagi took out the chess clock timer again. Okay. Wuye reluctantly accepted. If a chess clock timer is added to chess, the whole chess game will change, and it will become formal, solemn, and tense. Because with the timer, each chess player must press the clock after playing the chess, and the chess players only have the prescribed thinking time in total. And Wuye and Chairman Sakayanagi set a 15 minutes of thinking time, so the maximum time for this game is 30 minutes. Wuye was playing with the white queen of chess, and he said, why is there a teacher like Sakagami Suma in this school who has no morals, and he stands by and does nothing to Ryuan Sho's violent behavior? Actually, Mr. Sakagami was also a bad gangster when he was young. Director Sakayanagi explained. Oh, so teachers with bad backgrounds prefer bad boys, and then let bad boys bully other good students. Wuye said with a sneer. Old man, if I beat you in this game, you should fire that teacher who has no morals. Wuye said casually. Don't call me old man, I'm not very old yet. And your condition is too much. Although Sakagami-sensei has something wrong, but he won't be punished by expulsion. Chairman Sakayanagi said helplessly. Then I admit defeat, I can't stop. Wuye said bluntly. You boy? Well, if you beat me, I will warn him and tell him not to act recklessly, that's fine. That's about the same. Wuye showed a satisfied smile. He didn't think that just 2 or 3 words would make Director Sakayanagi dismiss Suma Sakagami. After all, he is the head teacher of Class C. If Chairman Sakayanagi came forward to warn him, Susuma Sakagami would definitely not let Ryuan Sho mess around. Wait a minute, what if you lose Sikong? Wuye raised his head to look at Chairman Sakayanagi who was sitting across from him. He showed a half-smile expression. When did you beat me, old man? This brat really can't speak. Even though Wuye knew that the middle-aged silver-haired man in front of him was the chairman of the school, his attitude and tone towards him were the same as before, free and casual, not afraid of offending him or offending him at all. Chairman Sakayanagi also liked Wuye's attitude. If Wuye treated him respectfully and timidly, Chairman Sakayanagi would feel helpless and disappointed, because the two of them are like friends who have forgotten each other. After leaving the chairman's office, the two teachers, Sae Chabashita and Tomo Hashinomiya, walked side by side. Xiaoxida, that bad student of yours is really scary. After cheating on the cute students in my class, he turned around and troubled the students in class C. Chia Hashinomiya sighed. Young people are like this, young and vigorous. Sae Chabashita, who twitched the corner of her mouth, replied, and now she is more and more satisfied with Wuye. When he was in class B, Chabashita Sae saw Wuye's wisdom and scheming. While beating class C, Sae Chabashita saw Wuye's strength and courage. Now that there are students in her class who are both civil and military, the chances of being promoted to class A should be very high. Chazu Sae returned to the teacher's office in a hurry, looked through the materials of the students in class D to see if there was any capable person in the class, and then introduced that person to Wuye so that he could have a right-hand assistant. Hashinomiya's Hui looked at Sae Chabashita, who had a smile on her lips, and she slightly narrowed her bright eyes. Little Sae, you are really planning to fight. Why, Hui, don't you have the idea of promoting class B to class A? Chazura Sae asked back. Since Hashinomiya's Hui couldn't refute, she could only hum softly. If he can promote the class he leads to class A, then the head teacher's salary will soar. So Hashinomiya's Hui also has the idea of promoting class B to class A. But Hashinomiya's thoughts were not as strong as Chabashita Sae. Chabashita Sae's idea of wanting to promote his class to class A has become an obsession. Long Yuanxiang hated being taken care of, so after leaving the chairman's building, he refused Sakagami-suma's support, and staggered towards the health room alone. Ripped school uniform, dry blood, messy hair, all these made Long Yuanxiang look extremely embarrassed, and the students passing by him couldn't help but stare at him in astonishment. Fortunately, the health room is not far away. Long Yuanxiang cut off the eyes of others after entering the health room. Zhui Hashinomiya is the teacher in the healthcare room, but she was called by the chairman, so there is no teacher in the healthcare room right now. Without the annoying teacher in the healthcare room, Long Yuanxiang felt more at ease. He directly took the bottles and cans placed on the counter and treated the wounds on his body. For unscrupulous gangsters like Long Yuanxiang and others, treating wounds by themselves is a basic operation. Hiss, so painful, BD. Long Yuanxiang, who was dealing with the wound, took a deep breath, and the chest, back, and waist were still tingling continuously. Sikong Wuye. Long Yuanxiang gritted his teeth resentfully. He looked towards the gate of the health room. There was a person outside the gate secretly looking at him. Long Yuanxiang recognized this sneaky guy. He seemed to be from their class C. When he was provoking the students before, this guy also rolled up his sleeves to challenge him. Seems like a bad BD too. What are you looking at? Long Yuanxiang said loudly, dissatisfied. Ishizaki Daichi was secretly looking at Ryu Unsho in the health room. Although Ryu Unsho looked at him fiercely, it was not enough to scare Ishizaki Daichi. After all, Ishizaki Daichi knew that the demon named Sikong Wuye was more terrifying than Ryu Unsho. Now that Long Yuanxiang discovered it, Ishizaki Daichi directly entered the health room. Ryuan, are you okay? Daichi Ishizaki asked. Do I look like I'm okay? Long Yuanxiang took a deep look at Ishizaki Daichi, who was suspected to be concerned about him. He didn't bother to talk to him, and continued to deal with his wounds. Ishizaki Daichi looked at the bruises on Ryu Unsho's body, and couldn't help but clicked his tongue. The strike is so ruthless. That guy named Sikong Wuye must be that devil. You know him? I don't know, but I've heard rumors about him. Rumor. Long Yuanxiang was startled. There are also rumors. Is that guy named Sikong Wuye some kind of big shot? Tell me the story. Okay. Ishizaki Daichi readily agreed. He and Long Yuanxiang are both bad gangsters. If Sikong Wuye from Class D is really that demon, then he, who is also a bad boy, will be stared at by Sikong Wuye one day. Superior. So he just hugged Long Yuanxiang to keep warm? Afterwards, Daichi Ishizaki told Long Yuanxiang his guess about Sikong Wuye in an uneasy tone. After listening to Ishizaki Daichi's narration, Ryu Unsho fell silent. He seemed to have heard of such a person before, but he didn't take it seriously. Could it be that Sikong Wuye is that ruthless person who specializes in picking out bad gangsters and the underworld? But he is only a 16 or 17-year-old boy. Does he have such great ability? At this time, Sae Chabashita had returned to the teacher's office, and she planned to carefully look at the personal data of the students in Class D to see if she could find outstanding talents. Since Jia Hashinomiya followed her all the time, Sae Chabashita didn't want her to disturb her, and she didn't want her to see her students' information, so Sae Chabashita took the students' information and went to the counseling room, and shut Zhui Hashinomiya at the door of the counseling room outside. Little Sida is too much. Let me in. Hashinomiya's Hui patted the door of the tutoring room dissatisfied, but there was no response from inside. Seeing that Chabashita Sae ignored her, Zhui Hashinomiya licked her crystal lips and walked towards her office seat. Sitting in the tutoring room, Sae Chabashita, with her jade legs wrapped in black silk, was seriously looking at the materials of the students in Class D. These materials are only the personal data of the students and the interviewer's comments on them. The personal experience of the students has been withheld by Chairman Sakayanagi. Although he has no personal experience, Chabashita Sae cares about the personal data of the students, so it doesn't matter. There are indeed some rare characters in Class D. Sakura Sae murmured in a low voice. Horikita Suzune has excellent grades and good physical fitness, but she has a troubled personality. She has always been independent, self-consistent, and has no interest in socializing. Hirata Yasuke, learning ability is also above average, judgment, analysis, observation skills are excellent, kind, and selfless personality, responsible, helpful, fair and just. Gao Yuanji Liasuke is a real genius, but the interviewer's comment on him is that he has a personality of doing whatever he wants and acting like no one else. To put it simply, he doesn't listen to others and does his own way. Yukimura Terahiko was excellent in the interview and written test, but he had some omissions in communication, so it was difficult to communicate. Pseudo Takura, academic ability, intelligence, judgment, and teamwork ability are not good, but his sports ability is top-notch, which can be used in many places. Kushida Kikyo has average academic ability, intelligence, judgment, and sports ability, but her teamwork ability is excellent. The interviewer described her as a kind and friendly little angel. Chabashita Sae, who was flipping through the student materials, sighed. Among the students of Class D this year, those who are outstanding in a certain aspect are all problem children, and the rest are mediocre. What? Sae Chabashita looked at the student profile in front of him in surprise. This person's scores in the entrance examination were all 50 points in all subjects. This student named Ayanakaji Kiyotaka has accurately suppressed all test scores to 50 points. What does he want? Chabashita Sae whispered and looked at Ayanakaji Kiyotaka's personal portrait. Sae Chabashita unexpectedly discovered that this boy was sitting in front of Wuye. Like Wuye, Ayanakaji Kiyotaka was one of the few students who didn't change his expression even after hearing the 100,000 points. His test scores are all 50 points. This kind of thing is definitely not a coincidence, isn't it? Ayanakaji Kiyotaka, I remember you? Sae Chabashita kept the name Kiyotaka Ayanakaji in her heart, and she will observe him carefully to see what kind of person he is, and whether he can assist Wuye and lead Class D to Class A together with him. Sae Chabashita looked through the profile of Kiyotaka Ayanakaji, and the one below was that of Sikong Wuye. Looking at the data of A or above in academic ability, intelligence, judgment, and sports ability, Sae Chabashita's lips are slightly outlined. The only pity is that Sikong Wuye's teamwork ability is E. If the teamwork ability is E level, it means that the person is difficult to communicate with. However, Sae Chabashita recalled the conversation with Wuye. She felt that this handsome student was not difficult to communicate with. His tone was kind and refreshing, and his expression was calm and kind. Did the interviewer make a mistake? Wuye, who was regarded as a treasure by Sae Chabashita, had already left the building of the chairman of the board, and he was walking towards the club building of the school. According to the admission guide, Wuye knew that the school used the entire building for the students' activity classrooms. Under normal circumstances, students would come to the activity classrooms to gather first, and then carry out club activities. So Wuye could find the seniors in that building and earn points from them. Wuye, who stepped into the activity classroom building, saw the words chess club department at first sight. Chess. Wuye raised his eyebrows. He is a professional counterpart. Although he is good at many things, one thing he is particularly good at is chess. Otherwise, Chairman Sakayanagi would not have asked him to leave the chairman's office with a pale expression 20 minutes ago. Knock knock. Wuye politely knocked on the closed door of the society. Please come in. After getting permission, Wuye pushed them away and walked in. The size of the chess activity classroom is about the same as that of an ordinary classroom, but there are no desks, stools, and chairs, only chessboards and cushions. At the same time, one side of each chessboard is placed with an exquisite chess clock timer, which looks extraordinarily professional. In the Tokyo Metropolitan High School, no matter which club is of a high standard, some clubs even have national-level club players. Since there is no need to go to class today, there are not many people in the chess club classroom. There are about 20 people. The size of this club is quite large. The senior student holding a chess piece looked at Wuye, who entered the activity classroom with splendor. She was so handsome, it was her. What's the matter with you? I'm Sikong Wuye from the first grade. Wuye showed an incomparably refreshing smile to everyone in the activity classroom. Ah, so handsome? A first-year freshman, you want to join our club now, right? Unfortunately, it's not yet the time for freshmen to apply for joining the club. One of the seniors replied. It seemed that because Wuye was handsome, he attracted all the female members of the club, so the senior's tone was quite unfriendly. No, I don't have the idea of joining your club. Wuye waved his hands and said. Angry? Why is there no idea to join? Are you looking down on their chess club? Then what are you doing here, junior? I often play chess with the old man in the park, so I came here specially to learn the chess skills of the seniors. To put it simply, Wuye smiled. I'm here to play chess. After Wuye said these words, the atmosphere in the activity classroom changed. Everyone who was playing chess leisurely looked at the smiling young student with fierce eyes. You are so brave, this freshman? He even came to kick the hall on the first day of school? One of the imposing boys pushed his glasses, and he said to Wuye, I'm Honda Bin from Class A of the 3rd year, the president of the chess club. Which class are you from? I'm in Class D of the 1st year. Wuye responded with a refreshing smile. When they heard that Wuye was a student of Class D, the seniors in the activity classroom couldn't help showing weird smiles, and there was a little contempt and disdain in Shendu's eyes. Because they all know that Class D is the worst class with the worst overall quality, so most of the students in Class D are problem children or mediocre people who do nothing. Therefore, after they knew that Wuye, the junior who tried to kick the gymnasium, was a student in Class D, their attitudes and eyes changed. The changes in the eyes of the seniors made Wuye's refreshing smile a little bit brighter. He actually doesn't like pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, but why people treat him like a pig. Mr. Sikong, right? Let's go, we don't have time to play chess with you. President Honda waved his hand in disgust, telling Wuye to leave their club quickly. In their eyes, Sikong Wuye from Class D is just an arrogant junior, and they have no time to waste on guys from Class D. Wuye, still smiling, took out his student ID card, and after lighting up his student ID card, he said with a smile, Seniors, I have 850,000 points here. If you beat me, then these points will be yours. If you lose, then you can collect 850,000 points and give it to me. What? Everyone in the chess club looked at Wuye in disbelief. He has 850,000 points? How is this possible? However, the student ID card that lit up in Wuye's hand did show that there was nothing wrong with the 850,000 points. Brother, why do you have so many points? Senior sister couldn't help asking. Well, because I have several friends studying here, they are worried that they will spend their points indiscriminately, so they temporarily deposit some of their points with me. Wuye explained nonchalantly. Although Wuye's explanation is not convincing, everyone in the chess club is willing to believe, because their minds and reason are attracted by Wuye's 850,000 points. I'll do it. President Honda stood up, looked at Wuye with the eyes of a fat sheep, and said with great enthusiasm, Student, I accept your kick. In other words, Senior, you agreed to play a game of chess with me with 850,000 points, is that so? Wuye asked back with a smile. That's right. President Honda took out his student ID card and said proudly, I have 3.107,000 points here. Wuye's handsome face revealed a slightly surprised expression. He didn't expect that this person had more than 3 million points in his hand. In fact, it is also very normal. Because Honda Bin is a student of Class A for the 3rd year, and the current class points of Class A for the 3rd year are 2,150, so he can get 215,000 personal points every month. 12 months a year, so that is 2.58 million personal points. In addition, Honda Bin is also the president of the chess club and has a special point allowance, so it is normal for him to have more than 3 million personal points. Wuye thought that everyone in the chess club had to collect 850,000 points, but he didn't expect that Ben Tianbin didn't need to collect at all. He himself had so many personal points. But this is also good, it saves them the step of collecting points. Since Honda Bin, the president, spoke up in person, other members of the club had no choice but to give up the idea of betting against Wuye, and they also cast a pitiful look at Wuye. Because soon this junior's personal points will be lost. Student, don't bet so big, after all, not all the points on you are your own. Some seniors who have taken a fancy to Wuye persuaded him. Don't worry, senior sister, I won't lose. Wuye replied with a smile. Seeing that Wuye didn't listen to persuasion, the seniors stopped trying to persuade him. Wuye sat opposite the president of the chess club, with a chessboard and black and white chess placed between them. Because the personal points in this game were too large, the entire chess club members were watching Wuye and Honda Bin. You are the younger generation, so you can go first. Ben Tianbin said to Wuye confidently and arrogantly. Okay, I'm not impolite. Wuye nodded. Honda Bin has the capital of arrogance, because he was awarded the rank of first-class chess player by the chess management department, which is full of gold, and Wuye is just an amateur chess player playing chess with the old man in the park. Honda Bin doesn't need to worry about losing to this amateur chess player at all. But before playing chess, Wuye glanced sideways at the chess clock timer. Senior, don't you need a calculator? Hey, Honda Bin said with a sneer, I don't want to bully you, so I didn't plan to use the calculator. Honda felt that if he used a calculator to deal with amateur chess players like Wuye, everyone in the club would despise him for bullying others, so he didn't mention the calculator. It's a waste of time not to use a calculator. My time is very precious. If you don't make a decision after thinking about it for a long time, senior, wouldn't you be wasting my time? Wuye said. Honda Bin's forehead has blue veins. He doesn't know the level of this junior, but now he knows that this junior is even more arrogant than him. It was as if he had been determined. If you want to use a calculator, then use it. Don't regret it. I won't regret it. Wuye showed a half-smile expression. Because Wuye was too irritating, and Honda Bin was worried that he would cheat if he lost. After all, not all of his 850,000 points belonged to him, so Honda Bin proposed to sign a gambling contract with Wuye. Wuye smiled, and readily accepted the betting contract. The content of the contract signed between Sikong Wuye of Class D and Long Yuanxiang of Class C. 1. The two sides play a game of chess to determine the outcome. Second, the loser needs to deliver 850,000 points to the winner. Although the content of the contract is extremely short and simple, it has the power of execution, and both parties must not violate it, otherwise the school will enforce it, and give punishment and warning to the violator. After signing the contract through the mobile phone in the school, Wuye and Honda Bin started to play chess under the eyes of everyone in the chess club. At the beginning of the chess game, Honda Bin, a first-level chess player, had a contemptuous and arrogant expression on his face, but as the game progressed, the expression on his face gradually became serious. The seniors and sisters watching from the side looked at each other in blank dismay. They are all members of the chess club, so they can naturally see that Sikong Wuye, a one-year Class D student, has the upper hand in this game. It turns out that this good-looking elementary school boy is not an embroidered pillow. Okay. Under the whispering voices of the crowd, Honda Bin's face was very ugly, because his king had been checked to death by Wuye's chariot. In other words, he lost. I lost? As the 4 words of Honda Bin full of reluctance fell, everyone looked at Wuye with a refreshing smile in surprised eyes. They didn't expect this junior to really win? Then senior, it's time to pay the points. Wuye smiled and handed over his student ID card. Honda Bin didn't regret it. He took a deep look at Wuye, and then transferred his 850,000 points to him with great heartache. At this moment, Wuye's personal points are as high as 1.7 million. Wuye looked at the points on his student ID card contentedly, and Honda Bin, whose eyes sharpened, said in a deep voice, Sikong Wuye, I admit that I underestimated you. After all, if you don't have the strength, how could you dare to come here to kick the gym? Hey. Wuye smiled. I still have points, so I plan to play another game with you, Honda Bin said in a deep voice. He was careless just now, because he didn't take Wuye to heart, so at the beginning of the chess game, the moves were very random. When Honda realized that Wuye was not an amateur chess player, he became serious, but because the situation was too bad, he couldn't save the situation, so he lost. Now, Honda Bin wants to continue playing against Wuye and treat him as an opponent of the same level from the beginning? Oh. Wuye raised his eyebrows and looked at the senior sitting opposite. He said with a smile, yes. But senior, I plan to bet 1.7 million points against each other next time, do you accept it? 1.7 million points. The onlookers exclaimed, such a big bet. Honda Bin originally had more than 3.1 million personal points, but now he has lost 15 points to Wuyeba, leaving 2.257 million points. Enough to pay the 1.7 million points Wuye mentioned. Wuye came here to challenge the senior students just to make trouble. No, it's to make points. Now that Honda Bin has more than 2 million points, Wuye naturally has to squeeze points from him. After all, Wuye is not a good person. Honda Bin looked sharply at Wuye who was smiling across the way. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, I accept the 1.7 million bet you mentioned. Honda Bin will accept Wuye's bet, because he didn't think that the serious self would lose to Wuye. In addition, Honda Bin has a lot of personal points, so he doesn't have too much pressure to gamble. So what are you afraid of? Take a gamble? Since the door of the chess club was not closed, when Wuye signed the second contract with Honda Bin, a slender figure stepped in directly from the outside. That was a very cute girl. The girl has silver white hair, and the silver white shawl hair that looks like the light of the bright moon gives her a transparent and ethereal illusory beauty. She wore a soft beret on her head, her school uniform modified her slender figure, and her slender legs under a white pleated skirt wore pure white stockings. However, the girl was holding a slender cane in her slender hand, and she seemed to be unable to move, which was really pitiful. Arisu Sakayanagi, who was leaning on a cane, looked at the members of the chess club in confusion. She actually had the same idea as Wuye, that is, to come to the senior club to earn points. And Yuzu Sakayanagi, like her father, Chairman Sakayanagi, loves chess very much and is very good at it, so Yuzu Sakayanagi came directly to the chess club. Since the members of the chess club were all around Wuye and Ben Tianbin, Arisu Sakayanagi couldn't see what was going on inside. Moreover, the frail Sakayanagi Yuzu didn't want to squeeze in, so she asked a senior, excuse me, what happened? Although the senior was curious about Yuzu Sakayanagi, a stranger, but because of her sweet and lovely appearance, the senior readily told Yuzu Sakayana what happened just now. Sikong Wuye from Class D of the first year, wasn't this person summoned by his father, Chairman Sakayanagi, to the chairman's office not long ago? Arisu Sakayanagi had a little impression of the name Sikong Wuye, but what she was even more curious about now was that this person actually beat Ben Tianbin, the president, in chess. Are you actually using 1.7 million as a bet? This Sikong Wuye is really unexpectedly bold. At this moment, Yuki Sakayanagi was full of curiosity and interest in Wuye. She wanted to see the next chess game between Wuye and Ben Tianbin with her own eyes, but the two of them were surrounded by these seniors. You can't see the light cough of the chess game at all. Sakayanagi Yuki was so anxious that he secretly stomped his feet, stomped his cane. About 20 minutes later, Honda Bin looked frustrated and stared blankly at the situation where he was being checkmate again. He had rallied himself to face it this time, but he still lost. The loss was a mess, and Honda Bin couldn't find an excuse to cover up his defeat. The surrounding members of the club fell into dead silence, and their president with the strongest chess skills lost again. When Honda was so lost that he doubted his life, a student ID card appeared in his sight. Senior, please pay the points, 1.7 million please. Honda Bin raised his head and looked at Wuye, who was smiling across the way. He twitched the corners of his mouth, endured the pain of cutting his flesh, and transferred the 1.7 million points in his student ID card to Wuye. Honda Bin looked at his student ID card which had shrunk to more than 500,000 points. He gritted his teeth and said to the smiling Wuye, Sikong, one more game. Okay. Wuye naturally welcomed Honda Bin's challenge. He said with a smile, but senior, before our next round, please collect the points. I have 3.4 million points now, let's make it up with everyone. In other words, the betting points for Wuye's sentence are still all his points, 3.4 million. Honda Bin subconsciously looked at the members of the club. He probably knew that they had a lot of points. Facing Honda Bin's gaze, these personnel took 2 steps back instantly, looked around, and pretended not to hear the conversation between Wuye and Honda Bin. What a joke? President Honda, who is the most skilled in chess, has already lost twice. How could they lend him their points to let Honda Bin continue to bet against Wuye? Do you think you have too many points? In the first game, everyone could use the Honda Bin to be careless, and did not regard Wuye as an opponent, so they lost unfortunately. But in the second game, everyone knew how focused Honda Bin was, so he really couldn't beat Sikong Wuye, a freshman from Class D. Since everyone backed up, Sakayanagi had the opportunity to walk in. She first looked at Wuye who was smiling all over her face with her deep and bright eyes, and then focused her attention on their chess game. Almost all of the white pieces played by Honda Bin were eaten up by the black pieces played by Wuye. Such a situation made Sakayanagi squint his eyes slightly. What a domineering chess position. When Arisu Sakayanagi was observing the chess game, Ben Tianbin saw the evasive reactions of the members of the club. He smiled wryly, and then he said to Wuye, I still have 550,000 points here. Just 550,000 points, let's play a round. Tisk. Hearing Wuye's tongue-tapping sound full of disgust, Honda Bin said helplessly, Student, don't take the 550,000 points seriously. You must know that with 50,000 points, you can live well in school. It's been half a month. Really, I just entered school, so I don't know much about the school's consumption situation. Everyone fell silent, and then they recalled that Sikong Wuye was a freshman who just entered school. However, this freshman who just entered school has as many as 3.4 million points. If someone said that the freshman had more than 3 million personal points on the first day of school, they would not believe it, but the freshman with more than 3 million personal points was right in front of their eyes. Sikong, you already have so many points, even if you spend them indiscriminately, you can spend the 3 years of high school well. Honda Bin said earnestly. Ben Tianbin persuaded Wuye in this way, mainly because he wanted to play a game of chess with him for free. Well, points are the most important existence in this school, naturally the more the better. Wuye replied with a smile, since seniors have the intention to continue betting against each other, then let's come, 550,000 points count rounds. It is good. Hearing that the chess game started again, members of the retreating club circled around one after another. Sakayanagi, who had already entered the circle, looked at the crowded seniors. She took 2 steps forward and sat down directly. Wuye sighed. As Banyanagi sat down, Wuye smelled a fresh and pleasant fragrance like epiphyllum in his nose. He looked sideways and saw Banyanagi, a slender girl with a delicate and beautiful face. Okay, don't worry about me, just focus on the chess game. Arisu Sakayanagi with a faint smile said to Wuye who showed a surprised expression. Oh, Wuye didn't object to the stranger Sakayanagi sitting next to him. After all, she exuded a fresh and pleasant fragrance. The third game still ended with Honda Bin's defeat. An hour ago, he still had 3,107,000 personal points. But an hour later, Honda Bin only had 7,000 personal points left. And these 7,000 points cannot allow Honda Bin to spend a month well. Even so, Honda Bin did not renege on the debt, and with a frustrated expression on his face, he transferred 550,000 points to Wuye. Judging from the quick transfer of points, this arrogant and confident chess president is quite principled. Wuye with a smile on his face looked at his student ID card. The personal points displayed on it were 3.95 million. From an outsider's perspective, points seem to be easy to earn, when it's just an illusion. If Wuye does not have a super chess level, then his points will go to 0, just like Long Yuan Xiang, he will become a poor guy with 0 points. In addition, Honda Bin is a character who is obsessed with chess, so he readily accepts Wuye's huge point bet. Otherwise, Wuye wouldn't have earned close to 4 million personal points so easily. Although Honda lost almost all of his points, he didn't have much resentment towards Wuye. After all, he had won him openly, and Honda was convinced that he lost. Honda Bin admired and said to Wuye earnestly, Mr. Sikong, do you want to join the chess club? If you join, I am willing to hand over the position of president to you. Regarding Honda Bin's invitation and abdication, other club members have no objection, because they have all seen with their own eyes how terrifying Wuye's chess skills are. Honda Bin wants to draw Wuye into the club, so that he can have a reason to play chess with him for free. Because I hate being restrained, I don't plan to join any clubs. Wuye said, waving his hands. The school holds a chess competition every 3 months. If you perform well in the competition, the school will reward you with 200,000 points. Honda Bin uses points to lure Wuye into the chess club. But, I still refuse. Wuye held his student ID card between his fingers, and he said with a smile, because I don't care about 200,000 points anymore. Everyone in the activity classroom fell silent. Listen, is this human speech? That's 200,000 points, not 200 or 2,000 points? You actually look down on it? That's it, that's really a pity. Honda Bin said helplessly. Wuye looked at the other members of the club with piercing eyes, and said with a refreshing smile, seniors, who has some points? No, who is interested in betting against me? You kid just asked us who has a lot of points, right? Ahaha, I'm a little tired today, and I don't have the heart to play chess. Hiri, you are tired too, and so am I. Oh, you two are hypocrisy. I am different. I can't beat this junior, so I don't want to bet against him. It's a pity for Wuye. It seems that his chess level has scared everyone, so they have no idea of betting against him at all. What a pity. Let me do it. Aoki Sakayanagi, who had been sitting next to Wuye, said. You. Wuye looked sideways at this cute girl with a delicate face and a slender figure. Is she a senior? So small. How many points do you have, senior? I'm not a senior. I'm a one-year freshman just like you. Sakayanagi Yuza said. Really, how many points do you have? Wuye asked. 100,000. Forget it, the points are too few. Wuye immediately lost interest, it was only 100,000 points. He was not very interested in Honda Bin's 550,000 points just now. After rejecting the small and exquisite Arisu Sakayanagi, Wuye stood up, and he smiled at everyone in the chess club. Seniors, thank you for your greetings, I will take my leave first. Walk slowly. Arisu Sakayanagi, like everyone else, watched Wuye leave, and she didn't force him to play chess with her, because she knew that her chips were inconspicuous. After Wuye left, Arisu Sakayanagi showed a beautiful smile to everyone in the chess club. Seniors, do you want to bet against me? Under the sweet smile of Arisu Sakayanagi, it is actually the muzzle of the hunter stretching out his gun to the prey. It has to be said that Arisu Sakayanagi's smile and slender body are more deceitful than the handsome Wuye, so the members of the chess club accepted her provocation and started betting against her. After Wuye, Arisu Sakayanagi also gained a lot of points from the chess club. Although it's not as good as Wuye, Sakayanagi Yuzu just let his 100,000 points soar to 970,000 points. Sikong Wuye and Sakayanagi Yuzo played against each other, allowing the group of seniors to deeply understand what genius is, and what is dimensionality reduction strike. Wuye, who left the activity classroom building, looked at the huge shopping mall opened not far away, and he muttered to himself, go and buy something to replenish the sugar. Although playing chess is a leisure activity, with the chess clock timer, there is a time limit, so quick thinking and choices are required, and the spirit and energy of chess players will be consumed as a result. As a first-level chess player, Ben Tianbin's strength should not be underestimated, so Wuye exhausted a lot of energy after winning 3 games in a row. Now he needs to replenish sugar and restore his energy. Wuye needs to keep up his energy. After all, he plans to find some clubs to earn points this afternoon. When Wuye was walking towards the large shopping mall, the school phone in his pocket rang. Wuye took it out and found that it was Sakura Airi who was calling him. Hey, how did you contact me, Airi? Because it's already noon now, I want to ask you to have lunch together. Sakura Airi's words full of attachment and softness came from Wuye's mobile phone on campus. But I'm not free yet, why don't we have dinner together tonight? Wuye said. Okay. Sakura Airi, who was lying on the bed in the dormitory, nodded her head happily. She swayed her slender white feet and asked with concern, Wuye, aren't you going to earn points? Is everything going well? It went very well, and I earned a lot of points. I will transfer the points I owe you to you later, Airi. Sakura Airi lent the points to Wuye, but she really didn't intend to ask him for the points back, so she quickly said, no, Wuye, keep it for yourself. Obedient. Yes. With just one word, Wuye can guess from Sakura Airi's tone of voice that she is slightly pouting her lips in grievance. Wuye, who was chatting with Sakura Airi through the school mobile phone, stepped into this large shopping mall, and he saw a lollipop that can replenish sugar near the entrance. After Wuye just glanced at it, he walked towards the technology product area in the mall. Wuye, I'm going to buy a digital camera, can you go to the mall with me tomorrow? Sakura Airi's soft words of attachment made Wuye raise his eyebrows. Shopping with you, okay. Wuye agreed without hesitation. In fact, when Wuye entered this large shopping mall, in addition to buying snacks with added sugar, he also had the idea of buying a digital camera for Sakura Airi. Because Sakura Airi lent her points to Wuye without hesitation. Wuye is the kind of character that if you treat him well, he will treat you 10 times and 100 times better, so after he earned nearly 4 million points, he planned to send a digital camera to Sakura Airi. After all, Wuye's childhood sweetheart loves to shoot. After chatting with Wuye for a few more words, Sakura Airi reluctantly ended the communication. Lying on the bed, she placed the mobile phone in her unusually plump and upright heart. Sakura Airi's eyes were full of joy and anticipation. It's great to have dinner with Wuye tonight, and to go shopping with Wuye tomorrow to buy a digital camera. Wuye, who is missed by Sakura Airi, has come to the technology products side of the mall, and there are surprisingly many students here. Most of the students here are first-year students. After they get 100,000 points, they come to this mall to choose their long-awaited laptops, game consoles, and so on. Wuye found that many students directly spent more than 80,000 points to buy a laptop. A freshman in high school originally only had 100,000 points, but he spent 80,000 all at once, which was surprisingly straightforward. This is because they had no money before and could not satisfy their own desires and needs, but now they have 100,000 points equivalent to coins, so they naturally bought what they had longed for without hesitation. As for saving points, is it worth saving? Anyway, there will be 100,000 points in the student ID next month. Wuye looked away from the excited students, and when he came to the digital camera area, he approached the staff and asked him to introduce the digital camera to him. Under the introduction of the staff, Wuye finally chose the most expensive digital camera, which needs 390,000 credits. It's so expensive? But so what? The wealthy Wuye didn't care at all. He bought this digital camera with points without hesitation. I bought it. Okay, you come here to check out. The staff said politely. When the staff in charge of collecting money saw Wuye's student ID card, he was stunned by the amount of points displayed on it. 3.95 million points. Nearly 4 million points made the staff dumbfounded. In fact, it's not that this person has never seen so many points. The reason why he was so shocked was because Wuye's student ID card showed that he was a first-year student. If he remembers correctly, the first-year freshmen are entering school today. And how long did it take for first-year students to enter this school? It's not even a day. In other words, the handsome freshman in high school in front of him actually got 3.95 million points in half a day. This situation is simply unbelievable. The staff looked at Wuye with astonishment. Wuye raised his eyebrows and said, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. I'll go through the formalities for you right away." After spending 390,000 points, Wuye bought an expensive digital camera. Since the mall will be responsible for delivering it to the dormitory, Wuye does not need to carry the digital camera. He asked the staff to deliver it to him at 8 p.m. to the dormitory. Although Wuye hasn't been to his dormitory yet and doesn't know where his dormitory is, the staff of the mall will not send it to the wrong place. After purchasing the thank you gift for his childhood friend Sakura Airi, Wuye started to walk over to the daily use area. It was time for him to buy sweets to replenish his sugar. The daily use area of the mall is very large, and the neatly arranged shelves are full of various commodities. Since today is the first year of high school freshmen, there are many people here shopping for daily necessities. Wuye also looked at all kinds of goods with great interest. Because of his frequent mental energy consumption, he gradually developed the habit of eating sweets. So Wuye himself actually likes to eat snacks. If he hadn't had to go to the club to earn points in the afternoon, Wuye would definitely buy a lot. Wow, this school is really amazing. I didn't expect that there are so many types of instant noodles here. That's right, I've wanted to try this flavor for a long time. Under the yelling of some freshmen, Wuye walked to the end of the mall, where he accidentally found a shelf marked with the word free. In the shelf marked with the word free, basic daily necessities such as shampoo, toothpaste, toothbrush, and shower gel are placed, and a signboard such as up to 3 items per month is also specially hung. Some freshmen who came here were puzzled by this free shelf. After all, they have 100,000 points every month, so how could they use free cheap daily necessities? Just as Wuye was looking at the things on these free shelves, he smelled an elegant fragrance. This elegant fragrance is like the snow lotus blooming on the plateau snow mountain, a bit lonely and sweet. After Wuye smelled the fragrance, a slightly surprised and indifferent voice came from behind him. "Sikong, are you interested in free things?" Wuye turned around to look, and unexpectedly found that this person turned out to be his cold and arrogant snow fox desk mate, Horikita Suzune. At this time, Horikita Suzune was carrying a shopping mall basket on her arm, which contained daily necessities such as shampoo and facial cleanser. Judging from this situation, she was also here to buy daily necessities to be used next. Horikita Suzune looked at the handsome boy who turned around. She didn't know why she took the initiative to talk to him. Perhaps it was because I wanted to know why he was mentioned on the radio? Horikita Suzune found a reasonable excuse for herself, and then she faced Wuye's gaze more calmly. "Horikita, you're shopping here too?" Wuye said unexpectedly. "Yeah." Horikita Suzune nodded her head lightly, and she said, "Don't you have 100,000 points? Why are you so frugal, and you are choosing free daily necessities?" "Horikita, you misunderstood. I'm not picking out free daily necessities, I'm just looking." "Yes." Wuye looked at the basket that Horikita Suzune was carrying, and he said, "Horikita, you are quite economical, and the daily necessities you choose are all relatively cheap." Wuye has a super memory ability, almost with a photographic memory, so Wuye can recognize that the daily necessities in Horikita Suzune's carrying basket are some cheap goods. "I'm used to saving, and I don't know when this school will use the points, so I can save as much as I can," Horikita Suzune replied. Wuye looked at Horikita Suzune with some surprise. This girl is obviously an incredible beauty, but she doesn't pay much attention to self-care. However, Horikita Suzune's personality that doesn't spend money recklessly is quite suitable for being a housekeeper who warms quilts. Horikita Suzune felt uncomfortable with Wuye's sizing eyes. She glared at him with those charming eyes like a fox. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "It's nothing, I was just surprised by your savings." Wuye changed the subject. "By the way, Horikita-san, what do you think of the free goods here?" Horikita Suzune shifted her gaze to the free goods, and she replied coldly, "I guess the school is taking care of some students who wantonly spend their points. These free groceries are a relief measure for students wasting too many points. This school really has everything for the students." At the end, Horikita Suzune sighed. Since 100,000 points will be entered on the first of every month, they don't need to worry about the points. They can spend them no matter how they want, and there is no need to save them. There are definitely not a few students who have this kind of thinking. Horikita Suzune feels that in the class D where she and Wuye are, there are many simple-minded guys who have no self-control. Therefore, in order to take care of such students, the school has free daily necessities here in the mall. Horikita Suzune looked at the daily necessities on the free shelf, and she said, from the situation of these daily necessities, it seems that there are many students in this school who are spending points unrestrainedly, and they are all taken away, walked a lot, or they are very economical and don't spend their points on daily necessities. Wuye showed a strange smile. The students who took away the free daily necessities, they should not be wasting points unrestrainedly, nor were they saving points for buying daily necessities. They should be no points to buy groceries, so have to choose these free and cheap groceries? Wuye restrained his weird smile. He looked at Horikita Suzune and said, Horikita, do you just think that the school prepares free daily necessities for students, just because you are worried that students will spend their points unrestrainedly? Horikita Suzune guessed like this, which meant that she didn't realize the abnormality of 100,000 points per month. I still think that on the first of every month, the school will give students 100,000 points to their student ID cards. But Wuye can also understand. After all, Horikita Suzune doesn't have the ability to read minds. She doesn't know that her monthly personal points are linked to class points, and she doesn't know the importance of points. Isn't it? Horikita Suzune cast awe-inspiring and puzzled eyes at Wuye, and she asked, do you have a different opinion, Sikong? Yes, I have. Tell me the story. About this, let's wait until tomorrow morning. Wuye replied. Horikita Suzune frowned her delicate eyebrows. She asked in confusion, why wait until tomorrow morning? Because it would be troublesome to explain. Wuye replied lazily. Horikita Suzune was puzzled. Why is it so troublesome to explain? In fact, it was because what Wuye said next was intended to be told to all the students in Class D tomorrow morning. So now that he told Horikita Suzune, he would have to say it again tomorrow morning. This is too much trouble. So wait until tomorrow to talk about it. Horikita, I'm going to have lunch now, bye. Wait a minute. Horikita Suzune stopped Wuye, who was about to leave the mall, and she asked, this morning the radio called you and the students of Class C, why is that? Well, it's because I got into a fight with that guy from Class D, so the radio called us over to find out about the situation. Wuye replied truthfully. Suddenly, Horikita Suzune looked at Wuye with a look of pity, so you were beaten. Looking so handsome, it will indeed make other boys feel dissatisfied. But Horikita Suzune found that Wuye looked surprisingly good now. There were no wounds or bruises on his body, and he was not wrapped in bandages. He didn't look like he was beaten at all. Wuye was not happy. He rolled his eyes at Horikita Suzune. Why did you think that I was beaten by others at the first time? Couldn't it be that I beat others up? Facing Wuye's displeasure, Horikita Suzune didn't answer. She just glanced at his body. And Horikita Suzune's eyes seemed to be expressing to Wuye, with your thin and slender body, can you still beat someone? Wuye cast an annoyed glance at this deserted table mate who doubted his strength, then turned and left, took some lollipops and other sweets to pay the bill. When Wuye took the sweets he needed to the cash register to check out, his black and white eyes suddenly lit up with a beautiful color. Mind-reading ability, passively triggered. So exciting, so exciting, so exciting? The sudden words, full of strong emotions, caught Wuye off guard, and he subconsciously thought that there was a couple sneaking around here, dear. Otherwise, what are you stimulating? Wuye looked around, and he found that there were many surveillance cameras in the mall, and then Wuye muttered, didn't teacher Chezu say that it is forbidden to have a relationship with a high school student? Someone is making out in the mall. At this moment, Wuye, who had passively triggered his mind-reading ability, had two villains appearing in his mind to persuade him. One of them was a demon with pitch-black horns, and the other was an angel with pure white wings. The demon said with a bewildered expression, hurry up and see. The opportunity to see other people making out is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. How can you let it go? The angel said solemnly, listen to the devil. Now that both parties in his mind have reached a consensus, Wuye walked in the direction where the inner voice came from just now. In fact, Wuye didn't think that what he heard just now was a couple making out, because the emotions in those three exciting words were too strong. It's not what ordinary making out would produce. And the fact is just as Wuye guessed, the owner of that heartfelt voice is not making out with his lover. The owner of Xinshen is a tall girl with beautiful long purple hair tied in a side ponytail, and her jade legs under the skirt of her school uniform are slender and straight. The slightly rounded jade legs are very strong and powerful at first glance, and they will definitely be very comfortable to the touch. Since the tall purple-haired girl turned her back to Wuye, he couldn't see the girl's face clearly. To Wuye's surprise, the girl was alone, and then there was a problem. Why does a girl who is alone feel overly stimulated for no reason? Soon Wuye knew why. The purple-haired girl looked around naturally. After making sure that no one was staring at her, she quickly picked up the items on the shelf and stuffed them into the pockets of her school uniform. Wuye, who was behind the purple-haired girl, looked at this scene in surprise, and frowned. She was actually stealing something. After realizing that the purple-haired girl was stealing, Wuye narrowed his eyes slightly. His black and white eyes revealed a beautiful color. This time, Wuye took the initiative to use his mind-reading ability. Hey hey hey. It was this strange snickering that Wuye heard from the heart of the thief girl. What's the matter, this worthless voice? Wuye rolled his eyes. Wuye wanted to know what this purple-haired thief girl was thinking about after she stole something. And Wuye didn't expect that she wasn't thinking about something in her heart, but instead was laughing. She is feeling the excitement and pleasure of stealing something. This guy must have something serious. Wuye muttered to himself. Most people steal things, either because they have no money and want to make money by stealing things, or there is an excessive desire for that thing, so they will take risks to steal things. Wuye was secretly observing the purple-haired thief girl. Although she was joking in her heart, she appeared calm and composed on the surface. If he hadn't just witnessed it with his own eyes, Wuye himself would not have felt that the girl had just carried out the act of stealing. Kamuro Mesumi, who stole something, stretched her plump and slender legs, and she walked to the next area. After stealing several things in a row, her next target was canned beer. People are not allowed to drink alcohol until they are 20 years old, but there are not only 17 or 18-year-old students in this school, but also teachers and staff who have already grown up. So these cans of beer are there for the faculty. Since students are not allowed to drink, there are very few people on the canned beer shelf. Mesumi Kamuro looked around with a certain joy in her eyes, and after confirming that no one was there, she stretched out her palm towards canned beer. Take something. Quickly put it into the school bag on the arm. All in one go. But at this time, an accident happened. With a snap, the arm that Kamuro Mesumi reached into the school bag holding the can of beer was firmly grasped. Shocked, Kamuro Mesumi subconsciously looked at the person standing beside him. It was a young man, a handsome young man staring at her with deep eyes, and her own arm was grabbed by this young man. In silence, Mesumi Kamuro knew that this boy had discovered her stealing, and she was now full of panic and anxiety in her heart. After seeing Wuye's calm and deep eyes, Kamuro Mesumi moved his eyes away in a panic. Let go. Before I let go, you have to put back what you stole just now. Wuye, who was holding Kamuro Mesumi's arm, said in an unquestionable tone. Kamuro Mesumi looked at this handsome young man in astonishment. What did he mean just now? Ask her to return the things, and don't plan to accuse her of stealing things? Kamuro Mesumi, who was somewhat complicated and grateful, nodded her head lightly. I understand. A wise decision. Wuye nodded. He let go of his palm, and Kamuro Mesumi put the stolen can of beer back from his school bag. That's fine. Not yet. There are other things on you. Wuye said, shaking his head. You know that too. Now Kamuro Mesumi feels that this handsome young man is always looking at him, otherwise how would he know that there are other things hidden on her body? Wuye looked at the silent Kamuro Mesumi. He stretched out his finger, under her gaze, pointed to the upper right side. Kamuro Mesumi subconsciously followed Wuye's finger, and she saw an extremely small surveillance camera in the corner over there. In other words, the situation where she stole the can of beer just now has been recorded by this surveillance camera. Mesumi Kamuro was paralyzed. She was already paying attention to the surveillance cameras, but she didn't expect to miss this one. You can either return all the things now, or buy them all with points, so that it will not constitute the crime of theft. Wuye said. I'll buy it. Between the former and the latter, Kamuro Mesumi chose the latter. Wait a minute, why do you want me to return the can of beer? Because minors can't drink alcohol, you can't buy it at all. Wuye said angrily. Mesumi Kamuro seemed to admit defeat, and followed Wuye peacefully, going to the cashier to check out with him. Although Kamuro Mesumi's behavior is considered to be theft, but because she spent points to buy it, her theft became forgot to take the shopping basket, so she could only use her own pocket and book bag to buy it. Things. In this way, even if Mesumi Kamuro's theft was captured by a surveillance camera, she would not constitute the crime of theft. A total of 153 points is required. Please show your student ID card. The staff in charge of the checkout said to Wuye. Okay. Before Wuye took out his student ID card, Kamuro Mesumi hastily handed over his student ID card. Let me pay for his points. Unnecessary. Wuye ignored the ingratiating gesture of the purple-haired girl, and handed over his student ID to the staff. The staff glanced at the handsome Wuye, and then at the handsome Kamuro Mesumi with a guilty expression. She said with a smile, a couple fighting. Wuye rolled his eyes, and he said angrily, I'm not a couple with her, we're just passers-by. Really? The staff didn't believe it at all, because Wuye and Kamuro Mesumi, no matter how you look at it, it was a situation where the girlfriend offended the boyfriend. At Wuye's insistence, the staff settled the bill with Wuye's student ID card. The balance of points on it made her dumbfounded. The first-year freshmen actually have more than 3 million points? Under the incredulous eyes of the staff member, Wuye left the mall with the lollipop and student ID card he bought. After Kamuro Mesumi bought the small pile of goods with her student ID card, she hurriedly took her school bag and plastic bag and chased after Wuye who was leaving. Wait a minute. Wuye, who was supplementing his sugar with a lollipop, turned around and looked at the purple-haired girl who was running in small steps, and he raised his eyebrows. Kamuro Mesumi, who came in front of Wuye, took a breath and said, Will you sue the school? If I'm going to do this, I won't let you buy it. Wuye said. Kamuro Mesumi thought about it, and it seemed that there was nothing wrong with it. Wuye only needs to tell the staff in the mall, and her theft will be directly exposed. Kamuro Mesumi looked deeply at the handsome young man in front of her, and she handed the plastic bag she was carrying to Wuye. Here you are. What are you doing to me? This is something you bought. Hush money. Kamuro Mesumi gave a clumsy reason. Wuye twitched the corner of his mouth. His cover-up fee was very expensive. The little angels in Class B spent 740,000 points this morning to let him keep the secret. Now you plan to use this little worthless gadget as a cover-up payment? Girl, although you are a bit beautiful, don't think so beautiful. I don't need your stuff, that's it, I'm going to have lunch. Wuye waved his hand. Kamuro Mesumi said hastily, then I'll treat you to lunch. Okay. In fact, Wuye didn't really want to accept Kamuro Mesumi's treat, because if Sakura Airi saw him eating with other girls, she would definitely look at him with tears in her eyes. She obviously invited him to lunch. But Wuye found that Kamuro Mesumi was extremely stubborn. If he didn't accept her treat, then she would probably keep pestering him. So Wuye had to accept it. Afterwards, Wuye and Kamuro Mesumi went to the student restaurant opened by the school together. Kamuro Mesumi glanced secretly at the handsome young man walking beside her, and she asked, that impolite person, are you a senior? No, I'm a first-year Class D freshman, Sikong Wuye. Wuye replied. Well, I'm Mesumi Kamuro from Class A of the first year. Are you a freshman too? Wuye cast a surprised look at Mesumi Kamuro. Yes. Then I don't understand. The freshmen who enter the school obviously have 100,000 points and don't need to steal at all. How could you do such a stupid thing? Before, Wuye thought that Mesumi Kamuro was a poor high school senior. Because if you are a senior student, you might steal something because you don't have enough points. After all, the first-year freshmen just stepped into the school, and they only got 100,000 points from the school not long ago. With so many points, except for some expensive technology products, everything can be easily bought. So, who among the current first-year students would lack points to spend? It seems that there are really. That is the bad boy Long Yuan Xiang from Class C. His 100,000 points are all on Wuye's student ID card, and Long Yuan Xiang still owes Wuye 650,000 points. Faced with Wuye's complaints, Kamuro Mesumi remained silent, because she didn't know how she should explain to Wuye, or she didn't want others to know her weird hobby. Wuye glanced at Mesumi Kamuro who was silent, and he said, you guy, don't you like the tension and pleasure that comes from stealing? He actually guessed it. No, that's not the case. Faced with Kamuro Mesumi's sophistry, Wuye sneered, you are a freshman, and the points you just obtained are definitely not used up, so there is no need to steal. Since you have points to spend, it means you didn't steal because you didn't have money. Then there's only one other possibility left. You've taken a liking to the act of stealing. The truth that Kamuro Mesumi wanted to hide was like an onion, being peeled off layer by Wuye. That's right, you guessed it right, so do you regret it? Kamuro Mesumi said to Wuye with some self-defeating. What do you regret? Wuye was confused by Kamuro Mesumi's words. I regret helping someone like me. Instead of directly stabbing me out, let the school arrest me and give me punishment. Wuye glanced at Mesumi Muro, and he said, Mesumi Kamuro, you seem to have misunderstood something. I misunderstood. Kamuro Mesumi looked at Wuye in a daze. That's right, I am very freewheeling. As long as I encounter something that I can't see, I will intervene without authorization, so no matter who you are or what you steal for, it is a big deal for me. It doesn't matter at all. Wuye said. Wuye is such a person, otherwise he would not have expelled all the bad guys in their city, or sent all of them to hospitals or prisons for Sakura Airi, his childhood sweetheart. Wuye glanced sideways at Mesumi Kamuro with a stunned expression. She should be glad that she doesn't have the bad aura that he hates. Otherwise, Wuye would not simply let Mesumi Kamuro go, but would directly remind the staff of the mall to catch the thief. Aren't you going to invite me to lunch? Let's go, don't be dazed, I have something to do this afternoon. Oh. Kamuro Mesumi quickly followed Wuye, and she secretly glanced at Wuye's handsome face. At this moment, Kamuro Mesumi's heart is very complicated. Even if this person guessed her eccentricity, he didn't hate her because of it. What a weird person. Just like that, Kamuro Mesumi firmly remembered Sikong Wuye in his heart. Speaking of Shenshi, should we add a contact method? Okay. Mesumi Kamuro blurted out, without any resistance or thinking, he simply accepted Wuye's proposal. Although Mesumi Kamuro is a rare long-legged girl with slender and plump legs, but these are not the main reasons why Wuye wants her contact information. Wuye asked for Kamuro Mesumi's contact information simply because she was a first-year Class A student. This school is different from other schools, it has a cruel competitive relationship, only Class A has the privilege of enjoying the school. So after Wuye exchanged contact information with Mesumi Kamuro of Class A, he might be able to get some information about Class A through Mesumi Kamuro in the future. Therefore, in addition to Sakura Airi's contact information and line friends, Wuye's school mobile phone has Kamuro Mesumi's contact information and line friends. When Wuye and Kamuro Mesumi exchanged contact information, a word full of anger came from the side. Don't you guys look down on me just because I'm in the first grade, hey, okay? Both Wuye and Kamuro Mesumi looked in the direction of the sound. Not far away was a small convenience store, and 4 people were confronting each other next door to the convenience store. Judging from the positions of the 4 of them, it should be a tall boy with red hair who had conflicts with the 3 boys. And these 4 people are holding buckets of instant noodles in their hands. Probably these are the lunches of the 4 of them, right? Looking at the 4 people not far away, Wuye frowned. He remembered the tall boy with red hair. Wuye saw him in the class seat of Class D, that is to say, this red-haired boy who hates 3 people is a student of Class D, he seems to be. Sudeng-ken. Since Wuye, who entered Class D, once glanced at the nameplate on Tsutotakoro's desk, he remembered his name. It's not that Wuye deliberately remembered Tsutotakoro. The reason why Wuye remembers Tsutotakoro is because of his extraordinary talent. He can remember the people, scenery, and things he has seen in his mind. Similar to the ability of photographic memory. Even though Wuye recognized Tsutotakoro as a classmate, he didn't have the idea of going to help him and support him. Because Wuye, what I hate the most are delinquent boys. As for Sudeng-takoro, there happened to be a bad boy's aura that Wuye hated. Since it was already noon, Tsutoken, who was a delinquent boy, came to the convenience store alone to buy instant noodles. But because Tsutotakoro forgot to bring his student ID with him, he couldn't pay, and he got into a quarrel with his temper. Fortunately, I ran into my classmate, Ayanakaji Kiyotaka, who used his student ID card to help Tsutoken pay for the cup of instant noodles. Afterwards, Takoro Tsuto added hot water to the instant noodles in the convenience store, and went outside to wait for the instant noodles to soak. But at this moment, the 3 seniors were also holding instant noodle cups, and the 4 of them quarreled over such a place to squat down and eat instant noodles. Wuye looked coldly at Takoro Tsuto who was arguing with the 3 seniors. At this moment, Ayanakaji Kiyotaka came out of the convenience store, and Wuye's gaze shifted to him. Since Ayanakaji Kiyotaka's seat was right in front of Wuye, Wuye had a deep impression of him, especially his aura. It seems to have an inorganic temperament that doesn't care about anything. People with this kind of temperament are either old people who see through the world of mortals, or weird people who lack common sense. Wuye doesn't know what kind of person Ayanakaji Kiyotaka is. Get out, this is where we eat. The senior ordered Tsutotakoro arrogantly. Sudeng-takoro's fiery temper was instantly ignited. He smashed the half-eaten instant noodles on the ground, and the soup and noodles were scattered all over the floor. A hole? Are you guys going to fight? Come on. Not to mention the 3 seniors who confronted Takoro Tsuto, even Kiyotaka Ayanakaji who was born in the White Room was startled by Takoro Tsuto's violent temper. But the 3 seniors quickly came to their senses. Instead of being frightened, they provoked. Oh, that's scary, first-year freshman, let's take a guess, you idiot should be from Class D, right? So what? After getting a response from the arrogant freshman Tsutotakoro, the 3 seniors burst into laughter as if they had heard some big joke. The laughter was full of ridicule and contempt. Wuye who was watching the show frowned. Although Wuye hates bad guys, he also hates the yin and yang tone of these seniors. And they're obviously laughing at Class D right now. And he, Sikong Wuye, is also from Class D. It seems that the students in your class had conflicts with others. Kamuro Mesumi asked Wuye. Yeah, I'm a little curious now, so I plan to go and have a look, so don't follow me. Wuye left this sentence for Kamuro Mesumi, and then he walked towards Ayanakaji Kiyotaka and his group. Because Wuye didn't know what troubles were going to happen next, and he didn't know if there were surveillance cameras near the convenience store, so he took out his school phone and turned on the recording function. Looking at Wuye who was walking towards the convenience store, Mesumi Kamuro hesitated for a while and walked towards him with his slender legs. Although Mesumi Kamuro knew that she might get into trouble if she approached her, but Wuye found her stealing and did not report her. So in return, Kamuro Mesumi wanted to round up the number of people for Wuye, so that the 3 seniors would retreat in spite of the difficulties. After all, the red-haired gangster and the guy with no expression, including Wuye and her, made a total of 4 people, and there were only 3 seniors. When Wuye approached, one of the seniors said to the companions beside him in a mocking tone, "Hey, did you hear that? This orangutan is indeed from Class D, and it really deserves to be a defective product." What do you mean by defective products? What do you mean? Hey, Tsuto took a step forward angrily. I don't know if they were frightened by Tsutoken, or they didn't want to fight with Sudeng-ken, so facing Sudeng-ken's approach, the 3 seniors took 2 steps back instead. It literally means, you orangutan, just go ahead and be arrogant. I'll see if you still have the strength to be proud after a month. That's right, a guy like you will definitely see hell in a month's time. I hope you, the orangutan, will still be in school by then. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka looked at the 2 seniors who said these words, and he heard something wrong from their words. After a month. As well as, hell. If these 2 seniors are not talking nonsense, then something will definitely happen in a month. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka didn't know what the seniors were talking about, while the bad guy Tsutotakoro treated all their words as provocations and didn't think about them at all. But Wuye knew what these seniors were talking about. They're talking about class points. Takeshi Tsuto threw the cup noodles in his hand directly on the ground, and the soup and noodles were scattered all over the floor. This behavior will obviously deduct points from the class. The seniors in the upper grades felt that if there was a bad guy like Tsutotakoro in Class D, all the 1000 class points would be deducted. If the class points are reset to 0, then no individual points will be obtained for the next month. This is what it means to go to hell. The 3 seniors who left ridicule and sarcasm at Tsutotakoro all left. The furious Tsutotakoro glared at them, but he didn't rush up to give them a kick. A bunch of bastards who have no guts to fight. The cursing Tsutoken put his hands in his pockets, didn't clean up the soup and noodles on the ground, and didn't say hello to Ayanakaji Kiyotaka. He just walked away. The matter seemed to be over, and Wuye also stopped the recording function of the mobile phone in the school. The direction Sudoken left happened to be on the side of Wuye and Kamuro Mesumi, and he was rebellious and saw Wuye blocking his way. Go away. Takara Sudo walked towards Wuye while uttering his order. However, Wuye had no intention of getting out of the way at all, and Sudo directly bumped into him. Judging from the size, it must be the tall Sudo Takara who knocked the slender Wuye away, but the result was not the case. After hitting Wuye's arm, Sudo Takara felt as if he had hit a wall, and staggered 2 steps to the side. You BD, I told you to go away and you didn't listen. Sudo Takara's furious voice gradually lowered, because he saw Wuye's cold eyes. The black and white eyes made Sudang Takara's spine suddenly feel a chill, and the instinctive fear was used from the bottom of his heart. Wuye just stared at Sudo Takara coldly, which already made him feel fear. Because of the fear and the chill, Sudoken has become more careful even in breathing now. Get lost. Wuye said coldly. Sudo Takara was furious, and then he turned and left very simply. Although Sudo Takara wanted to punch Wuye very much, but he was afraid, always felt that this black-haired BD was a scary guy. So, go away. Kamuro Mesumi looked at Wuye's back in admiration. It was incredible that he could subdue that red-haired delinquent boy with just one word. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka silently watched what happened between Sudo Takara and Wuye. He greeted in a calm tone. You are Sikong in the class, right? Yes, you know my name. Well, after all, you are sitting behind me. Kiyotaka Ayanakaji pointed to the noodles and soup on the ground. Let's clean it up, Sikong-san. There are surveillance cameras there. If these things are not dealt with properly, it may cause problems. Then Ayanakaji Kiyotaka pointed to the surveillance camera at the convenience store. Whoever stays will deal with it. Wuye refused without hesitation. Wuye didn't want to clean up the mess for the bad guys. And what Ayanakaji Kiyotaka said caused problems. Wuye knew what it was. Isn't it just deducting class points? Wuye doesn't care at all. Because Wuye's student card has more than 3 million points. And the way Wuye gets points is not by relying on class points, but by those seniors who have points. Ayanakaji, see you later. Wuye said to Ayanakaji Kiyotaka, and then he walked towards the direction of the strength of the 3 seniors just now. Hey, Sikong, the student cafeteria is here. Kamuro Mesumi, who caught up with Wuye, said hastily. I know, I'm going to talk to those 3 seniors now. What do you mean, Sikong, are you going to trouble them? Kamuro Mesumi asked quickly. I'm not looking for trouble, I'm just letting them know why disaster comes out of their mouths. Wuye explained with a smile. Kamuro Mesumi didn't quite believe his explanation. If Sakura Airi stayed by Wuye's side, she must know that Wuye was planning to make trouble. Kamuro, don't follow me, because there is a possibility of a fight later. Although Wuye said so, Kamuro Mesumi still followed him. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka watched Wuye and Kamuro Mesumi leave, then he squatted down helplessly, and began to pack up the noodles and soup left by Sudoken. In fact, Ayanakaji Kiyotaka didn't want to wipe Sudoken's butt, but he thought that ordinary high school students should be able to handle these, so he did. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka, who left the white room, was learning the behavior of ordinary high school students. Soon, Wuye, who was walking quickly, caught up with the 3 leaving seniors, and he said hello with a smile. Seniors, all right. You are. The 3 seniors looked at the smiling Wuye in surprise. Obviously the person in front of them was smiling so brightly, but they somehow felt a little bit of chill and uneasiness, as if what they were facing was not an ordinary boy, but a terrifying demon. I'm a first-year Class D student, Sikong Wuye. After hearing that Wuye is a student of Class D just like Sudang Takara, the eyes and expressions of the 3 of them became contemptuous. Sikong Wuye, right? Are you trying to vent your anger on that orangutan just now? How is it possible? What I hate the most are bad gangsters. Wuye said, waving his hands. Then why are you stopping us? You guys laughed at Class D for a year just now, and I happen to be a member of Class D, so I came here to trouble you. Wuye explained sweetly. Following Wuye, Kamuro Mesumi supported her forehead. Sikong, you said just now that you didn't want to trouble the seniors. Ha 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 ha, just because you, a guy from Class D, is planning to trouble us, you are too presumptuous, kid. The 3 seniors looked at Wuye with unfriendly and mocking eyes. They will be afraid of Sudang Ken's tall figure, but they will not be afraid of Wuye's figure at all. Wait a moment, let's see what this is. Under the puzzled and contemptuous gazes of the 3 seniors, Wuye slowly played the pictures and sounds recorded by the mobile phones in the school. Isn't this the conversation we had with that orangutan just now? Why did you record it? One of the seniors frowned and said. The video was not long, so it ended soon. With a smile on his face, Wuye put down his school phone. 3 seniors, you seem to have revealed some information that is strictly prohibited by the school. What? Under the puzzled eyes of the 3 seniors, Wuye explained thoughtfully, you say Class D is a defective product. We did say that, so what, isn't it true? Class D is a bunch of defective products. One of the seniors said with a sneer. Why is it true? Wuye's eyes became sharper. Could it be that the school's class placement is not randomly assigned, but based on the overall strength of the students? That's it. Wait, stop talking. The face of the last senior changed, and he seemed to realize what Wuye had mentioned before, the information that the school is strictly forbidden to disclose. Wuye smiled slightly at the senior with a changing face. The school should have issued relevant orders with you seniors before the freshmen entered the school. For example, it is strictly forbidden to disclose the rules of class placement and the existence of class points to freshmen in high school. Wuye's words made the other two seniors realize that they had violated the order issued by the school, and their faces also turned pale. Because if they violate the school's order, they will be expelled from school. Mesumi Kamuro, who was following Wuye, had a blank expression on her face. Although she is a student of Class A, her little head is not very smart, so she did not get detailed information from the conversation between Wuye and the three seniors. Wuye showed a refreshing smile to the three pale-faced seniors in front of him. If I send this video to the school, what do you think will happen to you? What will happen? The lightest penalty is the deduction of all points. Worst case scenario is dropping out and going home? Student. How do you know so many things? Wuye naturally knew it from the mind of the old lady in the car. After all, mind-reading backtracking brought him a lot of information. This senior doesn't need to know how you plan to deal with the threat from my Class D students, Wuye said with a smile. Wuye specially emphasized the situation of the Class D students, which made the faces of the three seniors turn ugly. They knew that Wuye was mocking them for being threatened by the students of Class D, who made them look down on the students in Class D just now, so now Wuye let them see how powerful the students in Class D are. Student, we gave you 50,000 points, and you deleted this video, one of the seniors said solemnly. It's only 50,000 points, it's too little, Wuye said with disgust. 50,000 points is still less. When you high school freshmen entered school, you only had 100,000 points. 50,000 points are half of 100,000 points. That's right, 50,000 points is already quite a lot, don't you be ignorant, one of the seniors threatened Wuye. Wuye raised his eyebrows, and dared to say that he didn't know good and bad. It seemed that the senior didn't know his situation well. You have to give me the current amount of points, otherwise I will go to the school and give them this video, and let them deal with you three idiots who don't know how to keep it secret. Wuye's words directly made the faces of the three seniors on the opposite side darken. However, the video of dropping out of school is in Wuye's hands. No matter how aggrieved and angry they are, they can only bear it. Unless they want to drop out. Okay, but we need to sign a contract? Otherwise we won't give you 100,000 points. Yes. Wuye replied with a smile. Heck, these three people, just like Long Yuan Xiang and Sake Gamaisuma, think that Wuye's current personal points are only 100,000. Originally, Wuye's points were 3.95 million. I returned 60,000 points to Sakura Airi, bought her an expensive digital camera, spent 390,000 points, and finally spent 150 points to buy sweets. So, now Wuye's personal points are 3,589,850. With Wuye smiling and the faces of the three seniors looking ugly, the two parties signed the relevant contract. They will hand over Wuye's existing points, and Wuye will have to delete the recorded video. Wuye was quite surprised. He didn't expect that the three seniors didn't realize the trap in the contract. Because they are not smart people in the first place. If they were smart people, it would be impossible to provoke the freshmen in the first year of high school during this time period. The contract has been signed, give me your student ID card, and we will give you 100,000 points. The senior stretched out his palm to Wuye angrily. Don't worry. With a smile on his face, Wuye took out his student ID card, and he showed the personal points on it to the three seniors opposite. Seniors, the personal points I have now are 3,589,850, so please pay. Wuye's words made the eyes of the three seniors and Mesumi Kamuro standing behind Wuye widen. More than 3 million. How is it possible? It's unbelievable, but the personal points shown on Wuye's student ID card are indeed more than 3.5 million. At this moment, the seniors realized the trap in the contract they just signed. The three seniors looked at Wuye now, as if they were looking at a ferocious demon, and their eyes were full of fear. They didn't seem to be doing anything, they just laughed at the students in Class D as flawed products. And this student from Class D named Sikong Wuye unexpectedly cheated them of more than 3 million points. What a cruel, dark heart. Why do you have so many points? I don't know, it must have been blown by the strong wind. Wuye urged with a smile on his face. Three seniors, you can pay me points according to the content of the contract. If I violate the contract, I can only go to the school. BD, you are cheating us. One of them said furiously. They even had to collect 100,000 points, so there was no more than 3 million points for Wuye. Wuye restrained his refreshing smile. So what if you cheat on you? If the three seniors have any opinions, you can go to the school to judge. How dare they find the school? They have disclosed information that the school is strictly forbidden to disclose. If they find the school, they will definitely be expelled from the school. But they don't have more than 3 million points. Now these three seniors have already regretted it. Their guts are about to turn green, and they would not have provoked that orangutan if they had known. Wuye knew that the three seniors couldn't get more than 3.5 million points. He just planned to use the points to control them, and then get more useful information from them. Wuye looked at their angry and fearful eyes and became stronger, and felt that they were in place. When Wuye was going to ask them to exchange information for points, one of the seniors gritted his teeth and said, "We don't have that many points, you have to follow me to Boss Nanyun." Boss Nanyun? Who is it? Wuye asked in surprise. Boss Nanyun almost controls the entire second year of high school. His student card has countless points, and he is also the vice president of the student union. The idea of this senior is very simple. That is, they don't have more than 3 million points, so they can't fulfill the contract with Wuye. So he wanted to take Wuye, a first-year freshman, to meet Vice President Nan Yunya. On the one hand, it was because Nan Yunya had more than 3.5 million points. On the other hand, it was because he wanted to use Nan Yunya's status as the vice president of the student union to scare Wuye into letting him give up the contract and delete the video. If Wuye knew the senior's thoughts and plans, he would definitely laugh out loud. Wuye is not even afraid of the director of this school, Sakayanagi, so how could he be afraid of the vice president of the student union? This kind of joke is really too funny. Go and ask the vice president of the student union out. I'm going to have lunch now, and we'll meet here in half an hour. Wuye pointed to the school rest bench placed on one side. If you don't bring the vice president over after half an hour, then I will hand over the video and the contract to the school for enforcement. Wuye's words made the faces of the three seniors darken a bit. They all moved out the vice president of the student union. He was still so aggressive. The vice president of the student union should know more information than these three seniors, right? So Wuye allowed them to bring that vice president over and ask him to come and talk to him in person. Hey, you should go with us to meet Boss Nanyun. One of the seniors said to Wuye dissatisfied. They are just the younger brothers of that vice president of Nanyunya. How dare they let Nanyunya come here for an appointment? In fact, they didn't even dare to take Wuye to see Nanyunya. Wuye smiled, and he shook his school phone. You are not qualified to bargain with me, so see you in half an hour. After saying this, Wuye turned around and prepared to leave regardless of the extremely ugly expressions of the three people. Kamuro Mesumi looked at Wuye who turned around. She subconsciously backed away from her position, not daring to block Wuye's way. Wuye glanced at Kamuro Mesumi whose face showed a little fear. He shook his head. This girl is really timid. She is so afraid of him. Wuye started to set off for the student cafeteria. Kamuro Mesumi watched his leaving back, quickly stepped forward with plump legs, and followed. The three seniors who stayed in place stared at Wuye's back with hatred. If eyes could kill people, Wuye would probably die several times. What shall we do now? I do not know either. One of the seniors said with an extremely headache. I originally thought that moving out of Boss Nanyun would make this first-year freshman afraid and dare not offend the seniors of the student union, but I didn't expect him to be not afraid at all. If I had the means to gain more than 3.5 million points, even if I was afraid of the student union, I would not let this opportunity go. What are you talking about now? Are we really going to inform Boss Nagamo? Let's go. If you don't call Nan Yunya over, the three of them should end up dropping out of school. If Nan Yunya was called over, the vice president who almost ruled the entire second year of high school might be able to deal with Sikong Wuye, a black-hearted and cruel BD freshman. So they have only one choice now, and that is to ask Nan Yunya for help. Kamuro Mesumi followed behind Wuye like a younger brother, and now she looked at Wuye's back. Her eyes were no longer fearful, but revealed excitement and admiration. Alone, calmly facing the three seniors, and playing with them in the palm of his hand, is simply too handsome. Now Mesumi Kamuro felt the strange excitement similar to stealing from Wuye. The Chamber of the Gods. Yes. Mesumi Kamuro subconsciously responded to Wuye. Did what happened just now scare you? Wuye asked casually. Well, a little bit. Kamuro Mesumi replied truthfully. Then you don't follow me anymore, and you don't have to invite me to dinner. Wait a minute. Kamuro Mesumi said quickly, although I was frightened, but I am not afraid now. On the contrary, I think your behavior just now is really cool. Wuye turned her head, and took a weird look at Mesumi Kamuro who was following behind her. Her eyes revealed excitement and longing. There was no look of fear or alienation at all. What is this? Wuye has gained a little girl? Since Mesumi Kamuro was not afraid after seeing his true side, Wuye also stopped talking and let her follow him. Nan Yunya is the leader of Class A in the second year and the vice president of the student union. He has almost ruled the entire second grade, so Nan Yunya has a great reputation in the second grade. At this moment, Nan Yunya, the vice president of the student union, was processing documents in the student union office, and his expression was slightly gloomy. Because just now, the student council president Horikita Kikyo rejected his appeal, and bluntly stated that this school year does not plan to allow freshmen in the first grade to join the student council. Nan Yunya wanted to further expand his influence, so he thought of selecting freshmen who were suitable for manipulation from the freshmen who entered the school, and let them join the student union and become his right-hand man. Why not choose from among the second graders? That's because Nan Yunya felt that none of the second grade students agreed with him. The assistant Nan Yunya needs, in addition to outstanding ability, must also be a beautiful woman, because like some men, he has dirty thoughts about women. Therefore, in the entire second grade, the boys are capable, and the beautiful girls are not capable. Nan Yunya had no choice but to choose from among the first-year students who entered the school. However, the refusal of the student council president, Horikita Kikyo, led to the fact that the student council for this school year did not intend to allow first-year freshmen to join the student council. Just when Nan Yunya was gloomy and depressed, there was a knock on the door of the student union. Knock knock knock. Neunya was the only one in the student union office, so he just said, come in. Those who entered the student union were naturally the three seniors who were tricked by Wuye. Nan Yunya looked at the three people who entered the office timidly, and immediately showed a surprised expression. Why are you here? Although these three people are not in the same class as Nan Yunya, they are his younger brothers, and they played a lot of roles when he ruled the second grade. Sorry. Boss Nan Yun, we are sorry for you. I'm very sorry. Nan Yunya looked at the three people who bent down to apologize in astonishment. A strong sense of foreboding suddenly surged in his heart, and he started apologizing before he could speak, which meant that what they were going to say next was very serious. Why are you apologizing, and what have you done? Nan Yunya asked in a deep voice. At this moment, two figures came to the door of the student union office. These two people are a man and a woman. They are the student council president, Horikita Kikyo, and the student council secretary, Tachibana Akane. Horikita heard the voice coming from the student union. He raised his finger and pointed inside. Tachibana nodded gently, kept quiet, and listened to the voice inside together with him. Originally, Nagomoya's mood and face were not very good looking because of Horikita Kikyo's refusal. After Nan Yunya listened to the babbling narration of these three guys, his whole face turned livid. Accidentally disclosed information strictly prohibited by the school to first-year freshmen, and was even videotaped. Signed a contract with Sikong Wuye, a first-year freshman, and was cheated of more than 3.5 million points? Stupid, really stupid? Now Nan Yunya is resisting the urge to smash the three people in front of her to death. Sikong Wuye, a freshman in Class D, sounds like an amazing guy. Horikita, who was standing outside, pushed his eyes. His eyes were deep and deep, making people wonder what he was thinking about now. Boss Nan Yun, what should we do? The senior asked the livid Nan Yunya with a guilty conscience. What to do? What can Nan Yunya do? He just wants them to drop out of school now. Regarding these three guys asking for help, Nan Yunya didn't want to bother at all, he just wanted to stand by and watch. Anyway, he was not the one who disclosed the school information and signed the contract with Sikong Wuye, but Na Yunya had to take care of it. Because these three people can be said to be the heroes of his rule of the second grade, and they have disclosed information and intelligence in the class to him several times. Plus now is a more delicate period. Nan Yunya took great pains to manage the entire second-year students, but there were still many students who disobeyed him. Nan Yunya felt that if the three of his subordinates were forced to drop out of school at this time, then his own personal prestige and reputation would be affected. And those students who are dissatisfied with him will definitely take the opportunity to make trouble and shake his rule over the second grade. So now, Nan Yunya absolutely cannot stand by and watch. Not only that, Nan Yunya also had to protect these three idiots, but the thought of paying more than 3.5 million points to that first-year freshman named Sikong Wuye, Na Yunya's heart is going to die of pain. Is the appointment half an hour away? I know, and I will also come forward to deal with your matters, so get the three of you out now. Nan Yunya with an ugly face pointed to the office door. Yes, let's go. Although they were scolded by Nan Yunya, the three of them didn't care at all, instead they were ecstatic. Because Nan Yunya agreed to help, they are saved and will not be expelled from school. At this time, Horikita Kikyo and Tachibana Akane walked in from outside the student union, and Nagamo Masa suddenly looked at them. However, whether it was Horikita Shue or Tachibana Akane, the expressions of the two of them were very natural and calm, and there was no guilty look of eavesdropping on other people's conversations. Soon, Nagamoya stopped paying attention to Horikita Kikyo and Tachibana Akane, and with an extremely ugly face, he was thinking about how to solve the trouble caused by Sikong Wuye. Nan Yunya didn't want to pay more than 3.5 million exorbitant points, and at the same time, he had to let the first-year freshman give up the contract and delete the video. After Horikita Kikyo returned to the position belonging to the student council president, he turned on his laptop, and through the authority of the student council president, retrieved the admission information of the first-year Class D freshman Sikong Wuye. From the conversation that came out of the student council office just now, Horikita Kikyo felt that the first-year freshman named Sikong Wuye was a very powerful character. Other freshmen will only spend points to buy things at the beginning of their enrollment. As for Sikong Wuye, I don't know where he learned about the school's ban on students, so he forced the three second-year students to owe him more than 3.5 million personal points. It's simply a monster. When Horikita saw Wuye's personal data, he couldn't help but frowned. Sikong Wuye's stats are almost all A, or A+. Why are students with such monstrous personal stats assigned to Class D with the worst overall quality? Since Chairman Sakayanagi did not enter Wuye's personal experience into the school system, Horikita Kikyo, who used the authority of the student council president, could not see Wuye's personal experience. Therefore, I don't know why the school assigned such a monstrous Sikong Wuye to Class D. At this moment, Wuye, who was missed by student council president Horikita Kikyo and vice president Nagamo Masa, had already arrived at the student cafeteria with Kamuro Maisumi. Since it is past lunchtime, there are not many students in the student cafeteria. There are quite a lot of set meals in this restaurant. Wuye looked at the menu boards hanging in the student cafeteria, which marked a variety of set meals. The most expensive ones are the seafood set meal and Weijiao set meal, which cost 600,000 points, which is simply not something students can afford. The cheapest set meal is the free mountain vegetable set meal, which is cooked from a variety of wild vegetables. Wuye looked at the dishes piled up with wild vegetables, and he had a feeling that it was hard to swallow. These mountain vegetable set meals that don't cost points should be set up by the school to prevent students who don't have points from starving to death. Wuye murmured softly. Sikong, what would you like to eat? Kamuro Megumi asked Wuye. Wuye wanted to order a Weijiu set meal with 600,000 points, but Kamuro Megumi's points obviously couldn't afford it. In the end, Wuye chose a set meal with moderate points, which only cost Kamuro Megumi 500 points. In fact, a set meal with 500 points is not cheap anymore. If you eat 500 points for 3 meals a day, then you will have 45,000 points in a month, which is almost half of the 100,000 points. Although the food in the student restaurant tastes good, it is not as good as the food that Sakura Airi cooks for him. I don't know if there is a kitchen in the dormitory we live in. The school allows students to cook in the dormitory. Wuye thought silently while eating. If the school allows students to cook their own meals, Wuye plans to hand over her 3 meals a day to Sakura Airi. Naturally, Wuye wouldn't let Sakura Airi do it. He would pay her 100,000 points every month. After lunch in the student cafeteria, Wuye bid farewell to Kamuro Megumi and walked towards the convenience store with a lollipop in his mouth. Megumi Kamuro watched Wuye leave. She knew that he would meet with the vice president of this school next. And this meeting should be an unfriendly meeting, and conflicts are very likely. So Kamuro Megumi, who was a little worried, sneaked up to Wuye. Wuye, with his keen senses, naturally sensed Megumi Kamuro's stalking, but he didn't pay attention, and let her follow. Although it was only time for lunch, it was already more than half an hour of the appointment, and Nanyunya and the 3 seniors had been waiting for Wuye at that bench for several minutes. Just when Nanyunya and the others got impatient, he saw a young man walking towards him. The black-haired and black-eyed young man is exceptionally handsome and eye-catching, both in appearance and temperament. Looking at such a young man, Nanyunya felt a little bored and conflicted in vain. No matter if it is a man or a woman, as long as they have a narrow-minded personality, they will subconsciously resist those who are more handsome and beautiful than themselves. And Nanyunya, who is not handsome, happens to be the narrow-minded type of character. The 3 people standing behind Nanyunya quickly pointed to Wuye. Boss Nanyun, this BD is blackmailing us. Tisk. Nanyunya clicked her tongue in displeasure, and after confirming that he was the first-year freshman who caused him trouble, he had another reason to hate Wuye. Wuye, who was strolling leisurely, came to the front of Nanyunya and his group. He glanced at Nanyunya who was still sitting on the bench and did not get up to say hello, and he knew that the so-called vice president planned to give him a big blow. Wuye didn't even bother to waste time with them, and directly took out his student ID card. 3,589,850 points. Let's pay. Sikong Wuye, send me money quickly. Wuye's straightforward debt collection action made Nanyunya twitch, and he showed a kind smile in a hypocritical manner. School, there is a misunderstanding between you and these 3 seniors. Let's sit down and have a good talk. It's okay to sit down and have a good talk, but you should turn over the points you owe me first, otherwise I won't feel the sincerity of the conversation from you. Wuye said with a smile. Nanyunya twitched the corners of her mouth. If he was willing to transfer more than 3 million points to this dim freshman, would there be any need to talk about it? It was because Nanyunya didn't want to pay the more than 3 million points that she wanted to talk to Wuye. Cough, Junior, I'm Nanyunya from Class A of the 2nd year, and I'm also the vice president of the student union. Wuye glanced at Nanyunya, who started to introduce herself. Really, then have you gathered more than 3 million points? Transfer the money. My time is very precious. I don't want to waste it on you bastards. This very blunt sentence made Nanyunya and the others turn dark. What an arrogant freshman. Sikong Wuye, don't go too far. A person standing behind Nanyunya said dissatisfiedly. Where is it too much? Isn't this a normal way to collect debts? If you don't have the points to repay the debts, then don't waste my time. I will go to the school. Wuye said with disgust. Hey, don't worry, Junior. I'm the vice president of the student union. As long as you agree to give up the contract and delete the video, I will let you join the student union and become a member of the student union. This is a lie. The president of the student council, Horikita Kikyo, has decided not to enroll students in the student council this school year, so Wuye cannot join the student council. Nanyunya just fooled Wuye and asked him to delete the contract and the recorded video. Afterwards, he can delay it. As long as it keeps delaying, it will be fine. However, Wuye scoffed at Nanyunya's suggestion. He is the kind of character who likes to be unrestrained. How could he join clubs and student unions and be disciplined by others? Nanyunya maintained a fake smile, and said to Wuye solemnly, being a member of the student union is worth more than 3 million points. Wuye rolled his eyes, and he said directly, since joining the student union is so valuable, I still choose more than 3 million points. Because I want to give up the opportunity to enter the student union to others. In this way, it is a good situation for him to be good to me. Wuye has a dignified appearance, as if he is so selfless and considerate of others. Nanyunya was furious at the one-year freshman who didn't get into the oil and salt. Now he has made it clear that this damn freshman will set up the 3,589,850 points, and he will never give up no matter what. Under the feeling of anger and heartache, Nanyunya took out her school mobile phone and began to transfer points to Wuye's student ID card. Wuye looked at Nanyunya's extremely aggrieved expression, and said with a smile, for the sake of senior, you only need to pay me 3,589,800 points. Nan Yunya's face darkened instantly. For his sake, 50 points were erased. Is his face only worth 50 points? A whole? I don't need you to give me face. Nan Yunya, who glared at Wuye, said bitterly. After that, Nan Yunya transferred all 3,589,850 points to him along with the 50 points that Wuye erased. With Nan Yunya's transfer, Wuye got a large amount of points. At this moment, his personal points are 7,179,600 points. Looking at the huge number of points on Wuye's student ID card, Nan Yunya's expression was full of aggrieved and angry, wishing to keep it for herself. Compared with Nan Yunya's anger, the three people behind him were full of joy and gratitude, because the matter had been settled by Nan Yunya with points, and they didn't need to drop out of school. Now the points have been given to you, delete the video for me. Nan Yunya with a dark face said to Wuye in an extremely unfriendly tone. Okay. Wuye, who was holding a student ID, readily agreed, and under the watchful eyes of Nan Yunya and the others, he deleted the video recorded on the mobile phone in the school. In this way, the transaction is over. Sikong Wuye, right? I hope you will save these more than 3 million points for me, and I will get them back from you in the future. Nan Yunya threatened Wuye sullenly. According to the usual practice of villains, Nan Yunya left a cruel word to Wuye to frighten him, but in fact, he never thought of a way to get the points back from Wuye's hands. Wuye raised his eyebrows, and he showed a troublesome and refreshing smile. No need later, I will give you a way to get back the points from me now. What way? Nan Yunya asked subconsciously. Before I mentioned this method, how many personal points do you have, Vice President? Wuye asked. What do you want to do? Nan Yunya asked vigilantly. Nan Yunya no longer regards Sikong Wuye as an ordinary first-year freshman, because an ordinary freshman would not have the guts to blackmail a senior, and his personal points are very problematic, since he has more than 3 million points. I don't know which unlucky ghost it came from. Honda Bin expressed his dissatisfaction. His points were lost to Wuye in an open and honest manner. It's not because of Wuye. Vice President, if you want to take points from me, tell me the amount of your points first. Wuye said. Nan Yunya looked at Wuye gloomily. He didn't answer, but took out his student ID card and showed Wuye his current point amount. Not a lot, as many as 1,150,680. Wuye's handsome face revealed an expression of surprise, and he said happily afterwards, I didn't expect that after you transferred more than 3 million points to me, there are still so many points. Nan Yunya saw Wuye's joyful expression. What is this guy happy about? Wuye is naturally happy that he met the next person to earn points so soon. Originally, Nan Yunya's class was Class B, and then he led the class to be promoted to Class A. Later, Nan Yunya took this situation as an excuse to collect points from the students in the class and asked them to give him 50,000 points every month. Including Nan Yunya, there are currently 39 students in Class A of the second year, and he can get 1.9 million points a month. So even if Nan Yunya transferred more than 3 million points to Wuye, he still has more than 1 million points left. Let's bet against each other. There are not many points for betting against each other, just 1.15 million points. Wuye said happily. Nan Yunya and the others twitched their mouths neatly. 1.15 million points is not much. Does this freshman have no specific understanding of numbers? Nan Yunya stared at Wuye, who showed a refreshing smile. He can get 190 points from his classmates every month, so he is not worried that if he loses, the points will not arrive. Plus Nagomoya hates Wuye. Hate his handsome. Hate him for taking more than 3 million points from him? So Nan Yunya has a good lesson for Wuye. Sikong Wuye, I accept the bet you proposed, but the content of the bet is up to me. Nan Yunya said in an unquestionable tone. Wuye shook his head, and he said frankly, this is not okay. If you bet against me on who is the ugliest, then you will win. Nan Yunya's face darkened. What does this BD mean? Are you saying that he is not as handsome as him? Who would bet against you on such a meaningless thing? I will propose a few sports and let you choose. Nan Yunya said gloomily. Sports. Wuye raised his eyebrows. In fact, Nan Yunya is a sports student who is very good at sports. He thinks that Sikong Wuye is thin and weak, and he is definitely not as good as him in sports. That's why he mentioned sports betting. But in fact, Wuye actually has quite a lot of strength and stamina, otherwise, how could he have picked up Long Yuan Xiang, who weighed 100 pounds, and thrown him around? Therefore, sports that require energy and strength are also Wuye's specialty. Tell me about the sports first. Wuye said. Hearing Wuye's tendency to agree, Nan Yunya was overjoyed, and he said, football, basketball, badminton, tennis, badminton, track and field running, long jump, let's choose one event each, and finally we will choose another event together for betting. Wuye understood Nan Yunya's meaning, that is, the two of them chose 3 items to bet against each other, and whoever won more would be the winner. Forget about football, it's not a sport that 2 people can play together. Wuye said. That excludes football. Wuye thought for a while, and said with a malicious smile, I choose double basketball. Then I choose track and field races. What do you plan to choose for the last one? Nan Yunya asked. Long jump. Wuye said casually. Row. After choosing the 3 sports, Wuye and Nan Yunya began to sign the contract of gambling through the school mobile phone. The content of the contract signed between Sikong Wuye from Class D of the first year and Nan Yunya from Class A of the second year. 1. The two sides will compete in double basketball, 1,000-meter track and field competition, and standing long jump. 2. Winning 2 rounds is the winner, and the loser needs to pay 1.15 million personal points to the winner. 3. After the start of the game, no excuses shall be used to postpone the game, and the players of the game shall not be replaced. The rest period of the game is 10 minutes. If it exceeds the time limit, it will be regarded as a surrender. Nan Yunya examined the content of the third contract. Because this item was proposed by Wuye, Nan Yunya wondered if there would be any traps in it. Who told Wuye to use the contract to cheat those 3 guys with more than 3 million points? Nan Yunya naturally had to be careful. However, after Nan Yunya thought about it for a while, he felt that the third content was not a trap, and at the same time it was quite good, so that Wuye had no reason to delay the game. After both parties had no doubts, Wuye and Nan Yunya signed a contract for gambling. Looking at the smiling Wuye, Nan Yunya had a sense of foreboding in her heart. This BD freshman must be very good at sports, right? But such thoughts quickly disappeared from Nan Yunya's mind. Because looking at Wuye's physique, he is neither tall nor burly, no matter how you look at it, he is not the type of person who is good at sports. With a refreshing smile on his face, Wuye said to Nan Yunya, Vice President, I just entered school, and I haven't bought any sportswear yet. I'll go to the mall to buy a set first, so we will meet at the basketball court in half an hour. Oh, yes, but don't run away, kid. Nan Yunya said with a sneer. Don't worry, I won't miss the appointment. Wuye waved his hand. I'll see you at the basketball court in half an hour. Nan Yunya watched Wuye leave gloomily. He sat up from the bench, and then gave a sharp look at the 3 younger brothers who were standing obediently and quietly behind him. I'm warning you, be careful this month, don't mess with the first-year freshmen. Yes, Boss Nan Yun. After venting his anger and frustration to them, Nan Yunya returned to his dormitory, and he also had to change into sportswear. After all, the next bet was worth 1.15 million points, so Nan Yunya had to take it seriously. Kamuro Masumi has been following Wuye secretly, and after she found out that Wuye had left Nan Yunya and the others, she hurried over. Sikong, your affairs with them are over. Yeah, it's over successfully. Wuye smiled at Masumi Kamuro. They transferred more than 3 million points to me very readily. Masumi Kamuro didn't think they were happy to hand over points to Wuye, because she could see Nan Yunya and the others' ugly expressions as black as the bottom of a pot from a long distance. Now Masumi Kamuro admires Wuye more and more. He is obviously a first-year freshman just like her, but he has squeezed more than 3 million points from seniors. He is simply the idol of the freshmen. Now Masumi Kamuro regrets that she is not in the same class as Wuye. If they were in the same class, then she should be able to see more wonderful play related to Wuye. However, if Kamuro Masumi knew that this school divides students into classes based on their overall quality, I wonder if she would still want to be in the same class as Wuye. After all, Wuye is in the worst class D. Wuye bid farewell to Masumi Kamuro and went to the mall to buy clothes and sneakers suitable for sports. As for Kamuro Masumi, since Wuye was just going shopping, she didn't know that he was going to compete with Nagamo Masa from Class A of the second year, so she didn't continue to follow Wuye. So I missed Wuye's sports match with Nagamoya. After Wuye stepped into that large shopping mall, the school phone in his pocket rang with a ding. Okay. Wuye, who was a little confused, took out the mobile phone in the school, and he found that it was a message. The sender of this message is none other than Sae Chabashita, the head teacher of Class D. Sikong, I have passed the authority of the class teacher to send instructions to all the students in Class D except you to arrive at the classroom of Class D before 8:10 tomorrow morning. So don't forget to go to the classroom early tomorrow morning. The first class in this school is at 8:45 minutes. In order for Wuye to remind the students of Class D, Chazu Sae specially asked the students to arrive at the classroom of Class D before 8:10. Wuye looked at the message from Chabashita Sae. He smiled slightly, then Wuye thought for a while, and responded to the message to Chabashita Sae. I know Mr. Chabashita. By the way, I will ask you about someone. He is Nagamo Masa, a second-year student. He seems to be the vice president of the student union. Teacher Chabashita, do you know the situation of this person? Huh. Looking at the information displayed on the phone, Sae Chabashita frowned delicately. Why is Sikong asking about Nan Yunya? In this school, Nagamo Masa from Class A of the second year can be considered a man of the hour. Because his original class was Class B, under his leadership, Class B has become Class A, and even tends to rule the entire second-year class. So even teachers like Chazu Sae had heard of Nan Yunya, a student. Feeling suspicious, Sae Chabashita called Wuye directly. Hello, Chabashita-sensei. It's me, Sikong. Why are you asking about Nan Yunya? Wuye listened to Chabashita Sae's pleasant voice from his mobile phone, and replied with a smile, It's nothing, I bet against him with 1.15 million points, so I just want to inquire about his situation. Chazu Sae fell into silence, she took a deep breath, and her mature heart fluctuated accordingly. 1.15 million points? Where did you get so many points? Chabashita Sae knew that Wuye got a lot of points from students in Class B and Sho Ryuan from Class C, but it probably wasn't enough for 1.15 million points. So where did Wuye get 1.15 million points to bet against Nan Yunya? About my points, this is actually Wuye patiently explained how after he left the chairman's office, he went to the chess club to play in the chess club, and blackmailed Nan Yunya. He reasonably obtained 3,589,850 points. By the way, Wuye also mentioned the 1.15 million point contract with Nan Yunya. Chabashita Sae, who was holding the phone, went numb. Although she knew that the bad boy Wuye was very powerful, she didn't expect Wuye to be so powerful. This bad boy actually earned 7,179,600 points in less than a day. Chabashita Sae thought silently in his heart. After listening to Wuye's story, Chazu Sae felt that he should be the student who earned the fastest and most points in the history of this school. There has never been a student union that has directly increased its points from 0 to 7.17 million in one day. This is not the most unexpected and happiest place for Chabashita Sae. What she is most happy about is what happened at the convenience store. In the eyes of ordinary people, what happened at the convenience store was just a conflict between bad gangsters and 3 senior students. However, Wuye found an opportunity from it and cheated those 3 senior students hard. This situation where Wuye is keenly aware of the opportunity and seizes the opportunity fiercely is what makes Chabashita Sae the most happy. There are such outstanding students in Class D, her long-cherished wish, there should be a possibility to achieve it. Sae Chabashita calmed down her overexcited emotions, opened her seductive lips, and slowly revealed the information related to Nagomoya. Since Sae Chabashita didn't know much information, he couldn't provide Wuye with much useful information, but Wuye knew that Nagomoya was very good at sports. But this is also very normal. If Nan Yunya wasn't good at sports, he wouldn't bet against Wuye with sports. In short, Nagomoya is very good at sports, so you should be careful with Sikong. Chabashita Sae reminded. It's okay, even if you lose, it's only 1.15 million points, I'm not very sad. Wuye replied in a nonchalant tone. Chabashita Sae twitched her lips, this bad boy is really rich and powerful. Deep pockets are partly to blame. Another part of the reason is that Wuye's more than 7 million points are all easily won and cheated, and it doesn't matter if he loses 1.15 million points. But Wuye doesn't intend to lose to Nagomoya, who has a hypocritical smile. After getting some information related to Nan Yunya, Wuye said, then Chabashita-sensei, I'm hanging up the phone. Okay. Sae Chabashita looked at the call that had ended. She locked the student materials in the drawer, then stood up and walked towards the basketball court. Since the class has not yet started, Sae Chabashita, who is the class teacher, has nothing to do, so she is now going to see the next bet between Wuye and Nan Yunya. Now, every move of Wuye affects Chazu Sae's thoughts. So Sae Chabashita treats Wuye with more care than her boyfriend. Although Chabashita Sae is an old maid who has never been in a relationship and has no boyfriend, Wuye came to the clothing section of the mall and bought 2 sportswear and 2 pairs of sports shoes suitable for sports. Since Wuye didn't have a lot of points, he specially selected the best quality and most comfortable clothes to buy, so he spent a total of 230,000 points. Now he was going to the basketball court to bet against Nan Yunya, so Wuye immediately changed into sportswear and sneakers. The school uniform and shoes Wuye wore before, as well as the rest of the sportswear and sneakers, were packed up and sent to the dormitory of the first-year students by the staff. Wuye, who left the clothing area, unexpectedly saw the slender figures of 2 girls not far away, and he subconsciously turned around to prevent them from finding him. But it's too late. Is it Sikong Wuye? It was a sound of surprise and fear. Wait a minute, don't go. It was a voice of anger and dissatisfaction. Wuye, who was seen, turned around helplessly, and he looked at the 2 girls who were walking quickly. Of these 2 girls, one of them has extremely beautiful golden pink long hair, and a mature and bumpy body, which is enough to attract the attention of countless adolescent men. The other one is a petite girl with a younger cut. She is hiding behind the blonde-haired girl because she is not very timid. These 2 girls, they are both first-year Class B students. The girl with golden pink hair is named Ichinose Hoonami, and the girl with younger sister is called Shiraba Chihiro. Because Wuye cheated the little angels of Class B a few hours ago, when he saw Ichinose Hoonami and Shirami Chihiro, he subconsciously avoided them. This is the reason why Wuye has been attacking bad people, because if he acts on good people and good children, he will feel guilty. Ichinose Hoonami brought the timid Shiraba Chihiro to the front of Wuye. Her eyes lit up slightly, because Wuye, who had changed into sportswear, became sunny and heroic, and even more handsome. However, such a handsome and sunny person cheated their class with 370,000 points? Wuye looked at the 2 beautiful girls who came in front of him, and said with a helpless expression, what do you 2 do? Nothing special, I'm just seriously looking at Sikong-san who made Shiraba-san cry. Ichinose Hoonami said, shaking his head. Oh, the little angel seems to be very dissatisfied with Wuye who made the Class B students go. Shiraba Chihiro anxiously tugged Ichinose Hoonami's school uniform sleeve. She whispered, Ichinose-san, stop talking. He is a bad person. He must be terrible when he gets angry. Wuye twitched the corner of his mouth. His hearing was pretty good, so he heard all of Babo Kingson's low voice. Hey, Ichinose-san, give me your student ID card. Wuye stretched out his palm to Ichinose Hoonami. Why? Ichinose Hoonami asked suspiciously. I will return all the 740,000 points I got from the students in Class B to you, and then you can return it to everyone in Class B for me. Wuye said. Wuye's words made Ichinose Hoonami and Shirami Chihiro look surprised. 740,000 points, for others, is a relatively large amount of points. But for Wuye now, 740,000 points is nothing. After all, he has more than 7 million points. Therefore, Wuye planned to return the 740,000 points he got from the students of Class B to them. In this way, Wuye's guilt towards those little angels in Class B will also dissipate directly. But something unexpected happened. No need. Ichinose Hoonami shook her head, and she said seriously, Student Sikong, you know that the 4 classes are all competing, so the transaction with our class is reasonable. So, you don't need to return those points. Huh. Wuye looked at Ichinose Hoonami with a serious expression in surprise. Is she serious? Instead, we have to thank you. What do you thank me for? Wuye said delicately. If it wasn't for what Student Sikong did, everyone wouldn't unite quickly. Now everyone has made up their minds. In the future, Student Sikong must be taught a lesson, so that you can also taste the taste of defeat. Ichinose Hoonami showed a bright and cheerful beautiful smile towards Wuye. Wuye raised his eyebrows. He could tell from Ichinose Hoonami's bright eyes that she really wasn't blaming him. Although the 37 students in Class B were cheated by Wuye, but due to the sharing, each student was only cheated by Wuye for 23,000 or 400 points. They still have more than 79,000 points left on their student ID cards, so it's not like they've been scammed miserably. Therefore, although the little angels in Class B complained about Wuye, they didn't complain too much. However, Sikong, you are really a good person, and you actually want to return the 740,000 points you got from us. Ichinose Hoonami said with some surprise. Well, because I have quite a lot of points now, 740,000 points is nothing. Wuye replied truthfully. But Ichinose Hoonami didn't believe it. After all, 740,000 points was a lot in her eyes. Since you don't intend to trouble me, then I'll go first. I still have things to deal with. Wuye said goodbye politely. Well, classmate Sikong, walk slowly. Ichinose Hoonami and Shiranami Chihiro watched Wuye leave. After completely losing sight of the villain, Shiranami Chihiro asked Ichinose Hoonami weakly. Ichinose-san, why did you refuse to return the points from that villain? Because you don't need it. Ichinose Hoonami replied softly. Everyone's current thoughts are all on maintaining the class points that Sikong said, hoping to be directly promoted to Class A. If Sikong returns the 740,000 points, then everyone will worry about him revealing the information about the class points to other classes. So, now everyone thinks that instead of getting back the more than 20,000 points that have already been paid, it is better to let Sikong continue to keep the secret. Ichinose Hoonami's explanation made Biba Chihiro suddenly realize, and she also understood why Ichinose Hoonami refused to return Wuye's points. In fact, when Ichinose Hoonami talked with other Class B students, many students said that although they spent more than 20,000 points to keep Wuye a secret, it was actually acceptable. Because students graduating from Class B cannot enjoy the privileges of this school, they want to become Class A. So it is necessary to keep Wuye a secret? After explaining with Shy Rabbit Chihiro, Ichinose Hoonami looked in the direction Wuye left, and she muttered to herself, Student Sikong, you seem to be a good person. Even willing to return 740,000 points to them, this is not a good person, what is it? Wuye didn't know that he was sent a good friend card by Ichinose Hoonami, a top beautiful girl, and he had already come to the school's basketball club in his sportswear. Nan Yunya, who had already changed into sportswear, had already come to the basketball court, and he was surrounded by more than 10 people. These people were all wearing basketball uniforms. Obviously they were members of the basketball club. In addition to seeing Nan Yunya on the side of the basketball court, Wuye also accidentally saw the mature figure of Chazo Sae on the second floor guardrail of the basketball court. Facing Wuye's gaze, Sae Chabashita, who folded his arms across his chest, slightly raised his pointed chin as a greeting to him. Wuye smiled at Chazo Sae, and then walked towards Nan Yunya. Looking at Wuye, who looked more handsome and shaggy because he was wearing sportswear, Nagamo Masa, and the crowd's smiles became gloomy, and he stood up and walked towards Wuye. This kid is the first-year freshman who bet against boss Nanyun. That's right, it's him. Then he is too courageous. Don't you know that one of Nanyun's best sports is basketball? Nan Yunya came to the front of Wuye, he sneered, and said, I haven't shown you for so long, I thought you were scared. Facing Nan Yunya's ridicule, Wuye turned a deaf ear to it, and even yawned lazily. Wuye's reaction made Nan Yunya feel aggrieved, as if she punched the soft cotton with all her strength. Let's stop talking nonsense. What is the victory condition of double basketball? Wuye said. Humph. Nan Yunya snorted coldly. Within the 30-minute time limit, whoever has the most points will be the winner. A free throw goal scores a point. Throwing the ball inside the three-point line scores 2 points. A ball thrown from beyond the three-point line is a three-pointer. Wuye nodded, indicating that he knew, and he said, then who will score the points and who will be the referee? Nan Yunya pointed to a tall middle-aged man. I have hired a physical education teacher as a referee, and he will be in charge of timing and scoring. Wuye glanced over. The physical education teacher had a swollen face. He didn't look like a good person. Since this referee was found by Nan Yunya, Wuye's eyes revealed a beautiful color, and he activated his mind-reading ability. This kid is the freshman who gambled with Nanyun. He is thin and weak. Do you need to ask me to help him? But that's okay. I easily earned 30,000 points. Wuye frowned slightly. Judging from the physical education teacher's inner thoughts, Nan Yunya bribed him with 30,000 points. So in the next basketball matchup, the referee will definitely favor Nagomoya. Immediately, Wuye looked at Nan Yunya with disgust and contempt. Sports are all about fairness, and this guy is playing tricks. He is simply a despicable BD. Since you have found someone to be the referee, then I have to find someone to be the referee. After leaving these words to Nan Yunya, Wuye took out his mobile phone in the school and began to contact an old man who was good at regretting chess. Nagamo frowned, and he didn't stop Wuye from contacting the referee, because there was no legitimate reason to stop. But now Nan Yunya is very curious, who Wuye plans to find to be his referee. When Wuye contacted the physical education teacher that Nan Yunya bribed came over, he asked a few words, and knew from Nan Yunya that Wuye was contacting the referee. Hey, this kid is a first-year student, who can he find to be the referee? The physical education teacher said with a sneer. It's probably his friend or something. Nan Yunya also had a sneer expression on her face. However, the person who came to be Wuye's referee made both of them dumbfounded. A clean and dignified suit, neatly combed silver hair, and a serious expression. Isn't this Chairman Sakayanagi? After Chairman Sakayanagi stepped into the basketball court, the atmosphere of the entire basketball court became silent. Masa Nagamo and the others looked at Chairman Sakayanagi, who stopped beside Wuye in disbelief. The flesh-faced physical education teacher hurried over, and he said respectfully to Chairman Sakayanagi, "Director, why are you here?" "Well, classmate Sikong said that there are wonderful basketball activities on the basketball court, so I'll come and take a look. You don't have to pay attention to me," Chairman Sakayanagi said in a businesslike tone. The physical education teacher looked at the smiling Wuye with apprehensive eyes. He never expected that this freshman seemed to have something to do with the school's chairman, and even pulled the chairman over. With the chairman of the board, even if the physical education teacher wanted to favor Nan Yunya, he wouldn't have the guts. "Mr. Kang Tian, you don't need to care about me, just do what you should do." Chairman Sakayanaga's meaningful gaze made the physical education teacher shudder, and he nodded repeatedly in agreement. The physical education teacher named Kang Tian walked back to Nan Yunya quickly, and said in a low voice, "Chairman Sakayanagi seems to be the backer of that kid, so I will return the 30,000 points you gave me earlier. For you." Kang Tian is not stupid. He knows that the director Sakayanagi came here to support Wuye, so he will not offend the director of the school because of Nan Yunya's 30,000 points. So now Kang Tian told Nan Yunya that he will judge in a fair and just manner and will not favor him. Nan Yunya is no longer in the mood to respond to teacher Kang Tian, and he is also shocked by the relationship between Wuye and Chairman Sakayanagi. If Nan Yunya knew that Wuye had something to do with the school's chairman Sakayanagi, how could he have turned against Wuye? Nasty BD. At this moment, Nan Yunya's heart was full of aggrieved and uneasy. Chairman Sakayanagi said to Wuye, "Sikong, I've agreed, this time I'll support you, and you can't refuse my invitation to a chess game in the future." "Okay." Wuye smiled, and he started to walk towards Nan Yunya. Chibashira Sae, who was watching from the side, looked at Wuye's back strangely, and then at Chairman Sakayanagi. She murmured in a low voice, "Why does this bad boy Sikong seem to know the chairman? He has the ability to pull the chairman over." Wuye came to the front of Nan Yunya, and he said, "My referee who came earlier has arrived, and now we can start double basketball. Student Sikong." Nagomoya showed a friendly and kind smile, and he said, "What is your relationship with Chairman Sakayanagi?" "None of your business." Wuye's unceremonious response made Nan Yunya's face turn ugly. He has already given in, and this guy is still so arrogant. If it wasn't for Director Sakayanagi, he wouldn't have to be so humble. If Wuye didn't know through his mind-reading ability that Nan Yunya bribed the physical education teacher and planned to play a disgusting trick, how could he contact Chairman Sakayanagi? So, Nan Yunya asked for everything. Through Wuye's very rude response, Nan Yunya knew that there was no possibility of mediation between him and Wuye, so aggrieved and angry, he decided to give Wuye a hard lesson on the basketball court. Through normal competition methods, humiliate him severely? So in the next bet, Nan Yunya didn't intend to be polite to Wuye. Wuye and Nan Yunya stood in the middle of the basketball court. Nan Yunya stared at Wuye sharply, and he threw the basketball in his hand to him. "Sikong, I'll let you dribble the ball first, and then let you know the humiliation of getting 0 seals." Wuye, who took over the basketball, glanced at Nagomoya, who had an arrogant expression, and said slowly, "It's a good thing that you have confidence, but I don't think you have the ability to keep me clean." Under the watchful eyes of Chairman Sakayanagi and others, the two-player basketball match between Wuye and Nagamo Masa officially started. Beep. Teacher Kang Tian, who served as the referee, blew the game whistle, and the 30-minute half-court double basketball game began. Looking at Nan Yunya, who opened his hands in front of him, a gleam of light flashed in Wuye's black and white eyes, and he accelerated to the right with a basketball. Wuye's dribbling speed was so fast that it almost left a faint afterimage in the space. Nan Yunya didn't realize that Wuye's speed was so fast, so he didn't guard Wuye, who was dribbling the ball at all. So fast. Everyone in the audience showed surprised expressions, especially the members of the basketball club. They all knew the gold content of Wuye's move, so their expressions gradually became serious. Nagomoya, who was full of shock in his heart, realized that Wuye had passed his own defense, and he quickly returned to the defense to intercept, but it was meaningless. At this time, Wuye had already dribbled the ball beyond the three-point line. He raised his hand and shot directly. The basketball thrown by Wuye left a beautiful parabola in the air, and then threw it into the basket. FK, it's a hollow ball from the three-point line. The members of the basketball club shouted, their expressions full of surprise and surprise. The so-called hollow ball is one of the special terms of basketball. It means that when the basketball is thrown into the basket, it does not touch the backboard or the basket, and does not make a sound. Because of the high value of appreciation, it is called the most perfect and elegant way of scoring goals by basketball fans. Beep. Teacher Kang Tian blew the whistle immediately, and he said loudly, Sikong Wuye from Class D of the first year, gets 3 points. Wuye turned around and looked at Nanyunya, who had an ugly face, and he showed a smile that was not a smile. Vice President, now I have scored, so your idea of zero sealing me seems to be impossible to achieve. It doesn't matter if I can't get 0 seals, I just need to beat you. Nanyunya said stubbornly. Less than a minute into the two-person basketball game, Wuye had already made the first three-pointer. This allowed Nanyunya and the spectators to see Wuye's basketball strength, so their expressions became serious. Now it's Nagomoya's turn to take the ball. Nagomoya with the basketball tried to break through Wuye's defense, but no matter how he changed the direction with the ball, he couldn't avoid Wuye's defense. The situation of being closely guarded made Nanyunya anxious. Now he needs to show his strength and suppress Wuye's limelight. Nagomoya, who was dribbling the ball, used the corner of his eye to confirm the distance to the basket. He suddenly changed his behavior, no longer broke through Wuye's blockade, but chose to retreat slightly, and then jumped up to shoot. With a snap, the basketball thrown by Nanyunya was patted down by Wuye's raised palm. Nanyunya looked at Wuye, who raised his arm in disbelief. This guy's reaction speed is so fast. He even realized that he was shooting in a very short time, and even intercepted the basketball. Facing Nanyunya's eyes, Wuye let out a chuckle. Although Wuye didn't say anything, but in Nanyunya's eyes, his head was comparable to the most serious ridicule, and his anger soared. Now it is Wuye's turn to dribble as Nagomoya's dribble is interrupted. Nanyunya, who already knew Wuye's basketball prowess, no longer relaxed and stared at him closely. Compared with Nagomoya's staring, Wuye seemed much more relaxed and leisurely. With the ball, he made continuous left and right changes, and quickly crossed Nagomoya's defense line, and shot immediately after a light jump. Another hollow ball? Beep. Class D Sikong Wuye, get 2 points. Teacher King Tian said again. Oh. A few spectators on the side couldn't help bursting into high-pitched cheers. Some of these audiences were acquaintances of Nanyunya, some were Nanyunya's lackeys, and some were members of the basketball club. People who know Nanyunya's dog leg, they won't cheer when Wuye scores, but the members of the basketball club will. Because Wuye's dribbling and shooting actions are so pleasing to the eye, members of the basketball club can't help but cheer for him. Did you see it just now? The freshmen in Class D of the first year are so fast. Well, that kid's speed is not only fast, but he is also very stable with the ball. He must have undergone strict and standard basketball training. Oda Shiai, the president of the basketball club, expressed his evaluation and affirmation. At this moment, Oda Ishikai, the president of the basketball club, and Ben Tianbin, the president of the chess club, both had the idea of inviting Wuye to join the club after seeing Wuye's strength with their own eyes. Not long ago, all the third-grade students graduated and went out, resulting in the lack of 2 official members of the basketball club. Oda Shiai felt that Wuye could directly become an official member of the basketball club. Looking at Wuye, Nanyunya gritted her teeth. There is a gap, which can be seen only by a little comparison. He knows that he is no match for Sikong Wuye in basketball. But Nagomoya didn't intend to give up just like that. If he surrendered to the first-year freshman, his prestige and reputation would suffer a blow. Time, 20 minutes have passed, and there are still 10 minutes left before the agreed game end time. And now, Wuye and Nanyunya's game score is Sikong Wuye from Class D of the first year, 17 points. Nanyunya from Class A of the second year, 0 points. During the 20-minute confrontation, Nanyunya failed to throw a single ball. The score gap between the two sides was too huge, enough to make people despair, but Nanyunya gritted her teeth fiercely and stared at Wuye all the time. He can't lose, and at the same time he can't afford to lose. Haha. Sweat dripped from Nagomoya's forehead and cheeks. Panting, he didn't wipe the sweat, but stared at Wuye, who was holding the basketball. It was Wuye's turn to carry the ball next. Compared to Nanyunya's panting, Wuye looked much more relaxed, only a little sweat oozing from his forehead, and he didn't look too tired. Is the vice president ready? I'm going to attack, Wuye said with a smile. Humph. Nagomoya snorted coldly. Wuye smiled slightly, then took the basketball and began to rush towards the defending Nagomoya. Since Wuye's dribbling movements are irregular, Nanyunya can only stop him by jumping left and right, but such a move will consume a lot of physical strength and energy. Now, Nanyunya is crying in her heart. The one-on-one competition of two-person basketball is really exhausting. Wuye, who was carrying the ball, glanced at Nagomoya, who was out of breath. He showed a faint smile, and then made a move to prepare for a breakthrough. The tense Nagamo immediately thought that Wuye was going to drive the ball to his left side, so he quickly used his legs to block it to his left side. However, this was just a fake move by Wuye. He made a beautiful illusory dribble, changed the direction of the ball, and broke through from Nagomoya's right side. It's over, it's a fake move, I was cheated by him? Nan Yunya realized that this was Wuye's fake move, so he quickly returned to defense. But because of the unexpected force, Nan Yunya's ankle couldn't bear it, so he twisted his ankle. What? Nagamo, who twisted her foot, fell to the basketball court, and Wuye, who easily broke through his defense, made a light jump shot, and the ball penetrated the hoop again. The members of the basketball club cheered in disbelief when they saw Nagamo Masa, who was knocked to the ground because of Wuye's dribbling. Amazing, this freshman unexpectedly knocked Nan Yun down. Yay, and look at Nan Yunya's expression, it seems that he not only fell down, but also twisted his ankle. Really? In basketball games, many basketball players twist their ankles due to factors such as inadvertent force and exhaustion when they forcibly change their direction. Obviously, Nan Yunya, who was sitting on the basketball court with a pale face and clutching her left foot, twisted her left foot. Wuye looked sideways at Nan Yunya, who was sitting on the ground, and he chuckled. It seems that there is no need to continue the competition, the vice president of the student union. They all sprained their feet, how could they continue with Wuye? Nan Yunya didn't have the heart to respond to Wuye, he was enduring the severe pain from his left ankle. Kang Tian stopped the timer, then he quickly entered the basketball court and came to Nan Yunya's side. Nan Yun, how do you feel now? Teacher Kang Tian asked quickly. It hurts. Nan Yunya, who was so painful that she was sweating coldly on her forehead, replied. Let me see. After Mr. Kang Tian's examination, he judged that Nan Yunya had indeed sprained her ankle, but fortunately, there was no serious problem, and she only needed a few days of rest to recover. It's time to recuperate, so shall we continue our competition, Vice President? Wuye, who squatted down, said to Nan Yunya with a smile. Of course we have to continue. I lost to you in double basketball, but there are still 2 games that haven't started. Give me a few days to rest. Nan Yunya, whose face was pale from the pain, said immediately. I also want to give you a few days to recuperate, but unfortunately doing so is in violation of the contract. Breach of contract. Yeah, Nan Yunya, have you forgotten what the 3rd article of our contract is? Wuye said with a smile. Nan Yunya was slightly taken aback. 3. After the start of the game, no excuses shall be used to postpone the game, and the players of the game shall not be replaced. The rest period of the game is 10 minutes. If it exceeds the time limit, it will be regarded as a surrender. In other words, after the betting starts, it cannot be interrupted, otherwise it will be regarded as surrender and abandonment. After recalling the contents of the 3rd contract, Nan Yunya with an ugly face looked at the smiling Wuye and said in disbelief, before signing the contract, you already wanted me to sprain my foot. Otherwise, how could he add a 3rd piece of content? Hey, what are you talking about? It's as if I expected you to twist your foot. Wuye said with a sneer. Nan Yunya gritted her teeth. Although he had no evidence to prove it, he thought it was the case. In fact, that's it. Nagamoya's guess is correct. The reason why Wuye chose double basketball was to think if he could make Nan Yunya sprain her foot and win directly. And Nan Yunya did not disappoint Wuye, he really sprained his foot. Mr. Kang Tian glanced at Chairman Sakayanagi who was over here, and he said seriously to Nagamo Masa, Nagamo, your duel with Sikong is obvious to all, he didn't push you, so the twisted foot has nothing to do with him. Listen, all the referees you invited have said so Nan Yunya, don't blame me for twisting your foot. Wuye said with a smile. So, Nan Yunya, are you going to continue betting with me, or choose to surrender? Do I have any other options? Nan Yunya said dissatisfiedly to Wuye, his current expression was full of aggrieved. Even if he lost the 2-person basketball, track and field, and the long jump, Nagamoya felt that if he continued to bet against each other, he would not necessarily lose to Wuye. But now that his ankle has been sprained, it is impossible to perform a 1,000-meter track and field race, as well as the long jump, so Nan Yunya had only one option left to surrender. Then just wait a moment, I'll go get my student ID card and let you transfer points, pay money, ... Wuye, smiling, left Nagamoya and walked towards Chairman Sakayanagi. Before the match with Nagamoya, Director Sakayanagi temporarily kept Wuye's school phone and student ID. Old man, my match with him is over, give me your phone and student ID, you can leave now. Wuye said to Chairman Sakayanagi. You have to leave with me too, let's go, let's find a place to play chess. Alright. Wuye responded helplessly to Chairman Sakayanagi, who was very addicted to chess. If there was no Chairman Sakayanagi sitting in charge, Nan Yunya and the physical education teacher named Kang Tian would not know what disgusting things would happen, so Wuye really had to thank him. In addition, the points Wuye earned today are not too small, so he doesn't need to rush to continue earning points. Come over to my office later, I'll wait for you with a chessboard in the office. Chairman Sakayanagi urged. Wuye nodded. Chairman Sakayanagi, who had made an appointment with Wuye, left the basketball court in satisfaction, while Wuye walked towards Nagamoya with his student ID. Nan Yunya's dog legs did not know where they got the stretcher. Nan Yunya was sitting on the stretcher, and one of the dog legs was covering his sprained ankle with a wet towel. Although Nan Yunya wanted to go to the health room to treat his sprained ankle immediately, he had to transfer the 1.15 million points to Wuye first. Because Wuye knew Chairman Sakayanagi, Nan Yunya didn't dare to give Chairman Sakayanagi a negative image of not fulfilling the contract. Please, Vice President. Wuye smiled and handed his student ID card to Nan Yunya, who had a bad face, and he took his on-campus mobile phone and began to transfer points. In the blink of an eye, Nan Yunya's 1.15 million points were transferred to Wuye's student ID. Originally, Wuye's personal points were 7,179,600 points. After buying 2 sets of sportswear and sneakers in the mall, I paid 230,000 points, and now I got another 1.15 million points from Nan Yunya. Therefore, Wuye's current personal points are 8,099,600 points. Also, Long Yuan Xiang, who was in Class C for the first year, still owes Wuye 650,000 points. It's a pity that Long Yuanxiang's points have already returned to 0, and Wuye can't get the 650,000 points immediately. The points will be credited and the contract will end, then Vice President, we will meet again by fate. Wuye said to Nan Yunya with a smile. Nan Yunya looked at Wuye deeply, as if she wanted to keep his appearance in her heart. Since Nan Yunya guessed that Wuye had something to do with Chairman Sakayanagi, he didn't speak harshly like a villain, but directly ordered the dogs to carry him to the health room. After Nan Yunya and his henchmen left the basketball court, members of the basketball club surrounded them one after another. Sikong Wuye, your basketball skills are good, do you have any idea of joining the basketball club? Yes, we can make an exception and allow you to join the basketball club and directly become an official member of the basketball club. The clubs in this school have a lot of gold, so if students want to join the clubs, they have to pass the club's assessments before they can become full members. Oda Shiai, the president of the basketball club, has seen Wuye's basketball level with his own eyes. He feels that there is no need for an assessment. Sikong Wuye, a first-year freshman, can directly become an official member of their basketball club. However, Wuye's response was, "Farewell, I don't want to join, goodbye." After refusing the 3 consecutive matches, Wuye left the group of members of the basketball club. He walked towards the entrance and exit of the basketball court. Sae Chabashita, who was wearing an attractive lady's suit, was standing there, and she seemed to be waiting for Wuye. Sae Chabashita, with arms crossed, looked at the handsome and heroic young man walking towards him with brilliant eyes. The personal quality of the student's profile was correct, and Sikong Wuye's physical ability was indeed A+. In the 2-person basketball duel, Nagamo Masaki was already sweating profusely and out of breath, while Wuye was only sweating a little, and he didn't feel tired at all. Under Chabashita Sae's admiring eyes, Wuye came in front of her, and he said with a joke, "Teacher Chabashita, stop looking at me like this, I will think you have strange thoughts about me." Chabashita Sae raised her eyebrows. It is true that she had strange thoughts about Wuye. She wanted Wuye to lead Class D and then be promoted to Class A. Chazu Sae did not respond to Wuye's teasing. She said, "Sikong, follow me." Yes, but the chairman has invited me, so I have to go to his office to play chess. Then let's go to the chairman's office. Chazura Sae said. Wuye nodded. By the way, what is your relationship with the chairman? Let's be friends. Chazu Sae twitched her lips. One is a young high school freshman, and the other is a middle-aged chairman. Can these two be friends? Although Wuye's explanation was unbelievable, Sae Chabashita saw this bad boy with his own eyes and called Chairman Sakayanagi over with just one phone call. Judging from this situation, the relationship between this bad boy and Chairman Sakayanagi is better than friends. After leaving the basketball court, Wuye and Sae Chabashita walked on the aisle of the school together. Compared with Wuye's laid-back expression, Chazu Sae's expression was much more serious. Her mature pretty face showed a little hesitation, and finally those hesitation expressions turned into firmness. Sikong, can I ask you something very important? Sae Chabashita said solemnly to the handsome young man beside him. No, Wuye replied lazily. Then I'll tell you something. Chabashita Sae's pretty face showed a little astonished expression. What she just heard was not can, but can't. Why not? Wuye glanced at Chabashita Sae who squinted at him, and said casually, because I always feel that the things you ask Chabashita-sensei will be very troublesome. Was seen through. Although the matter I ask you is a bit troublesome, this matter is closely related to you. Really, let me listen to it for now. Wuye said slowly. Sae Chabashita twitched her translucent lips. She now knew more about the student beside her. Sikong Wuye, although he is only a 17-year-old student, is extremely independent, bold, cautious, and smart, and he is not a character that others can influence at will. So Chabashita Sae knew that if he wanted Wuye to lead Class D to be promoted to Class A, he could not take threats against Wuye, because doing so will only annoy him. Can I smoke? Sae Chabashita asked Wuye. Yes. Wuye nodded. After asking Wuye's permission, Chabashita Sae took out a slender cigarette and lighter from the pocket of the lady's suit. Chabashita Sae opened her crystal lips to hold the cigarette, then skillfully lit the cigarette, and took a deep breath. Then, the light and sultry cigarette breath slowly exhaled from Chabashita Sae's lips. Because of the indescribably mature charm of this beautiful homeroom teacher smoking, Wuye couldn't help but linger on Chabashita Sae's crystal clear lips. Alas, most of the adolescent boys will have a beautiful fantasy about a mature and charming female teacher. I don't know how many adolescent teenagers who are in love will dream of beautiful female teachers when they dream at night. The beautiful teacher is wearing very astringent clothes, making up lessons for herself in a dream. And Chabashita Sae is mature and beautiful, satisfying all the fantasies of teenagers. Chabashita Sae, who took a few puffs of cigarettes, her eyes were blurred, she said dreamily, Sikong, I was actually a student of this school before, and like you, I was assigned to Class D. Really? There was a little surprise on Wuye's handsome face. Chabashita Sae hummed softly, then she continued to talk, recalling her past. I'm not as good as you, and I can't understand from the head teacher's narration that information can be purchased with points. Wuye scratched his cheek. If he hadn't read a lot of point-related information from that old lady's mind, he wouldn't have asked Chabashita Sae to buy information. After that, because of various exams and tests, as many as 6 students in Class D were forced to drop out. The words of Chazu Sae made Wuye raise his eyebrows. This school actually lets students drop out? Wuye kept this terrible information in his mind. After going through some messy things in Class D, the students in Class D have become united. Because of my activity, I was elected as the leader by everyone. They believed that I would lead Class D to Class A, and then graduate from Class A. After that, all the students in our Class D are working hard to be promoted to the class. After that, we didn't lose any of our partners, and we kept accumulating class points. At this time, in the 3rd year of graduation, our Class D has been promoted to Class B, which is less than 100 points away from Class A. Speaking of this, Sae Chabashita took a deep puff of the cigarette, exuding a seductive aura, showing pain. At that time, we firmly believed that in the future we could also exceed the class points of Class A, and then all members graduated in Class A together. But I made a mistake. Sae Chabashita closed her eyes, and pinched the cigarette she was holding with her light white fingers. As the leader, I made a mistake, and Class B was sent to hell because of my mistakes, and it turned out to be the leader of Class A. Goals and dreams were all shattered. That's it. Wuye echoed Chazu Sae gently. In the past 3 years, after experiencing countless trials and hardships, he was clearly one step away from the goal he wanted to achieve, but he made a mistake in this step, resulting in a missed opportunity. This situation is enough to make people collapse and is unacceptable. Chabashita Sae exhaled heavily. She recovered from the desperate memories of the past, and looked at Wuye. Sikong, we graduated after that, and I chose to be a teacher in this school. My past failures and mistakes have become my obsession, so I want to ask you one thing. Wuye's handsome face showed a look of helplessness, and he was smart enough to predict that Chabashita Sae wanted to ask him something. Because of her own mistakes, the class failed to advance to Class A, so Sae Chabashita pinned her hopes on the students, hoping that the students could realize her wish that turned into obsession. That is to promote Class D to Class A. Facing Chazu Sae's piercing eyes, Wuye said helplessly, Teacher, you can say whatever you want. If I can do what you asked, I will think about it. Sikong, shouldn't you agree immediately? Chazu Sae said with a headache. She didn't expect that she would tell her past experience, and this bad boy was not moved, and he didn't readily agree to what she wanted to ask. Although Sae Chabashita likes cautious students very much, this student is also very cautious towards her, and he will not be easily persuaded by her. Of course not. What if, teacher, what you asked me to be your boyfriend? Then I'm at a big loss. Wuye retorted with a smile. Sae Chabashita looked at the handsome Wuye angrily. She should be the one who suffered the most? I would like to ask you to become the leader of Class D and lead everyone in Class D to be promoted to Class A. Chazu Sae said bluntly, Sikong, you also know that only students who graduated from Class A in this school can enjoy the privileges, right? So our goals are exactly the same. That's right. Wuye nodded. So you accepted? Chabashita Sae asked. It's not a question of whether I accepted or not, but a question of whether everyone in Class D is willing. Wuye said casually. Wuye is not an ordinary student. He is not very enthusiastic about the privileges of this school. But Wuye doesn't want to stay in Class D all the time, because everyone knows that Class D is the class with the worst overall quality among the 4 classes. Although Wuye did not directly promise Sae Chabashita that he would lead Class D to be promoted to Class A, but Sae Chabashita knew that Wuye had the intention to be promoted to the class, and that was enough. Anyway, there are still 3 years before Wuye and the others graduate, so Chabashita Sae doesn't need to worry too much now. Sae Chabashita, who graduated from this school, knows that being anxious is the beginning of mistakes. Wuye looked sideways at Sae Chabashita, who had a relaxed expression on his pretty face, and said, Teacher Chabashita, you just said to drop out. Will this school still let students drop out? Yeah. Chabashita Sae nodded his head lightly. In fact, this situation cannot be disclosed to Wuye at this time. Because the first month of freshmen has not yet come, the freshmen cannot be informed that this school has withdrawn students. Otherwise, you will receive severe punishment. But Chazu Sae wanted Wuye to realize her obsession, so she would tell him whatever he wanted to know without hesitation. Even Chazu Sae will take the initiative to tell Wuye some secret things. Chazu Sae said in a low voice, Sikong, if you become the leader of everyone, you must not let the students in the class withdraw from school, because every student who withdraws from school will deduct 300 class points. 300 class points will be deducted. Wuye showed a surprised expression. Now the class points of the 4 classes in a year are all 1000. If 4 students drop out, 1200 class points will be deducted. Then the question arises. Teacher Chezo, if a class with only 1000 class points drops out 4 students directly, will the class points of this class be deducted as negative numbers? Wuye asked curiously. No, if the class points become 0, whether it's because of the student dropping out or other reasons, it won't be deducted as a negative number. Sae Chabashita replied. That's it. Wuye nodded, indicating that he understood. Sikong, are you worried that the class points of Class D will be deducted as 0 points in this month? Probably. Wuye replied casually. Sikong, don't worry, 1000 class points seem to be very few, but in fact they are quite a lot, and since the establishment of this school, there has never been a terrible class where 1000 class points were deducted within a month. Chazu Sae, open your mouth and say, then our Class D this year may be the first such class. Wuye joked. Don't say such unlucky words. Sae Chabashita glared at Wuye, and don't you plan to remind everyone tomorrow morning? With your advance reminder, how could the class points be reset to 0? Wuye nodded. He did have the idea of reminding the students in Class D. After all, class points are linked to individual points, so it would be best if he could keep the class points. If you can't keep it up, it doesn't matter if your class points go to 0, because there are 8,099,600 points in Wuye's student card, he can't spend them all. Wuye chatted with Chazu Sae all the way. Ever since he told Wuye about his deepest obsessions and longings, Chabashita Sae felt a little more intimacy with this handsome young man. Sikong Wuye, but her hope and treasure to realize her obsession. After walking near the building of the chairman's office, Sae Chabashita separated from Wuye. However, before the two of them separated, they exchanged contact information and friends of line to facilitate future contact. Wuye stepped into Chairman Sakayanaga's office and played several games of chess with him. As a student, Wuye was very free, but as the chairman of the board, Sakayanagi had a lot of things to deal with, so Wuye ended the game at 4:30 in the afternoon. After Banyanagi waved goodbye with joy on his face, Wuye left the director's office. If Wuye hadn't let the water go in the last round, then Sakayanagi probably wouldn't have sent him away with a happy face. It's about this time, have all the clubs in the club building disbanded and returned to the dormitory. Wuye looked at the time on his on-campus mobile phone. Wuye felt that going to the club building would not earn points, so he started to walk to the one-year student dormitory building marked in the admission guide. It's time for him to go to the dormitory room where he will live next. If the room lacks some electrical appliances, Wuye can also go to a large shopping mall to buy supplements. Wuye came to the dormitory area of the school, and got his own room dormitory card from the counter manager on the first floor, as well as a manual with dormitory regulations and management. At the same time, the digital camera and sportswear that Wuye bought from the large shopping mall were all at the counter manager's place, and he also took them away. 402, which means that my dormitory room is on the 4th floor. This floor is really unlucky. Wuye clicked his tongue while looking at the dormitory room card. Wuye stepped on the elevator of the one-year student dormitory building, and while going up the elevator, he flipped through the specification manual handed to him by the administrator. There are many things written on it. It contains the location, date, and time of taking out the garbage, as well as reminders to avoid making noise, avoiding excessive water consumption, wasting electricity, and other basic life matters. There is no mention of electricity and water fees in the manual. Are they all free? Wuye wondered to himself. He thought that the electricity and water fees in the dormitory room were deducted from the students' personal points woolen cloth. At the same time, Wuye also noticed something, that is, the first-year freshmen live in the same dormitory building. In other words, both men and women live in this dormitory building. I don't know which floor and which room she is in Ailey. Wuye turned the manual to the last page, on which was written a paragraph of large characters in red conspicuous fonts. It is forbidden to engage in romances that do not match the status of high school students. The school really prohibits it. I thought Teacher Chazo was trying to scare me, Wuye said unexpectedly. Before Chabashita Sae knew about the close relationship between Wuye and Sakura Airi, so he specifically mentioned this sentence, and even told him that there are small umbrellas for sale in many places. Judging from Chazu Sae's reminder, although the school prohibits everyone from having a relationship that does not match the status of a high school student, it does not completely prohibit it. As long as the lovers don't make too much of a face, and don't make a fuss, then the school won't intervene. The elevator reached the 4th floor, and then opened the elevator door. Wuye unexpectedly saw a stranger outside the elevator door. And the stranger also saw Wuye in the elevator. He took 2 steps back instantly, and looked at him with very vigilant eyes. This person's reaction made Wuye twitch the corner of his mouth. Why did this guy react as if he saw some demon? Isn't he just cheating their Class B a little bit? The person outside the elevator door is actually a student of Class B. Wuye remembered that his name was Kanzaki Ryaji. It was the one who doubted whether Wuye would tell the other classes the information. Yo, your dormitory room is also on the 4th floor. Wuye, who was holding the dormitory room card, said to Ryaji Kanzaki, who took 2 steps back with a smile. Well, I'm at 404. After hearing Ryaji Kanzaki's answer, Wuye immediately looked at him with pity. In internet terms, 404 means missing web page, which is very unlucky. Ryoji Kanzaki looked at Wuye's room card, which said 402, which means that the demon's dormitory room is a room away from his room. So fine? He doesn't want to be neighbors with this demon? Goodbye then. Wuye casually bid farewell to Kanzaki Ryoji, who was vigilant against him, and left the elevator, and Kanzaki Ryoji entered the elevator. Is he from Class B on the 4th floor? I thought the entire 4th floor was occupied by boys from Class D. It seems that the school does not assign student dormitories according to class. Wuye said to himself. Since this matter was not important, Wuye didn't pay too much attention to it, so he used his room card to open his own room 402. There are unexpectedly many electrical appliances and furniture in the room. Wuye looked at the entire dormitory room with a surprised expression. Although the entire room is only 13 or 14 square meters, it has a bathroom, a room, a refrigerator, an air conditioner, a small washing machine, a bed, a desk, and a wardrobe. The big items are almost complete, and you only need to buy some small items to move in. Wuye thought there was only one bed in the dormitory. Although the condition of the room is very good, the area is a bit small. Wuye said with some regret, and then he had an idea, took out his mobile phone, and called Chabashita Sae. The first time his cell phone rang, Sae Chabashita, who had few friends, thought that Tomo Hashinomiya was going to ask her out for a drink, but after seeing the caller ID, Sae Chabashita showed a surprised expression. How did this bad boy contact her? Sikong, what's the matter? Yes, teacher, you said that as long as there are enough points in this school, everything can be done. That's right. Sae Chabashita raised her eyebrows when she heard the refreshing voice coming from the mobile phone. In a sense, that's true, so what do you want to do? Chabashita Sae held the phone in one hand, and stir-fried the dishes with the other. Wuye heard the sizzling sound of cooking from Chazuoji's side through his mobile phone, and he said unexpectedly, Mr. Chazu, are you preparing dinner now? Okay, it's great. There is no kitchen in the student dormitory, so you can't cook by yourself. Chabashita Sae, who was stirring up dinner, said angrily, if you want to say something, just tell me, I'm not very free right now. Hey, it's actually like this, I've come to the student dormitory now. Although the situation in the dormitory is not bad, I'm not satisfied with the size of the dormitory. It's too small and it's uncomfortable to live in. So I want to ask you, if you can use the points to live in other places. Although the students' dormitory rooms are pretty good, but the area is too small. Wuye doesn't want to live in a dormitory room of this size for 3 years in high school. Wuye spoke his mind, and Chazu Sae also understood what this bad boy meant. The school does allow students to move out of the dormitory building, and I can give you 2 solutions. Please tell me. Chabashita Sae curled her lips. This bad boy called her respectfully as soon as he heard that she had a solution, and he called you back before. 1. Go outside the school, look for the people who rent out the building, and rent the building they rent out. 2nd, spend some points to rent the spare room of the faculty. I personally recommend that you choose the 2nd method, because you are a student, and if you live outside the school, you have to go back to school every day. And the staff's spare room is inside the school, so it won't hinder you from going to class every day. After listening to Chabashita Sae's words, Wuye was refreshed, and he quickly asked, then, Mr. Chabashita, how big is the living room for the teaching staff, and what is the specific situation? It can't be generalized. Rooms with good conditions and environment need more points, but the points needed in a month will exceed 80,000 points, and it will be 960,000 points in a year. Chazu Sae told Wuye part of the truth. 960,000 points is quite a lot, but I can accept it. Wuye said casually. Chazu Sae didn't feel that Wuye was being stubborn, because she knew that Wuye's current personal points had reached 8 million, so for him, 960,000 rental points a year was really nothing. Sikong, have you really decided to move out of the student dormitory? Sae Chabashita asked for confirmation. Of course. Wuye replied without hesitation. Anyway, Wuye is not close to counting now, so naturally he wants to live better in the school. Okay, I'll help you collect relevant information later, and send them to you in the evening, and then you can choose yourself. Sae Chabashita said. Well, thank you very much for your help. Wuye said with a smile. You don't have to thank me, you just need to lead the class with your heart in the future. Ahaha, let's talk about this kind of thing later. Wuye's ambiguous response made Chabashita Sae twitch the corners of her lips, a cunning little guy who didn't express his opinion to her after getting a bargain. After that, Wuye hung up the call with Sae Chabashita. Since Wuye has decided to move out of the student dormitory, he does not plan to go to the mall to buy things to decorate this room. After all, he will have to move in a few days. Wuye was lying on the bed, and he sent a message to Sakura Airi using the line of the mobile phone in the school. Airi, what are you doing? I don't know if Sakura Airi has been guarding the phone all the time. She responded instantly to the message Wuye sent. I am cleaning in the dormitory room. Wuye, where are you now? I also returned to the dormitory. What is your dormitory number in Aili? I will go up to find you, and I will send you a gift by the way. Wuye looked at the bag placed on the desk, which contained a digital camera worth 390,000 points. Wuye is coming up to find me? Is there a gift for me? Sakura Airi, who was holding the phone, showed a look of joy. Her cheeks were flushed with joy, and she was extraordinarily beautiful. But Sakura Airi looked at her dormitory room, because she was cleaning and tidying up. The whole room is messy now, how could Wuye see this? Wuye, don't come to my room, I'll go to your room? Wuye looked at Sakura Airi's response. He smiled and replied yes, and then told Sakura Airi his dormitory room number. Although Sakura Airi is an extremely shy character, as long as the matter is related to Wuye, she will not be shy, but will be very proactive. Like now, no girl would take the initiative to come to a boy's room. In the eyes of outsiders, Sakura Airi's initiative may be very strange, but for Wuye and Sakura Airi, it is a common thing. Because the two of them often visited each other's home before entering this school. After receiving Wuye's response, Sakura Airi hurriedly stopped tidying the room. She put on flat glasses to conceal her appearance, and tied her beautiful and smooth fiery red hair into a pair of ponytails without any aesthetic feeling. After covering up her appearance and beauty, Sakura Airi left her dormitory room contentedly. Through the elevator in the dormitory building, Sakura Airi came to the 4th floor. She sneakily looked at the empty corridor, and then quickly came to the door of room 402. Sakura Airi was going to press the doorbell of 402, but she found that the door of the room was not closed, so she knew that Wuye had left the door for her specially. Sakura Airi, who was secretly delighted, immediately entered Wuye's dormitory room and closed the door. The sound of the door closing with a click made Wuye, who was lying on the bed, sit up, and he saw Sakura Airi standing on the other side of the door. At this time, Sakura Airi's cheeks were flushed delicately, and Wuye couldn't help but smile with a flustered look. Come on. Sakura Airi happily responded to Wuye, then she bent her slender waist and took off the shoes she was wearing. Sakura Airi, who took off her shoes, walked towards Wuye with her bare feet wrapped in black silk.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.